What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. We are up for a late night live. I know most of y'all are in the bed, baby. But this is why you got to keep your notification bell set to all, baby, because you never know when the spirit of the Lord is going to hit a king, baby. So we are in the building. It's 2 a.m. I am snacking and putting some food in my belly because, to be honest, I've been asleep for most of the damn day. But I'm energized, I'm up, I'm ready to go, and I got some things I want to talk to you guys about and bring you guys some updates as it relates to Miss Kamala Harris, because you guys know that we've been having that conversation ever since Joe Biden, the current president, stepped out of the re-election race, which now Kamala Harris is up next, honey. She's being endorsed by Nancy Pelosi and so many other of her constituents, such as Joe Biden himself, who is backing Kamala, obviously, his VP. I think that Barack Obama recently turned around as well and endorsed Kamala, if I'm not mistaken, even though he damn sure was endorsing Joe Biden sitting his ass the hell down. All right. We're going to get into some updates on what Trump got going on, girl. He has caught Kamala dumbass rocks. Black men are pushing through, girl. I definitely want to know how the fuck y'all feel about black men coming together to bike Kamala, honey. It's a lot going on, baby. We got a lot to talk about. I'm going to be dropping a link and everything, okay? So before we get into it, honey, make sure that you guys are first and foremost thumbing up the video. Thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their asses into the sanctuary, because the king is in fact king. And also shout out to all the new subbies. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to whatever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, your Facebook, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we are certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me speak to my late night Conscious crew members who are vamping with me right now. What's going on, Nicole? Hey, G Nicole. What's going on, Lady with Values? Hey, Phyllis. What's going on, Sin? Hey, Lady Jade. Hey, my other Sin. What's going on, I.N. Gardner? Hey, Rumors and T. Hey, Sabby. What's going on, Jean J? Who's bad? Apparently us. Who else? What's going on, Sexy Nessa? What's going on, Sabby? What's going on, Rose? Hey, Latera. Hey, Gemini. Are we going to talk about... Let me see. I think I saw a comment. What's going on? No power in the universe can hold me. Hey, boo. What's going on, Sharon? Hey, Gemini Visions. Hey, boo. I know a place where you can recharge your soul on, period. Somebody had asked me something. Oh, it's Rose. Hey, Contra, we want to talk about Sonya. So I've been seeing the Sonya story in my peripheral. I have not had an opportunity as of yet to look, directly into what's going on, but I'm certainly going to put my eyeballs to it. And yes, if you guys want coverage and commentary and you want a conversation about what's going on, certainly. So I'll put that on my booker, and we'll probably get into that later on today. Okay. I haven't even seen any of the details. I can't even tell you that I even know what's going on because, I be having so much going on in terms of the topics and things I be covering. So, I don't get into everything all at once, but I have been seeing it in my peripheral. So I'm going to look into it and brace myself now that I know it is completely and utterly horrendous. My God, today. I'm also going to go ahead and drop the link for you guys. If you guys want to go ahead and come up, we're going to kind of pow through this or run through this. Because it's a lot of updates I want to get into, girl. And I am really happy for Kamala Harris, girl. I'm happy that, you know, we seem to have a Democratic nominee that the people are really backing. A lot of people were very speculative of, you know, what would really happen if Joe Biden was to step down, especially so close to re-election. We are shy of 4 months out from re-election, girl. People didn't know, you know, if there was a stronger contender than him or somebody who could match Trump's momentum, etc. And VP Kamala Harris seemed to have been definitely the only logical running mate for Donald Trump, especially since she already has a relationship to the general public, and since she's already familiar, she's already doing a lot of the work, and it's her job to be up next. And up next here is Rumors and Tea. Hey, boo.
Hey, Conscious.
Hi,
Hey,
I'm so
crew.
glad
Good
y'all up. I'm so
morning.
glad y'all are up. Rumors. I'm so glad
Like you, I took about a 7-hour nap today. I was totally tired.
that part. That part. I be wide open, honey. Ready to get messy, baby. Ready to get into some shit.
Right.
There's some interesting moving parts, rumors, in this whole run for president, this whole backing behind Kamala. I do want to discuss some of the controversy about her time as a district attorney, which I think was from 2011 to 2014, and then also speak about her record as a prosecutor, because both of these areas of her life have been met with some interesting perspective, and they keep coming up. Obviously, we've discussed in previous lives about Kamala's stance on reparations and all of this stuff. We're going to kind of revisit some of that stuff as well, but I want to catch you guys up on some of the updates first. So you ready for this, rumors?
I'm ready.
You ready? All right. So the first thing that we got to get into is Miss Kamala. Oh, it's a lot going on. I'm on Neighborhood Talk, and they got so many little nice sound bites up here going on. Okay, so first and foremost, how do y'all feel about the fact that Joe Biden, our current president, is going to address the nation today, I believe, amid his growing health concerns? Are you ready to hear from President Joe Biden about what's coming, rumors?
Honestly, I don't really need him to address why he's stepping down. We know why he's stepping down.
Mhm.
I would like for him to use this time to basically endure, like, speak more about Kamala, what she's done behind the scenes. I really want him to use that because, like you said, we don't have long. Few months to go, and I just feel like she needs the conversation should now be shifted from Joe and just solely focus on Kamala. Like, let's just move. I don't want him wasting his time to talk about his health.
Mhm.
Like, that's irrelevant at this point, not to sound callous and,
Mhm.
uncaring, but we don't need to focus on that. You know what I mean? So I hope that when he does address the country, that he just focuses, and not just a little bit. I mean, just make that the majority. If he has to speak to it, just get it out the way and just focus on Kamala.
Mhm. 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 Jonathan in the comment section says, I think he's making the right choice, but he does need to list off Kamala's accomplishments and her qualifications and her qualities, etc. And maybe he'll do that today. Some of the comments under the Neighborhood Talk post about Joe addressing the nation amid growing health concerns. One user says, this is so sad. This man's health is clearly declining, and people are just having a field day with it. Elder abuse is what it is. Like him or not, he's somebody's father and grandfather. Another user says, the lack of empathy for the elderly is so sad. Another person says, bro, you got 4 months left. It's okay. You've been in service for over 50 years in the White House, 12 years. You did your big one. Retire in peace. Someone else says, I remember how handsome Obama was when he went into office, only to come out with gray hair. I can't only imagine what the president is going through right now at his real big old age. Other people are sending up prayers of protection for Joe and protection for Kamala. Other people are saying they're going to tune in for their boy. Somebody else says yes, because why are some people asking for proof of life? Other people are saying there are people in their 80s who are healthier than people in their 30s. Stop the ageism, okay? So that's creating a whole conversation of its own. Yeah, I think at this point, everybody knows. I mean, he got 4 months. Obviously, he's going to be able to chill and kick back after, you know, he is done with the remainder of his run as president. It's time to kick ass and to really focus on what needs to come next for sure. So I definitely agree with rumors and T. Okay. Also, here we have former Vice President Mike Pence says he's not endorsing Trump. Let's check this out.
It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year. I cannot, in good conscience, endorse Donald Trump in this campaign.
You can now add Pence to the ever-expanding list of former Donald Trump officials who say that the former president should not ever step foot in the White House again. Just let that sink in. This is a list that is quite long at this point. Among them, his former Attorney General, Bill Barr.
You know, he's like a defiant 9-year-old kid who's always pushing the glass toward the edge of the table, defying his parents to stop him from doing it.
His former National Security Advisor, John Bolton.
Between Biden and Trump, there was no conservative on the ballot. So I wrote in the name of a conservative, and I would do the same in 2024.
His other former National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster.
I think it would be terribly divisive for our country for him to run again.
The former Trump Defense Secretary, Mark Esper.
Do you think Trump can be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
The other former Trump Defense Secretary, Jim Mattis, he said that Trump fomented an insurrection. The former Trump Chief of Staff, John Kelly, who says Trump has no idea what America stands for. His former Acting Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney.
I quit because I think he failed at being the president when we needed him to be that.
And his former Joint Chiefs Chairman, Mark Milley.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
And there are others, quite a few more, in fact. But Pence today gave his reasons, and they aren't just about how Trump put his life at risk on January 6th.
During my presidential campaign, I made it clear that there were profound differences between me and President Trump on a range of issues. And not just our difference on my constitutional duties that I exercised on January the 6th. Donald Trump is pursuing and articulating an agenda that is at odds with the conservative agenda that we governed on.
To hear him say that out loud and pair it with Pence's refusal to endorse Trump, it is nothing short of extraordinary. But notice what all of these people have in common. Every one of them saw Trump's conduct up close, especially when it came to the most sensitive and important parts of the job, the ones that deal with the nation's national security. And so Mike Pence, you would think he plans to vote for Joe Biden, right?
Who are you going to vote for in November?
Well, like most Americans, I'm going to keep my vote to myself. But
would you vote for President Biden?
I would never vote for Joe Biden. But how I vote when that curtain closes is that'll be for me. It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsed.
Wow, wow, wow. Rumors, baby. Baby. What
and the list goes on.
And the list goes on. What do you think about the list going on? The people who were part of his administration, his own previous VP. These people are very clear. They ain't fucking with Trump. They're calling him dangerous and a menace and a gaslighter and a wicked, weird, dumbass one. He's absolutely not getting their goddamn support. How does that make you feel?
Well, I'm not shocked because this has been going on for a while. I don't understand why some of his supporters are not acknowledging that people from his own party, former administration staff, legal team, like have spoken out vigorously. Like it's coming off like they're just intentional. Like it just feels very demonic. You're intentionally ignoring that. Like for a lot of the rhetoric that they spew against, they have spewed against Joe, and even Kamala, it's like it's almost if they're projecting all of their feelings about Trump onto these other candidates. Like it is such a very juvenile, because that's really what the antics that are being displayed. They're very juvenile, immature, very kindergarten, elementary school type of antics that are being used. But most of these people are mindless, easily controlled, and it's really just based off of greed. And you know what I mean? Like everyone they just feel like they're gonna succeed with Trump in office. And I don't think that, I'm gonna be honest, I think people are just really looking at him as a businessman. But even as a businessman, we've seen some good, successful things. Not that they've been actually morally good, but we've seen him have some success. But we've also seen him have a lot of failures. Like we've seen his business practice really come back to bite him in the ass on several occasions, but it's just all out of greed. And I'm definitely not surprised that the Republican Party in the past has definitely acknowledged that he's a tyrant. I would really suggest that they have this man, if he hasn't truly had a psych evaluation done, because he's so damn diabolical. You understand? It's very much like borderline Jeffrey Dahmer, if I can be honest. So very psychopathic. And the fact that we know that in this is nothing new, because I really think that a lot of our presidents have been psychopaths. I don't know if it's the power thing. You know how people get power and they just lose it. Lose controls and all of that.
Think about the type of personality types that would be attracted to this level of power. It typically, unfortunately, would be in the realm of narcissists.
Yes. So for me, I think that the people that have spoken out that were attached to him honestly realize how uncontrollable. I think they thought there was an ounce of maybe not a large amount of it, but I do think they thought he had some type of integrity and boundaries, and they discovered there were absolutely none.
And that's why the anchor and that's why the anchor had made her point to say that what do all of these people have in common? These are people who had an intimate relationship. They got to actually be a part and be connected and align themselves with this man. And this is their review. This is their yellow page review after actually being up close on this energy. And this is amazing. Now, a lot of people are also, there's a comment by CL who says that when Trump encouraged the attack on January 8th, Trump told people to get Pence. In other words, hurt him. Pence never forgot that. Trump wanted him hurt or unalive. So a lot of bad things happened toward Trump, the end of Trump's presidency, such as the infamous insurrection. We also know that since he's been out of office, that he's also been caught up and charged with 41 counts of felonies, from fraud to treason. There's so much scandal under former Trump's belt. And now that I think about it, with CL's comments about Pence never forgetting that, we know that him in terms of Trump and Amber Rose, who spoke at the recent RNC, are and have pending federal investigations against them for fraud. Trump has already been charged accordingly. He is trying to yield in a desperate attempt for the throne again so that he can have immunity, which is what he would get as the president. And we know that Amber Rose has been promised to be pardoned by Trump if he gets into office, because she's currently under a federal investigation for alleged Ponzi schemes and pyramid schemes, etc. as well. So I wonder if for a lot of these people who were fired, who were terminated, who were narcissistically abused when they were a part of his administration, are all galvanizing together because they not only want this man to not be president, they know that there's a greater chance of him not only being president, but if he's not president, his ass will also be sentenced and go to prison and jail for the crimes in which he's been found guilty of. And that's the real karmic backlash. Welcome to the platform, IG. What's going on?
What's that? Can y'all hear me? Am I clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, clear. Good morning.
What's happening? What's happening?
What's going on? Hey.
Hiding out at the plantation. I just saw you was live right quick.
Hey, man, I'm glad to have you. Are we going to power through this? Because there's a lot of stuff going on right now. You know, all of Donald Trump's former constituents are speaking against him. Some people are making the argument that it's a shame that Pence and so many of these other previous Trump supporters, they're not going to be supporting Trump, but they're also not willing to endorse Joe Biden and Kamala. And you just heard Pence say he absolutely is not voting for Joe, which I think is fair because they probably just don't want Trump. That doesn't mean that they don't want another conservative. It doesn't mean that they don't want another Republican in office. They just don't want Trump. And this also brings me back to my hypothesis. Now that we're getting all of this and we're finding out how Trump's former Republican colleagues feel about him, going back to the Uter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, who is also a registered Republican, obviously was willing to blow Trump's head off. And so right then and there, because remember in my coverage, I said, we just pretty much got proof that the Republicans are obviously not a damn monolith. And even though some of them are conservatives, etc., honey, they are taking a particular issue with Trump. And they can see Trump in the same way that Democrats can see Trump. They can see the same danger in somebody like Trump having political power and political influence. And this honestly kind of made me respect the Republican Party just a little bit, even though I don't have no stake in the race, because once again, this will be my first time voting anyway, at my big old age of 38 this year. You know, I'll be going on 39 by the time it's time, you know, to punch into the booth. So I really don't give a damn about either motherfucking party. But I love when people can, so to speak, be non-biased, stand on business. It don't necessarily mean you got to jump ship, but it also means that you are very clear about standing on principle and taking a stance against what you believe is abusive or dangerous or destructive, and you don't make an exception to that just because it's your party. What do you think about that, IG and rumors?
Can I say?
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just want to ask real quick because I want to hear. You know, I love to hear IG's perspectives. What it actually says to me, and I'm not surprised, but it has definitely been an eye opener. So I feel like most of the Republican Party, that most of those people are truly not Republicans. They just picked a party, you know, basically picked a side that fit more with their agenda. We see that a large amount of those that have been registered as Republicans are really more like 45 than anything. So I feel like there should be even though I know we're already divided, I think that there should be a split. And it's so crafty though, a way where they could have basically hidden in plain sight. Because it now lets me know, although I don't agree, I understand the history of the Republicans. And so it was not necessarily a bad party in the beginning. You know, it was just the North, you know. You had the Confederate, and then you had, you know, come on, guys, what was the other one? IG Conscious.
Oh, you know, I'll probably be the last one to take this.
You know,
Ain't
this is
nothing.
I'm
going
sorry,
back
the
to
Dixie
Civil
Classic.
War. Huh?
Oh, y'all, I
But
got hold
everybody
on
knows
one
that because I
second.
know
My
it's the
bad, I gotta go check
most.
something out.
Okay, but most people know the history. Not all, but most people do know the history of the Democratic and the Republican Party, where their origins began and how things came and shaped into what it is now. I just said all of that to say that basically it just gave me a better understanding, made me more aware that although the Republican Party turned out, I don't know if it was the greed, like we were saying about people getting in a position of authority and power. I don't know if that's what came into play that made the like we weren't for the Democratic Party. We were really for the Republican Party, the African Americans in this country. And then somehow I think capitalism is what really happened on a major level. And I just feel like now we know, though, overall, we really know that most of those people really aren't Republicans. They are 45ers, you know, like they have a like-minded mentality. It's no way in good faith that you can see what this man's agenda is. We can see that all the harm he's caused, like, and he has not yet shown any remorse. He hasn't
So
given
does that make you feel, because we got a lot to go through today, but does that make you feel somewhat encouraged that there can be a middle ground between the left and the right, seeing that even the right is able to once again feel equivalent of the same that the left does about this particular wannabe dictator? Because I was watching I don't know if you guys are subscribed, but I love the YouTube channel called Jubilee and Vice. I love those particular YouTube channels, but Jubilee holds like a lot of great panel discussions. I love their panel discussions. And recently they had two separate debates. One was like titled the pro Joe Biden, anti Joe Biden debate, and the other one was titled the pro Trump, the anti Trump debate. And both panels were filled with all Democrats for the Joe discussion, all Republicans for the Trump discussion. However, within both the Democratic and Republican Party, there was a divide because not everybody is always for the elected of both of those parties. So you had Democrats who were Democrats, but they were not here for Joe. They felt that he supported and funded a genocide. They felt a way about, you know, some of his controversial past remarks about race jungles and all of this and all of that. And then you obviously had the people who were pro Joe and, you know, really felt encouraged and felt safe under his administration. And it was the same way for the Trump debate as well, where you had Republicans who were Republicans, conservatives, and we're not here for Donald Trump, even though they are not Republicans, and they're not here for the other side either. And then you had those who were like very much so the typical MAGA supporters, etc. So we know that there can be that kind of like internal conflict where, once again, you ain't jumping ship, but you ain't fucking with the appointed person either. And it's really interesting to see all of these people because I'm just like, okay, if we can do this, why can't we take you just a little bit further, Rumors and T and IG, and really just come together and all together just create a non-biased party? And just
I would.
deal together as a community, as a collective of people who understand that we're all living in this system. There really is no left and right. We're all under the same umbrella. We're all being rained on by the same rain, but we also and it's important to just keep that in mind, that we're talking about the collective. We're talking about a diverse pool of people, and obviously nobody is going to be able to cling totally to the nuances of their position, because whatever we create is going to have to be vast. It's going to have to be general. It's going to have to be encompassing in order to be supportive to all of the diversity. And I want to see that happen. And something about seeing this clip and this compilation of Republicans saying "fuck Trump," it just sweetens my heart. I feel so sweetened in this hour. I feel so feminine in this hour.
Honestly, I agree with you to an extent. I do feel like we need to do away with the political parties, right? I don't think that because life evolves, people's needs, wants, and desires change. So I feel like, yeah, when it's election time, there's nothing wrong with establishing three party, just for election purpose, have the majority of what the people want. I just think that the people, we as individuals, because collectively we haven't been doing good. I think that has become the problem in this country. It's like a gang bang mentality. I think it needs to be done away with, because although we will have similarities and like mindedness, we're not 100% like minded across the board. And it's okay to have the majority in common, but when you're not, in agreement across the board 100% on all issues and needs, I feel like it should just be an individual thing. But Ajin, are you back?
Yes, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh Lord, I'm so annoyed. Let me get myself together. Yeah, of course. See, nothing was going on, you heard me, until I jumped my black ass on this panel, and then it was some bullshit. But anyway, I heard y'all was talking. Well, see, here's the thing. Also, it's important to understand about parties, right? With Democratic, there's a difference between being a liberal and a leftist and a Democratic. Same thing with Republicans. You can be a Republican, but you're not conservative, right? So what that shows is that what a lot of Republican parties, which they've done in the past, have exercised what we did at ADOS. They're going to just simply vote Republican down ballot. They're going to get to the top of the ticket. They're not going to vote. He's absolutely correct. He's not going to vote for the Democrats, which he shouldn't, right? It makes sense. However, what he's going to do is to show the party it's not going to be a vote for Trump's presidency. So Republicans and Republicans and conservatives are split too at times, a lot of times. So I am glad to at least see that they're going to at least show that yes, this is what it looks like. Black people, Democratic Party, where you have and do not stand with your party, you can still vote as your party, but against the top of the ticket. So that's how they're going to do that. They're not going to, of course, switch blue. There's no incentive there for them to just switch over to blue. But what they can do is protest the party, and they're going to vote Republican down ballot. So I am not surprised by this.
Yeah, because some of them was very clear about the fact that they're going to write in their damn vote. Like I'll write in my damn nomination on a vote if I don't fuck with none of these folks.
Yeah, I do good business a lot of times living in Texas. Some of the best people I have met so far as in state politics have been Republicans. That doesn't mean that they're conservatives or hard right. In other words, that's the opposite of liberalism. So what happens is that just focusing on Kamala. Kamala has focused. Her policy has been hard right. So despite her being a Democratic president, her politics are hard right. Sometimes you can even see it from the Republican, which you rarely see it from the right side. There are people who go what they call center or center left or center right. The American people, like I was saying the other day, I just seriously doubt, me being Adolphs and me being a Gretna Louisianian, a New Orleans Louisianian, I severely doubt that the Republicans that I know on the right is going to. That's a lot of working class, business class people. And I'm gonna say this too, and I'm gonna, let somebody else speak. This would be an issue, people. Let's say if there were all blue seats in that Senate, gridlocking everything, you should still be very concerned, because what that still leaves room is for the what? Dictatorship. So regardless, in any for us future reference, we need to focus more on branching judicial government, because if you have a gridlock on any direction, it's off balance. You leave room for dictatorship. Nobody who comes to America who's been anchored in America wants that shit. Not even the peasant European immigrants who were causing crime all over to our ancestors in the 1860s. That's exactly why they wanted to immigrate here. Okay, so y'all, I can't wait to keep enjoying this conversation. I'm gonna land right here.
Okay, and Jonathan, I was about to get to you, boo. I don't know if you got kicked off, but I'm gonna drop the link for Jonathan again. I just dropped the link for you, John. I was gonna give you an opportunity to chime in. Some of the comments under the post read, he deserves his rest as it relates to this is the first sight of Joe Biden since his appearance when stepping down from the election. There is rumors that Joe Biden feels a way about how hard Obama was going to get him to step down. And that Joe is in his fifis, his feelings are hurt, but his feelings shouldn't be hurt. Like, this is about what's in the best interest of the people. This is beyond Joe. Even though I understand that it don't matter, we all have egos and we still will get our personal fifis involved, etc. But and I guess I can understand that if I was in Joe's position, the only reason I would feel a way about Obama is if he went hard publicly and didn't have these conversations with me privately. Like, if you just jumped out the window trying to lead this public crusade against me sitting the fuck down when you know damn well you could have talked to me and I'm reasonable enough to have reason with you and reason with our party, etc. Like, I would have an issue with that. But if Obama had already taken that route, trying to reason, get on the phone, get in the group chat, get on the 4 ways and the 5 ways and get everybody ass involved so they can all support Joe, and understanding the bigger picture and coming to terms with the fact that he probably is going to lose. This is going to really blow it for the Dems, opportunity and potential to get into that seat, etc. Then Obama was well within his goddamn right to then rev up the ante as somebody who absolutely is invested in the Dems having a fair shot to the damn victory line. The only reason I would have an issue with Obama is if he did not have those conversations with me personally and just got out here and said all this, and this was my first time hearing him and his rhetoric or his perspective over my run for re-election. But I want to welcome Jonathan to the platform. Hey, John, thoughts?
Hi, Conscious. Hi, everyone. Okay, so I got a few things. One, I do agree and believe that we need to have more of a 3-party system. And granted, we know that there are more than 2 parties, but when it comes down to historically what our elections have been, those 3rd-party votes end up favoring one of either the Republicans or the Democrats, depending on who's voting for who. Like, we've seen this happen with other elections. In fact, a lot of people say that one of the bigger reasons why Trump was elected is because a lot of people who would have normally voted Democrat because they didn't like Hillary for whatever reason voted 3rd party in that election, which is what swung it in his favor. The second thing I want to say is that I also feel like sorry, gathering my thoughts for a second, is that I feel like we need to abolish the Electoral College, because a lot of people were calling for that after Trump was elected. And in certain other elections too, historically, a lot of people have taken issue with the way the Electoral College works, because in some cases, the way that works, it's not really, the candidates that are winning those states are not necessarily winning those states because of getting the majority vote of the people.
Right. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's because of redlining and the way the districts are set up and all of those things. And I truly believe like we shouldn't be using that system anymore either.
Mm-hmm.
The person,
it should go to the majority vote.
Presidency should be at the end of the day confirmed by the majority vote of the actual people, and not by some antiquated system that does not serve us anymore.
Yes.
Oh, what was my other thought? My other thoughts today, Hope Giselle did a video talking about, Hope Giselle did a video today talking about Kamala this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, speaking a little bit to her past and people's hesitancy as to why they wouldn't want to vote for her. Cleared up a few things and a few misconceptions, spoke some real facts and some real truth. You know, reminded everyone that regardless of whether you take issue with her for whatever reason, you should vote for her because you don't want to end up with Trump and the things that are going to happen if he gets in office.
Yes.
And
like, this is like, she's basically establishing what a lot of people already are saying, is that this is beyond.
Yeah, it's beyond. It's
Kamala
beyond,
is beyond Joe. It's like, we got to see past all that. There's a bigger collective issue that we all need to realize.
Which you know,
it's in our best interest to vote against.
And that's crazy because that's exactly why we all voted for Joe Biden in the first place, is because we saw the insanity that was coming if Trump was going to be reelected. And yet it's like we forgot. And now it's even worse because now we know exactly what the fuck is coming. And it's like, are the majority of rational minded people really going to sit here and fuck around and think that all this shit that they say they're going to do, they're not going to do? Like, this has been proven historically. When they tell you what they're going to do, they end up doing it.
Yeah, you know what it is, Jonathan? Hey, John.
Hey.
I think that a lot of people are mindless. Some due to everyday life struggles. You know, we know that financially our country is in shambles. We know, let's be honest, we know that, you know, this experience we just had, this life-changing experience the entire world just went through, for those that were not already in shambles, it placed them in shambles. So set aside just greed, right? I think that there are people that are so desperate, are in need of saving and rescuing. They don't understand that we have to rescue ourselves. They're so codependent because they're like suffering from battle fatigue, everyday life battle fatigue. You have that sector of people that are not necessarily delusioned. I don't even think they can even fathom things getting any worse, but there's a panic that is going to get worse. But I don't think that they're actually I don't think they see how it's going to get worse. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they can't even
I
focus.
agree with you, Rumors. I really
And that
do.
is sad.
And to piggyback on what you were saying, yes, our country is in shambles, and it's in shambles financially because of Republican presidents. Our country is in shambles because of things like the tax codes that Reagan put into effect, which basically made it so that the richest people in this country, who were actually giving in their fair share of taxes all throughout the 50s and the 60s, stopped doing that, which is why we're always coming up short when it comes to money. And tax policies also by, you know, George Bush and G.W. Bush. And, you know, our own deficit was created by G.W. Bush putting us into that war in Afghanistan. Because we were not in a deficit before his presidency. So it's like the things that people like to overlook as to, you know, when they say things like, oh, it just needs to be back like when it was back in the old days and stuff like that. And it's like, well, back in the old days, rich people paid, you know, close to like 50% of their wealth back to the government in taxes. And they didn't have all these loopholes that they have now to get them out of paying practically any fucking taxes. And people who were lower to middle class weren't paying, you know, the tax rates that they were paying. So they actually had money to actually put back into the economy. They could actually afford to go out and, you know, stimulate the economy, which is what most people nowadays can't really afford to do. And then you have these mega corporations like Amazon and stuff that are completely monopolizing, you know, and in a way, you know, making physical stores and stores that don't carry, you know, everything obsolete. Because why am I gonna waste my time going to a store and buying this one thing for more when I can get it off of Amazon and get it in 2 days right to my doorstep? Why am I going to go and support a locally owned business that's not run by a corporation, you know, that's providing jobs for my community, that's providing taxes for my community, when I can just get it for cheaper on Amazon because I'm already struggling so much to make ends meet that I can't afford to spend more when I can spend less.
I could spend less, yeah, on wholesale price goods and have them do the work to drop it off at my door. But this luxury is also what's capping off of being able to grow small businesses and keep money incubated within communities and keep per capitas incubated domestically, etc. So it's interesting. But let's put a pin in it right there because we got a lot to travel through. I want you guys to also hear what Kamala had to say about restoring reproductive freedoms and stopping Trump's abortion ban. Quote, "We must trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what the hell to do." Let's take a listen to this.
And we who believe in reproductive freedom will stop Donald Trump's extreme abortion bans because we trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do. And when Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms as President of the United States, I will sign it into law.
We'll go to the next slide.
America has tried these failed economic policies before, but we are not going back. We are not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. We are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back.
Hey.
America has tried.
Okay, when you read Donald Trump's 2025 agenda, you will see he intends to cut Social Security and Medicare and give tax breaks to billionaires in the Affordable Care Act and more. Kamala is on his neck, okay? Ohio Senator George Lang mentions a civil war if Trump loses the election. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the goddamn country. Let's listen to what Senator Lang had to say.
County's J.D. Vance are the last chance to save our country politically. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. It's the greatest experiment in the history of mankind. And if we come down to a civil war, I'm glad we got people like Schmitty and the Bikers for Trump on our side. Trump and Butler County.
Okay, there is more going on. Okay, I wanted to get into this as well. FYI to black men, black women are watching you try and tear down an overqualified black woman for trying to fulfill her purpose in breaking barriers and accomplishing her dreams. Your mother's grandmother, sister, wives, and daughters would be ashamed seeing you act this way. You look small and insecure and weak in doing so. Well, apparently that was really not the whole case, because 55,000 of our black kings came through and attended the call to support Vice President Kamala's campaign for presidency by raising 1.3 million big bucks in total. I believe that Roland Martin also reported on this. This is courtesy of Twitter page Joshua Martin, who said that black men just raised over $1.3 million in support of Kamala Harris. We're not playing around. We're fired up and we are ready to get to the victory, baby. What are your thoughts? Do you feel, are you surprised that black men put it together for once?
No, I'm appreciative though. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not. I think Project 2025, 24, whichever one. I believe that it has a lot of people shook. I think it has a lot of people shook. I think the same can be said, as I was saying, about 45 and Biden. It's the lesser of the two evils. We know that, listen, I don't know not one party, each one of these parties has failed its country. Like, but it's the lesser of the two evils. And I definitely am proud of those that have stepped up. I don't want us to lose the momentum, keep pushing. And you know what I mean, and supporting this woman. Because that's the only, if there's any saving grace to this entire situation, we have to be realistic. We know that our system is fucked up. Our government system is fucked up. We can't continue though to support and get these people into office and don't hold their feet to the damn fire. So, but I'm proud of the black man.
IG, are you surprised? Are you excited about what black men have come to do in this era of gender wars and the black woman ain't this and the black woman ain't that and black women need this and black women need that, and 55 of these melanated Negroes came together and raised 1.3 million to stand behind what is being said hands down as one of the most significant presidencies of our lifetime? Are you encouraged, my brother?
I mean, I am, but kind of like I'm gonna echo what I said the other day. It's kind of like cap when it comes to the DNC, because ADOS and Black American men still vote at the same critical mass as black women. It's really a difference of 5%. So, I kind of like to debunk that with actual facts and numbers instead of feelings. So, I mean, it's still good that ADOS, black men and women, everyone has came together in that aspect. I'm not surprised, but I'm also not impressed. And the only reason why I'm not impressed is because I look at RNC numbers and candidates. It's cute. It's cute. You're talking about a foundation and a sort of right to where they have several thousands of people who can donate that amount alone. So for me, I'm not impressed by the money. It's great, but considering your party that you're going up against, it's not that much money.
Now this is the money out of the gate. She only been a nominee for 24 hours.
Yeah, but you're talking
and she
about
already got $82.3 million in a 24-hour
$82 million. That's 4 months, only 4 months away from the election. So it's
Even though
yeah.
it's not the money that's going to make her win anyway.
It's not, but here's the thing. It's kind of like that thing with the campaign of what that's supposed to mean for campaigning. I'm I think that's great. It feels good, but I'm just saying like kind of what remember with
Nothing is gonna ever be enough for you, niggas.
it's
Y'all are
not
so
that it's
pessimistic in
I'm
this
not passive.
hour.
I'm not I'm realistic. I deal with power and truth to power how it's faced. Just like what our sister
Realistic. She broke a record, IG. This was record breaking in
remember
presidential history campaign funding in a 24-hour period.
that's correct.
It
But
was
I
Boss
will
Bitch who did it.
but remember what conscious what we met something in T. Remember the discrepancy which she was talking about where the DNC was already getting money from fundings and what that represents and how you're not putting that out towards the campaign. I'm going to get excited when I see the money actually going to the campaign and not like what they did with Acorn or failed to do and actually campaigning it to the people and not the corporations. Because one thing that we do with the DNC that there's a political bias here for people on the left. We are taught with the RNC to follow the money, the contributors, etc. What we do not do with the DNC, unless you're ADOS or you're thinking, is following the money. I'm wanting to see the donors and where you're going to go with the constituents with this money before I get excited. I'm not sorry, but we've seen this before. So until we see where the money is going towards the campaign and what you're pivoting towards, because see what's can happen, which they're gonna do. Again, it's not me being pessimistic. This is the same person who says she's not going to do anything for you for us black people. Black women are doing this because they think she is a black ADOS woman. Let's just get that out the way. So this is a captured vote collective situation. Once she get her ass in office, everything that we're celebrating that we did it, watch how switch is gonna turn to people of color. And mark my words, I'm gonna have to vote for her, even though I don't want to vote for her. I don't. But it's not this thing, especially for Black American. And one more thing I'm going to put on pause. I'm going to say this to cis trans women. Remember when we had Hillary, okay? White white liberal women. Look at those exit polls. Let's look at these numbers. Remember, it was the white liberal women who did not turn out for Hillary. So if it is truly, and the reason why they didn't is because most of the women that are doing Women Hear Me Roar, white women are anchored into a conservative patriarch family that allows them to move in a certain way, which meaning that their women's empowerment is not always because it's for women, it's for white women. So you're going to be at the mercy, please believe, because even when you took out records votes for Hillary, you are still going to be at the mercy of white heterosexual leftist women. That's all I'm going to say. We're going to see if there's such a thing outside of race, right? We're going to see if there's such a thing where gender trumps race. It damn sure didn't work with patriarchy and white men and white black men. I'm saying based off of the numbers, it is I just don't have hope for it. Let's see if she's going to pull these white women. And if they're really in this solidarity with y'all sisters based off of womanhood. And I land my plane.
Well, we ain't never got no control over how white people feel about anything.
It's not, but it's not about how they feel, conscious. It's about how they vote. It's not. That's precisely. But that's the thing. You should have a determination. It's not about how they feel, my darling. It's about how they're going to vote. When we took out, and one more thing about Obama,
we already had a show about Kamala, and I had to educate my damn self about Kamala and what she's been doing in her 4 years. I like her ass. She's been working very diligently around all of women's rights, which we talk a lot about on this platform, reproductive rights, maternal rights for minority women. She has been single-handedly the reason why so much funding has gone into HBCUs and the education system, etc. what she's been doing quietly as the backbone to Biden's administration has really been incredible and in alignment with a lot of what the community here has been saying needs to be a priority.
There are things
and a lot of the reasons why people don't know it is because people just once again not intentionally looked into what she's been doing, and didn't get a lot of publicity about where she's been and what she's been doing, but it's all there in plain sight.
Well, yeah, but it's also there and also in plain sight too, with the people of color and the hard right politics. Again, the other stuff is in plain sight. If you can't see it, again, y'all might call me pessimistic now, but if she does get into office, I'm just before I can get excited, I am going to have to
get
see
excited. So, would you be more excited for Project 2025? Because ain't
no. Well,
here
but here's the thing.
Hold on. But isn't the consensus here is if you're not an upper class rich white American, then there really is no other damn way to do this except through the Democratic Party at this point, because anything else defaults to that.
Well, here's the thing, the pushback I give with that. I'm not for Project 2025, but here's the gag. If you're an ADOS Black American, honey, everything that's on that agenda, you already lived that. This is
you're going to live in a quantified way.
You're living, you're specifically, when you look at things in policy, when you look at how things are zoned out in district, and by the way, I'm going to say this because I saw this in the chat, Obama is the reason why you didn't get Bernie. Let me give y'all some education with that. Obama gave you Joe Biden, so it's by motherfucking right he should have got his ass out. Only most black people voted for Biden also was the proximity to him. So Obama was the one who endorsed him instead of Bernie, which I would have preferred. But so the reason why Obama is not going to endorse him now, because he understands there is a pivot switch. He understands for Negroes, for the Black American, the simple one who just doing Crayola politics, he understands that, well, we're simple. If he endorses us, the Kenyan white half-black president Aiken in Hawaii, you're going to vote all for that. So that's why Obama is not going to endorse Kamala. That's why he's not going to voice Joe right now to ask him to step down. It makes perfect sense. So that's why Obama, because he's the one who pivoted Joe. So he's the one that has to pivot Joe out in our land.
Okay, so let's continue to move through, because Kamala also, speaking of the 81 million, let me see, do I have it pull up here? Oh, here it is. Courtesy of abcnews.co.com. Kamala Harris smashes fundraising record with stunning 81 million haul over 24 hours. Kamala Harris is smashing fundraising records as the Democratic Party donors, big and small, open their wallets for the vice president in the immediate aftermath of President Joe's stunning decision to step aside. Kamala Harris is smashing fundraising records as the Democratic Party's donors, big and small, open their wallets. In total, Harris' team raised more than 81 million in 24-hour period since Biden's announcement. Campaign spokesperson Kevin Munoz said Monday the massive haul, which includes money raised across the campaign, the Democratic National Committee, and joint fundraising committees, represents the largest 24-hour sum reported by either side in the 2024 campaign. Harris' campaign said it was the largest single-day total in U.S. history. Quote, the historic outpouring of support for Vice President Harris represents exactly the kind of grassroots energy and enthusiasm that wins elections. So shout out to the grassroots, baby, who came through with all 5 Infinity Stones. Munoz said, hours earlier, Future Forward, the largest super PAC in Democratic politics, announced that it had secured 150 million in commitments over the same period from donors who were previously stalled, uncertain, or uncommitted, a senior advisor said. Taken together, the fundraising explosions put Harris in a dominant position to secure the Democratic Party's formal presidential nomination at next month's national convention. If if not sooner. The donor class's embrace comes as she locks up endorsements from the vast majority of Democratic governors and members of Congress. The huge haul also ensures that Harris and her allies can compete with Donald Trump, who has generated stunning fundraising totals of his own in recent weeks as he fights to return to the White House following multiple felony convictions and an assassination attempt. Quote, "This is the next generation of people have been waiting for," Michael Kempner, a member of Biden's national finance team, said of Harris' emergence. "The donors I've spoken to are enthusiastic about supporting her, and even those that may have preferred an open convention have quickly coalesced around her overnight." Harris's initial 24-hour fundraising total easily bested the $50 million Trump raised immediately after felony convictions and the $38 million Biden secured over the 4 days that followed last month's disastrous debate performance. The Trump campaign has not said how much it raised immediately after last weekend's assassination attempt. A spokesman didn't respond to requests on Monday. Overall, the Harris campaign said 888,000 grassroots donors made donations over the previous 24 hours. More than 500,000 were making their first contribution of the 2024 campaign cycle. So we got a lot of newbies and virgins, honey, pulling up into the whole political sphere. So this probably is going to be another record-breaking voting turnout like it was back in 2020, which was record-breaking in terms of the numbers of people who participated in voting. And while there are a few vocal holdouts amongst the party's elite donors class, most appear to be lining up behind Harris as they mobilize to help capitalize on her newfound momentum. At least 2 major donor calls were scheduled by Harris allies on Monday, while the Democratic National Committee was set to host another major donor call in the middle of the week. Most big dollar donors wanted Biden to step aside, as did the majority of rank and file Democratic voters. And on Monday, there was a palatable sense of relief and excitement amongst those who feared that Biden would not choose to step aside, despite overwhelming concerns about the physical and mental strength. Quote, "It was a cliffhanger. Nobody really knew what was happening," said Michael Smith, an LA donor who, along with his partner, James Costas, held numerous fundraisers for Biden. Quote, "Now it's a new game, and in a TikTok influence world, the campaign ahead is going to be short, dynamic, and re-energizing." Democratic donor Vinod Khalsa, a tech billionaire, said on social media that he isn't ready to back Harris immediately. Quote, "I want an open process at the convention and not a coronation," he posted on X. "The key still is who can beat Trump among all other priorities, given how much a danger he is." Now, this is the reason that Obama may not necessarily be openly endorsing Kamala right now. It's because he too wants an open election. He wants open voting. He may actually feel that Kamala is competent and qualified, more than qualified. You know, she's already been in administration for the past 4 years, already been behind the wheel to do the job. However, he may not be confident that she can actually beat Trump. So within this political party is like 2 groups of people who believe that Kamala can not only win against Trump, but she can also run the goddamn country, and people who believe that Kamala can run the country, but may not can beat Trump. So you may see some Democrats like Obama saying, yes, we want Joe to step down, but not necessarily backing Kamala because they don't feel that she can compete at this stage in the game with Trump. Joe Morgan, another major Democratic donor, indicated that he would not raise any more money for Harris if she becomes the nominee, having already given $1 million to Biden. Quote, "You have to be enthusiastic or hoping for a political appointment to be asking friends for money. I am neither. It's others' turn now," Morgan posted on X. Such critics appeared to be in the minority on Monday. Chad Griffin, a member of the campaign's National Finance Committee and a top Democratic fundraiser in the LA area, said that the party is lucky to have Harris, ready to finish the job she and President Biden started together. "She's the trusted, tested leader we need to carry we need to carry us to victory in November, he said in a statement, quote, I am all to elect Kamala Harris, our next president of the United States. With Biden's endorsement, Harris' campaign appears to have inherited his sprawling national infrastructure and tens of millions of dollars that his team previously raised. At the end of June, the Biden-Harris campaign reported nearly $96 million cash in the bank, according to a filing with the Federal Election Commission. On Sunday, the Biden-Harris campaign filed new paperwork with the FEC, establishing Harris as the principal candidate. There is some debate amongst campaign finance officials over whether Harris now has complete control of the funds, although few expect any serious legal challenges. Meanwhile, Harris's campaign sent out a new flurry of fundraising emails and text messages on Monday. Quote, now is our chance to make history, Harris declared in one text message, asking donors for $20. All right, baby, it's going down, Bobby. Now let's get into, before we do that, let's also get into Trump, girl, before we get into Harris's controversial past as district attorney and prosecutor. According to NBC News, there was all this going on about Trump, and he was willing to debate Sleepy Joe in September, October, November. However, now that Kamala has stepped in, girl, initially, girl, he was, shimmying around his goddamn scooter, girl. He been talking shit, saying she dumb as rocks, etc. But apparently he has agreed to debate her, as she has definitely been willing to debate him. But apparently he is not excited about this debate, and obviously it's because he's going up with somebody much more competent, somebody who has much more of a crispy record than him, somebody who has a much more clean-cut reputation just in general, and somebody who actually is intelligent and far more fucking integral than Trump will ever be known as a 41-time convicted goddamn felon. Trump says that he would absolutely debate Harris, but he's not thrilled with ABC. Trump and President Joe Biden had agreed to two debates, one in June on CNN and the other in September on ABC. Trump has suggested that Fox News host a debate instead. Former President Donald Trump on Tuesday said that he would absolutely debate Vice President Kamala Harris, adding that he would be open to debating her more than once. Quote, I agreed to debate with Joe Biden, but I want to debate her. And she'll be no difference because they have the same policies, Trump told reporters on a press call organized by the Republican National Committee. Quote, I would be willing to do more than one debate, actually, the former president added. Trump and President Joe Biden previously agreed to two debates, one in June of CNN and the other in September on ABC. Biden's poor performance in the June debate ultimately led to his decision to step aside and endorse Harris for the Democratic presidential nomination, but Trump left the door open to abandoning plans for the ABC debate, calling the network fake news on Tuesday. Quote, I'm not thrilled with ABC, Trump added. I guess they committed, but I have at least equal say, and I don't like the idea of ABC. On Sunday, he suggested in a Truth Social post that Fox News host the debate instead. RNC Chair Michael Whatley told ABC News on Sunday that we've made it very clear we welcome the ABC debate. And Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told NBC News' Lester Holt on Sunday that there's definitely going to be another damn debate. When asked about whether Harris would be a tougher opponent than Biden, Trump told reporters that I think it's probably similar. She's the same as Biden, but more of a radical. She's a radical left person, and this country doesn't want a radical left person to destroy it, the former president added. Trump also stood by his decision to pick Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio to be his running mate, even as who Vance will face at the future vice presidential debates is still undecided. Quote, I would do the same pick. He's doing really well, Trump said of Vance. All right, so Trump say, girl, he's ready to argue and be patted down boots on more than one occasion. If Kamala wants to smoke, then bring her ass to the goddamn sacrificial fire, baby. Okay, and she gonna tear his ass up with her press and go, baby. Okay, now, this is the main meat and potatoes of the live stream, which is to get into all of this controversy regarding former VP, current presidential Democratic nominee prior district attorney, aka prosecutor, because there's been a lot of rumor milling about Kamala being very hard, particularly on minority communities when it came to over sentencing, keeping Black men locked up then longer than what they should have been, over penalizing and criminalizing marijuana, especially as she apparently is a user of marijuana herself, etc. Upon my digging and reading and doing some research, it seems that these claims are both true and false. What we are about to learn from both of these articles that I just chose to give us a sum total of her time as DA and her time as prosecutor is that there was a point in time, especially as I believe her time as the DA from 2011 to 2014, where she was much more harder and kind of stark on crime, etc. But then actually when she became district attorney, she actually was more lenient. And they are saying that this leniency during her time as DA, you know, she was turning felonies into misdemeanors. She was a part of supporting and pushing and orchestrating the Safe Neighborhood in Schools Act of 2014, I believe. And they're saying that this actually could come back to haunt her, as current U.S. citizens are very concerned with crime at this point, and having a VP turned president of the United States being so lenient on sentencing, which they feel could increase the rise and growing rise in criminality, even though in some parts of the country we're also seeing a decrease in crime while seeing an uptake in crime. But let's just go ahead and get into Fox News first, which wants to talk about Kamala Harris's record as prosecutor in California spells trouble for presidential campaign. Harris needs almost 2,000 delegates on the first ballot at the Democratic National Convention in August. Kamala Harris's policies as San Francisco District Attorney and California Attorney General could come back to haunt her as the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee for president, experts say. Quote, she's one of these people who has talked out of both sides of her mouth, and she's going to have trouble with both the left and the right with the stances she's taken over the years. LA-based criminal defense lawyer Nicole Castronova told Fox News Digital critics of the potential presidential nominee Harris are calling attention to her backing of a controversial 2014 California law that some blame for unleashing rampant crime across the states. As California's then Attorney General, Harris and her office were responsible for writing up a summary of Proposition 47 to inform voters of its contents and intent. Dubbed the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act, the legislation lessened penalties for a variety of crimes, including making theft of items with a total value of less than $950 a misdemeanor. The provision, critics assert, handed thieves a de facto carte blanche to plunder beleaguered retail outlets with near impunity. Now, I went over to find the actual proposal, and let's take a brief look at the Safe Neighborhood and Schools Act that Harris and her team were responsible for writing up during her time. In November of 2014, California voters approved of Proposition 47, the Safe Neighborhood and Schools Act, a criminal justice reform that reduced simple drug possession and some property crimes from felonies to misdemeanors, thereby realizing cost saving that would be reinstated in preventive and county-based services and interventions. Proposition 47 marks a shift in California's approach to crime to ensure that prison spending is focused on violent and serious offenses, to maximize alternatives for non-serious, non-violent crimes, and to invest the savings generated from this act into prevention and support programs in K-12 schools, victim services, and mental health and drug treatment. Most of the resultant savings are allocated to the Board of State and Community Corrections for Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services, and is available through competitive grants to local public agencies to cover services for youth in the juvenile justice system, as well as adults in the criminal justice system. Other reinvestment dollars go to education and victim services, respectfully. Proposition 47's reinvestment breakdowns is as follows: 65% of board and state and community corrections for substance abuse and mental health services, 25% to California Department of Education for crime prevention and support programs in public schools, and 10% to victims for violence of victim services. The California Department of Finance estimates that over $45 million in savings were generated in 2016 to 2017, presuming ongoing savings in 2017. BSCC awarded more than $100 million in 3-year grant to award statewide, with LH receiving a fifth of the funding. So here it is. Kamala actually was taking a really progressive stance and almost being a abolitionist in ways by reducing over sentencing for simple drug possession crimes, and this would be contrary to people slamming Harris for over sentencing, etc. Now this also would come after her time as the Attorney General for California, where she was much more hardcore and much more kind of conservative in her thoughts. It seems as though Harris kind of like evolved from that era, as we all are doing. Everybody is evolving. We're evolving language. We're evolving in our understanding of the criminal justice system. We are evolving in our understanding of how things are implemented systemically, etc. And so it seemed that by the time she got to her 2014 mark as prosecutor, she actually was doing less prosecuting. She was putting more focus on reserving prison for serious offenders while using aid to actually like for preventive services instead, around rehabilitation, going toward the victims of serious offenders, etc., reducing felonies to misdemeanors. We know that obviously the more felonies people have on their records, the more people are going to have no choice but to commit the crime, because it makes being able to hold down a decent job and support yourself with a decent wage impossible when you are a convicted felon. So this was all of a way to actually combat all of that. As California then Attorney General, Harris and office were responsible for writing up the proposition. They changed sentencing to free criminals who should have been incarcerated and tilted it with a misleading name, Consciouztv noted, but it actually made communities less safe. Other crimes that were once felonies, including forgery, fraud, drug use, and receiving of stolen goods value under $950, were also reclassified as misdemeanors. So this is one of her critics who are criticizing her and felt it was backhanded, etc. Consciouztv said that the law has even angered some of Harris's liberal backers. People are over the crime, she said. It really does affect your daily life. We are paying so much money to live in LA, where crime is just out of control. Then Alameda County District Attorney Nancy O'Malley called Proposition 47 a political Trojan horse that would eventually foment illegality. In an op-ed for the San Francisco Chronicle, Consciouztv also highlighted Harris's full-throated endorsement of polarizing LA County District Attorney George Cascan as DA of LA County. I know George Cascan will work every day to keep our community safe and demand real accountability from our justice system and real justice for every Angelino, Harris told the LA Times in February of 2020. So how do you guys feel about her trying to balance this thing, like not wanting to flood the criminal justice system with people who are committing nonviolent offenses, trying to funnel some of this money back into actual communities where these people come from, prevention services, mental health services, etc., which once again is more so toward the abolitions idea of what would replace our current prison system construct. Are you guys in support of abolition work? Are you guys in support of the defunding of the criminal justice system, of the prison industrial complex, etc., or are you pro for it? What are y'all thoughts?
I'm not funded, but let me ask you one question. That is an article that you just got from Fox's source, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to send you some data to show you that's just the way that they worded that. How that actually happened for people that were on the ground in California, that's not how that happened at all.
What happened exactly? Because I
Like
also
how they, to see the way that they worded the article. That's why I said no. When she was attorney general and district attorney, her stances still stayed right. She did not rectify any of those things. And that's and see, this is how I know that the right is in cahoots with it too, because you never really see Fox ever speaking highly of any Democratic Party. This is the Republicans' way of propagandizing Kamala for the left. It's really a fascinating situation. I'm serious. I haven't really seen this, but I will take it in the sense of if it will get. I would rather Kamala than 2025. But what they're saying to you, honey, was just word salad. When you actually, I'm going to have to send you the data and stuff from ADOS and Antonio Moore, UCLA attorney who's out there in Anchorage, ADOS, California. All of that was just article. There is no receipts behind that. That's completely opposite of what she did actually in policy. That was just that's kind of why they call it propaganda. That's why Fox worded it that way. There is no receipts behind that.
So we're going to go to political.com as well. And yes, send me or whatever you have. I'm going to respond to CL who says that I believe that Kamala is going to have to review the law because the New York people are ravishing CVS, Target, and other stores and stealing in massive numbers, whereas store items are in glass cases. Okay, so here's the issue. You're not really going to also stop crime by actually funding the prison industrial complex. You're just going to give the state and the country more of an incentive to be locking motherfuckers up and are going to actually increase the school to prison pipeline situation. The way you want to rectify crime is to actually deal with the source instead of dealing with the symptom, which are the people who are responding to the source of the problem. So obviously, if people are stealing, right, people are stealing goods, they're stealing medicine, they're stealing food, they are stealing essential items, then it means that people are in a state of depravity. Well, why the fuck are they in a state of goddamn depravity? Where then you might want to look at minimum wage, you might want to look at access, you might want to look at all of these things that impacts what's on people's table and what's not on people's table. And then if more attention is actually brought to that, then you decrease by nature and by default people who are tempted and people who are postured toward committing criminality in the name of survival. But you don't cure the issue by just raising up the prison population and just having heavier, harsher penalties for people committing crimes. You get to the root of why. The big context has to be why. Why is GUN violence prominent in this area? Why is theft prominent in these regions? Why? Once you deal with the why, then you have a better opportunity to formulate a plan and to galvanize the proper resources in order to combat what currently is an over criminal thievery, burglarizing, murdering, raping, whatever the fuck it is issue. So I stand in support of the idea of defunding the prison industrial complex, pouring money into actual communities, actually dealing with the root of the issue, whether it's the economy, whether it's the politics, whether it's what's lacking in terms of reinforcement in these areas, etc., job opportunity, like all of these things, because that's what we're supposed to be doing any fucking way.
That's what, right. Doing that, like, but that's what you'll do. But see what you're talking about, Conscious. That's left politics. Yes, that's what you do when you're left. When you're hard right centered, as I'm looking for those articles and stuff because it's on this page. When you're hard right centered, like how Kamala did as a district attorney, No, you don't think of those things. She didn't think of those things with her truancy laws. She didn't even think about those things when she had those fires out there fighting with no wage and no protections that were prisoners. Yeah, she was holding quotas and stuff like that. There's a lot of things about Miss Harris and paper. Don't.
Are you there, IG? Your audio is out. Can you hear me? If you can hear us, or we can't hear you, IG. Okay, IG will probably come back up. I'm gonna drop the link again for IG, and I'm gonna drop the link for anybody in the chat, etc., who wants to come up and join the panel. Arumas and T, what do you think about this? Well, or do you want me to read this article first, because it also talks about her time as DA? I mean, as prosecutor.
You can read it.
Okay, so this is Politico.com. Kamala the Cop. Doesn't sound so bad in 2024. 5 years ago, as Kamala Harris began her failed bid for the Democratic presidential nomination, the New York Times ran a sharply critical op-ed titled, "Kamala Harris was not a progressive prosecutor," some of what IG just got into. The piece put a stain on Harris's record as a prosecutor in California at a time when the Democratic Party base was firmly to the left on criminal justice issues. Today, Harris could practically wear the attack as a badge of honor. It is a sign of how dramatically the politics of crime have shifted in the last few years, even within her own party. During the 2020 Democratic primary campaign, the vice president treated her time as the former district attorney in San Francisco and attorney general of California as a liability, and largely fled from her record in an effort to win over the progressive left, especially in those pre-pandemic days. Progressive prosecutors who sought to blunt the often harsh impact of the criminal justice system on defendants and their communities were still ascendant in liberal jurisdictions. In the intervening years, rising crime rates during the pandemic and concerns over homelessness and drug addiction have fueled voter anxiety, a political reality Democrats have acknowledged. The truth about Harris' record as a prosecutor is that it was always more complicated than it was portrayed by her harshest detractors. She was not the tough on crime caricature deployed by the left, nor the bleeding heart activist still depicted by the right. But as she positions herself to replace President Joe Biden on the 2024 ticket and prepares for a head-to-head matchup with former President Donald Trump to the fall, her past as a prosecutor, once an anchor, may now prove to be an asset, particularly given the considerable legal problems of the man that she would be running against. Americans today rate crime and violence among their top concerns in the country, with 61% of registered voters saying that they believe that the criminal justice system is not tough enough on criminals in 2020. Just 48% of respondents said that was the case. National sentiment seems to have been driven in large part by a rise in crime during the pandemic that Biden and Harris inherited. But even as recent statistics have shown a marked decline in crime rates across the nation, voters have continued to express concerns on this front. So American citizens are very concerned about crime, etc. And we all are, because we see that the price of living is obviously escalating. We obviously know that crime is going to be escalated as well. Fraud, stealing, a burglary, all type of related crimes associated, etc. This article kind of positions Kamala as really having situational awareness, like different times and different circumstances called for her to lean more this way than that way, etc., given the circumstance. She wasn't Dr. King. She also wasn't Trump about the criminal justice system either, but that the pendulum reasonably swung from left to right. Arumas and T, what are your thoughts about Kamala and some of her initiatives?
Sometimes you aggravate my nerves. You be taking all the talking points, because honestly, for me, two things can be true at the same time. I do believe that when she was the prosecutor, I think that she did what the best she could, meaning to stay afloat in that career, knowing that the law was flawed. I think she followed the law. I think that she was extreme, but she did what she needed to do to climb in power. I think she's always had an awareness that the law was really messed up. There was a problem. I think though she played by the good boys, their rules, the good old boys, when she had an opportunity to make a correction, make some change, she did that. Now, for me personally, I would like to see her address and take accountability and acknowledge that, yes, I did, I made some decisions that may not have been the best decisions in the long term, that I once stood in support of this because of the law, but I realized that the law was failing. It was not really helping in the way that I feel it was best for those that were involved. And so I implemented these new laws. I got these new laws passed, and we have more things that we can do to correct this. I think a lot of people feel like the reason why people don't feel like any of it was sincere or that was the intention behind it, is because none of the people that she did prosecute and go to the extreme with, she didn't make any reparations for those people. She hasn't acknowledged, or apologized, done anything that we know publicly to make an amends for, atonement for. And I think she needs to speak to that. For me, Kamala does have more than enough to have my support and should have it from others, because listen, this woman has seen both sides of the coin.
Mm-hmm.
She's seen both. I've done it their way, because there's always a way to spin the truth and still be transparent, because I think that's what we're missing from our leader. We don't have anyone that's being honest and saying, listen, I messed up. We messed up. We've had men in office that have been doing it and they've messed up. And I messed up when I was in this position of authority. And the same way I went back and I tried to correct, I implemented certain laws. Now let's be for real. The people had to vote. The same people that are complaining, some of them people voted for that law, because these things have to come, voting counts. So she didn't just put it just write this law out and create this thing without the approval of those that were in power. So for me, though, I just need her to speak to that. Most people need her to speak to that. Don't shy away from it. Don't talk in circles around it. Directly address it, because you do see this is the thing that our country needs, the transparency. We don't want people to keep sitting in our face, playing in our face. The transparency, and show us how you're going to do this. Don't just talk about it, but she's one of the few that we can see, okay, I fucked up. I no longer agree with that way. So I made the changes that I was in authority, not even that she made them, but I got the changes made that I felt comfortable with to a system I felt was broken. I can do the same with this country. But to just downright be like, oh no, it's not true, she didn't do. Clearly there was, to be honest, I don't really give a damn if she thought she was wrong or not. She still put something into place, an effort to correct a broken system. How can I have fault in that? And I'm not going to, because I may feel some kind of way about the wrong she's done, I'm not going to sit back and shit on the good she's done. We're going to have enough of that from the other side, the other party. If this is our fighting chance at this point, That's what I was saying about, us not being united enough. Like, we don't have to focus on the bag. They're going to already do that. And it is okay to not necessarily 100% be for someone and have to choose them for desperation. But now it's time to be strategic and stop focusing. Like, this should be, not saying this particular platform, but in general, this should be kitchen table talk. We shouldn't even be discussing like whatever we feel our disappointment in her, whatever we feel is though may disqualify. We shouldn't even be discussing that. Because remember, we only got 4 months to go?
Yeah.
I disagree with you, darling.
But some people are arguing, the rumors and some people are arguing that they're not voting for her because of their perception of her time with laws and legislation, etc.
The only reason why I say no, we should, because despite how because it's not just my feelings as to why I don't want to vote for her, but and my feelings, and that when I look at red seats, red asses in Senate and judicial branch, right, to where it's a dangerous amount. So that is why I'm voting. I'm not voting, but still, that does not mean, just to push back, that this is our problem now as Black Americans. We're not critical. We're not having those type of conversations. That's why we're a captured vote. This is why they don't do things specifically for Black people. This is why they can say it to your face. This is why the president-elect Joe Biden at the time can say, "You're not Black if you vote for me." He was able to say that despite how you might feel it was offensive, because it's all statistically and data proven. It's historically proven over the, last 60 years. So you have to be that critical, because that's why for me, I'm not telling you not to vote for Kamala. I just don't want you to have this egg on your face when you're sold this thing. I want you to understand, yes, it's the lesser evil, but still, bitch, know the evil.
But I think most people know that. I don't think a lot of people.
Some people do, but I just don't really see, to the degree they do, but they don't. But everyone has different. The fact that, I was like, you got that from Fox, that is so unprecedented. That is basically the right saying that they're going to endorse her regardless of being, not necessarily going to vote for her. But it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. And again, that is a good sign. I will say that I am hopeful about the Republicans who are just to the right and not hard right. I have more hope in them voting Democratic down ballot, because yes, that is still going to make sure Kamala wins, because they're going to vote against the president. I'm hoping that that's what occurs, not them just trying to build the votes for the left side. No, they're going to have to go in and do Republican down ballot, which they have done before.
I think that most people excitement and most people that are supporting and pushing, jumping on the bandwagon, Kamala, are people, it don't even have to necessarily be because they really feel like she's ideal to be our president. It's just again the lesser of the two evils.
Agreed. But that's why. That's
and
why
I don't think it's anything wrong with people being excited about that. Too, you know what I mean? Because I don't really think that. Yeah, no, I don't think that there's no. I'm going to be excited. My spirit being excited doesn't mean that my spirit ain't still troubled. I'm just excited. I will just be excited that there is someone actually able and capable of running up against this. Like, we have a fighting chance not to have this man back in office. I would love to be, because the excitement is what is going to push people to get out here, put foots and boots to ground,
like we
and up through
always
the
do.
way to help get her in.
But we always do this. That's what I'm saying. It's nothing. We always do this. Black
But yeah, but
Americans,
but
we
IG,
always
that's the
do
thing
this.
about it. That's never going to change, because
We
we
always.
live in a country that we have to. Where voting is necessary. They've made it a law where it's necessary. So you ought to be excited. We ought to go through this. It's going to always feel like a heightened thing. Like this is, the be all, the end all, the be all, right? But in this case,
Yes,
in this
in this
particular case, it is the end all, the be all.
in this in this case, I am voting for Kamala.
No, I
You know,
think it's
I don't have the luxury of standing up against the party. You know what I'm saying? But I guess the information and the other stuff, because see, while everybody else just got into politics because of Kendrick Lamar and distracted by everything, there was work. So for me, it's heavier. I'm not just looking at it like how everybody and people from ADOS. It ain't just me. It's people who are part of these different organizations, part of these chapters. Like it was a warning. There were so many different things. So for me, yes, I it's a thing where I can tell the DNC have put us in a position which not just Black America, but all Americans, to where they basically let the opponent run their campaign, meaning that Trump is going to be so bad to where they didn't even really have to run their campaign. So but that also shows me in tandem, what is that going to really mean for the people that they have? And FYI, look at all of those women that she appointed in Senate. I promise you, Black women, it ain't you, and it ain't what you really think. It ain't what you want. I'm telling you, you want this over truancy, but keep your foot on her neck. I'm
I
just saying,
agree with that. I agree
don't
with
let
that.
your guard down.
I agree with that. Yeah. Because
Please,
IG, I think like
please
the
watch
whole
her
consent.
carefully.
I
Please.
think the whole consensus here is that I think we all are definitely at this point, when it comes to government, etc., know that they're all full of shit ultimately, and I think that people are not really excited because of any of the optic shit, like her policies, whatever the case may be, her race, her being female. She's really just an anti-Project 2025 vehicle. And that's why everybody is fired up, because it gives us a very clean shot at an administration who is not going to use Trump to usher in all of that shit and to rearrange some shit by the time the next re-election is. And I absolutely agree. That period, I don't care if it is members of your party or not, you should always stay aware. You should always be critical of all government at all times, and maintain a level of accountability, and maintain a level of insight and education, and doing your homework about what they're doing, how they're doing it, when they're doing it, on period, whether it's your party or not. You should never take a backseat. You should never distrust a government. You should never just make any assumptions. You should always stay aware when it comes to people having power over you. You should always keep your goddamn ear and keep your eyeball to the peephole. You should always keep your blinds motherfucking open. There should never come a point where you actually, give yourself permission to take your hands off the wheel and to take your eyes off the prize. You should always motherfucking, as you just said, keep a motherfucking foot on
And I see that
their fucking
disarmament,
neck.
and that's what I'm saying, conscious. Unfortunately, and hear me, because it's my love for my people. I'm gonna go here for people who like to go with the Bible. We always speak of the body of Christ. You always speak of external things. Do you realize in order to process your shit and piss, you need an external organ like a kidney? You need a bladder. So sometimes the
Go ahead, Audrey. Can you hear us, Audrey?
to cause you
IG. Oh, there you
detrimental.
go.
That is going to cause you detrimental overall. So, I say this not to rain
Mm-hmm.
on people's
Mm-hmm.
parade.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want you to get sold something and a complete disarm. Yes, I'm saying, I'm keep repeating it. I'm voting for her despite the choices. However, I'm going in there like, okay, get in the office, get her in there. Now we have a fighting chance to address. But do not go in there. Do not do the Obama effect. Black women, I am almost about to cry. Please don't do it. Don't do it. If y'all are smarter than us, don't make the same Crayola politics mistakes we made. I love y'all. I gotta go.
You gotta go, IG? Damn. Yeah, well, it is late. It's 4 a.m. in the goddamn morning. Thank you for the IG. I totally agree. Keep your eyes wide open. Like I said, I think a lot of people, for the most part, have the mindset that Kamala is just a means to an end. And I think if we keep our foot on her neck and the administration's neck, that we actually have more of a reason to be excited. If we too, the people, are going to do the work as it relates to who we appoint. If we too are not going to stop at just voting them in, if we're not going to stop there, if we want to take the attitude that this is a collaborative effort from top to bottom, all the way through and through, by and by, then I'm excited about that. And I hope that that's what we've learned from Trump administration, from Barack's administration, from Biden's administration, from Bush's administration, is that this does not stop at voting. We are going to have to, like IG say, stay in relationships, stay in intimate relationship to policies, to agendas, to mandates, to laws, to funding, etc. And we're going to have to stay with it. This should be a part of our daily commitment to the country that we live in, is once again, making sure that our party is being responsible and that we're all on the same page. And when we're not, to have a means and have the motivation to go into constructive conflict with party, etc. So I'm with all of that. I wanted to also, I was hoping IG was going to stick around, because I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about what Angela Kelly said. She said that she stated that the U.S. is not a racist country. I'm going to drop the link for anybody else who wants to come up. Rumors as it relates to that, because I know, obviously Kamala definitely has been on record. I've seen the interviews myself of her, saying that she's not going to do anything specifically for the Black community, etc. Of course, she said, the country is not racist. But here's the thing, right? Because once I looked into what Kamala has been doing during her time as VP, she's been very interested in the health of the planet. She's been pouring funding and doing a lot of good things with HBCUs. She's been doing a lot of things for women's community, minority women's community, around reproductive aid, rights, legislation, etc. I like what I'm seeing about her time as VP. Now that I know what she's been up to and what she's been doing during her time as VP, this whole thing about Kamala is not owning being Black, or she saying the United States is not a racist country, or she's not going to do anything in particular for Black people, aka not push reparations. Here it is. If you understand that minority people, Black and brown people, mixed race, biracial people, that minority folk are playing a white man's game, then you would also know that Kamala would have never got that. She would have never got this far saying the opposite of those things publicly.
This is what I was saying earlier.
If she would have set her mixed race ass up on that thing and said, bitch, I'm pushing for my people. I'm pushing for my Black ass people. I'm pushing for reparations, that America is racially divided and that white folks are racist. Do you fucking think Kamala would have even gotten here at all? Hell no, she wouldn't have. The majority is still white folk and pale folk. And if she's going for a general office where she's got to lead everybody, obviously going in already with the black thing, already with the woman thing, and then having the audacity to in any fucking way make it look like she's only team black folk in a racist ass fucking country. And even where white people are not racist, they still are privileged and rather ignorant and still coalesce with their own people, because most people stay within their culture, stay within their ethnicity. That she would have got here, hell no. So as far as I'm concerned, it seems to me, based upon what she's actually done in action since VP, but the thing she said publicly is that Kamala said what the fuck she needed to say to get the motherfucking vote and to get in the power position, only to then be in action helping the black community. Because y'all know that black people don't have the luxury, we yet don't have the numbers, nor do we have the allyship to be able to be that cold about our commitment to our people in the face of white America and still obtain top influential spots. So she seemed to have hoodwinked and bamboozled white America by teetering that general in between motherfucking line to make sure that she wasn't gaslighting their asses, so that they had even more of a reason to see her as a black person, even more of a reason to see her as a woman person, to see her as a woman of color person, all things that they would have been racist about, privileged about, ignorant about. Y'all know how fragile white people's ego and perception and relationship to America is, baby. They already believe that all lives matter. They don't see no damn color. So you think they want a woman of color up there talking about motherfucking color and think she was gonna be VP and think that her ass was gonna have a shot? No. Kamala ass played the motherfucking game, and fuck you too, Candace motherfucking Owens, who is talking about how she fucked her way to the top. Bitch, both you motherfucking hoes slept white, married interracial, and she ain't did nothing different than you did with your motherfucking puss, except bitch, she's the VP coming president, and you can't even get a goddamn 15-minute talking head at the RNC hoe. Sit your big middle part wearing ass the fuck damn down, bitch. She's a woman in a motherfucking patriarchy, and if she had to pop her pussy to get there, bitch, that's what the fuck she was supposed to do with good pussy. Go ahead, Rumors and Tea.
No, I swear your reads be so legendary. Yeah, so for me, there was part of me that thought that, because I always try to see both sides of the coin.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was basically speaking to earlier when I was saying, like, just playing, playing a white man's game, to get ahead, so she can be in a position of more power. But like I also spoke to you as well, people that get in positions of authority tend to become maniacal in some sense. But I do believe that, that may have, because I can't believe that throughout those times, as a special prosecutor and all of that, I do believe that there was a part of her that did go too far, but to the extreme. But that's what was going on. I'm not saying it was right, but that's what was going on. And as you stated, she would not be where she is at if she would have openly spoke against it at the time. So, I mean, I'm not mad at her, but I do feel like it needs to be addressed. Because I do feel like our country is in this like state of arrest that you can't keep, dodging and not addressing the issues that the people have. Just go ahead and speak to it. You were saying something about it wasn't just her with the crime, but I forgot. I forgot. It'll come back to me. Is IG back?
Yeah, he's back. Hey, IG.
People, when they elected Obama twice, they said that same thing. That's why I get so depressed.
What exactly? Said what?
We said the same thing. Oh yeah, he has to get in office and sit there and say the seats and the things he did do, what he could do with executive power, he did do specifically. That's not everybody.
And we know that they also challenged Obama every step of the fucking way. they kept their foot all 97 of their foot on his neck.
But he still completed a wealth transfer and things in policy in Texas to where now white America's wealth was tripled the amount. He also did things with the bailouts of all of the other big companies. Like, again, there are things that he did do that he could do within his power. I just don't. No, it's not a thing where people advocate and they pretend not to do this thing that they don't do for the people. It's a fantasy. It's not real. It's not. What everybody else does, just like we saw during Coronation 19, right? Just because of the whole sensationalism of people stereotyping people from the East Asian region of the world, what was able to be put into place and hate and bill instantly was the Asian bill. Same thing for the spicy white people that come
But you're
here,
also
right?
talking about like what was able to be done once people got into power to do it. She got to get she got to put the power and she got to talk that in between.
But you're holding
to the position of power to do those.
But you're holding, yeah. But that's what I'm
and
saying.
She's already in action as VP. So we're not even talking about like, oh, she's like.
Trust me, that makes it
no resemblance of this in her action already.
That
she's
proves
already in action.
That's going to prove precisely my point. Is that when the thing that you're giving her, like with her not saying that thing. No. Nobody. Hold on. But let me finish.
I don't know why she's not saying it, but I'm saying
no. I can tell you. Let me tell you.
As a result of being aware now of what
I can tell you why. I can tell you exactly. I can tell you exactly why she's not saying it. Want me to tell you exactly?
And a lot of them couldn't say it.
You know exactly why. It's not about what they're not saying that they're going to be for the specific thing. Well, let me tell you what they did not say. They did not say that they would not specifically do something for the Hispanic community. They did not say that they would not specifically do anything for LGBTQ.
Black people.
Hold on. And it's not about just. And it's not about
reparations.
No, and it's not just about. And it's not just about the reparations.
You don't see any else of those communities out screaming about what somebody else needs to say about them. Black people are the ones who are very outward and demand, especially people that look like them somewhat, resemble them somewhat, to have to speak specifically and directly to reparations. We keep doing that.
Right, because it is our specific thing though. And that's what I'm saying. That there is no way that a president with her record that's in her politics, not my feelings, is going to have this thing that y'all like hearing y'all talk about her. It is just taking me off because you're dreaming up this ideology based off of what you're thinking. And no, when you say that, no, I'm saying when y'all say that, oh, maybe she's not saying this because she's thinking this. I'm telling you,
it's a hypothetical. We don't know what the fuck is in Kamala's heart. Nobody does.
You don't have to. You don't have to guess.
Even you cannot objectively say what is in Kamala's heart. None of us can. None of us know.
I can based off of her. I can based off of actions and other things of lineage. It's not about just what's in her heart.
As a VP,
but wait a minute, hold on. Because I want to say this. I don't think it is wrong. I don't think it's fair to say that people are fantasizing, being like to calculate and misdiagnose. I don't want to say diagnose, but just assume, put the assumption that it's someone fantasizing rather than people just being hopeful or optimistic. We clearly see and know. We've seen more since I'm gonna be honest. Since she got in office as vice president, I've seen more of the criticism of all the highlighted things that she's done wrong than anything she's done right. I'm delighted to see and learn of the things that she actually has done to correct some of her misdeeds. Now, this is what I was going to say that I forgot because it ties into all of this. Honestly, for me, I'm looking at it as if, like, when Conscious was reading off some of the things that she's been fighting for, the work she's been doing, like the environment, women's rights. It goes back to what you were saying as well, IG. I'm looking at it like this. She's been doing the work of the groups of people that have been doing the work. We have to acknowledge we don't do the work, IG. We'll get out there and yes, we will vote. But after that, we just stop. We leave it up to them to do what they promised us. But we ain't holding their asses to the fire. We're not writing in letters to our legislators and people in office and complaining. We're not holding and stop spending our money in their communities, giving to these corporations and things of that nature. We have a job to do as well. Just like when we put these people in office, I don't care what party they from. When we put them in office, it is our job to make they ass like every other community and groups of people. They do the fucking work and we don't. So I'm not going to be upset that she's doing the work of the people that are doing it. Like, she may literally, maybe that's why, I don't know why, I'm just assuming. I could be wrong. Maybe her reason for saying I'm not going to do anything for the black community because the black community ain't doing a damn thing for themselves as a collective. Maybe she's the type of person that's
and that's why she deserves she deserves your vote. That's exactly why I guess she's black then, right? And that's why she's then at the same time.
I'm gonna be honest with you. For me, I'm not
saying to you, but if that's her if that's how you say how she feel, then you still vote for her.
Because for me, listen,
that's what you don't want.
This is a reality. You don't. Listen to this. I just take this out. I can rebuttal that because there's an old adage that says, if you teach a man how to fish, he eats forever. But if you give it to him and you don't give any more, he's going to what? Starve. So to feel like I should hold back a vote when I can understand that mentality. We have to get out of the mindset. Yes, we are owed something, but we know they're not giving us a damn thing. So if we want what we are owed, get the hell out here and give it. How do you get out here and give it? Just like any other group in any other community. They demand it because they go after it. They make these motherfuckers give them.
If you care about reparations, get behind Adolf. I'm sorry. If I would say that's what I'm saying. Get behind Adolf. Don't her and reparations. I'm not saying that it's goofy. You're not going to see that from her. Join the ADOS Foundation. Tune into Yvette Cornell and Antonio Moore. There is things that we were actually doing, even without the big masses, with the whole reparations conversations and going on with CNN. There's articles that are outside of sports and entertainment where you can see where we're doing the work. So that's what I'm saying this too, okay? I'm also saying she is not your reparations. Join the ADOS Foundation. Listen to that. That is going to give you more of the transformative politics. But for right now, we have to put this evil bitch into office in order to be able to fight the other day, because the way that the Republicans are paying. I'm all for that. But again, don't the aspirationalism that you're giving her is detrimental to the foundation where you that aspirationalism.
I'm telling you, I don't know who it is.
As a Brahmin East Indian from Hindustani, that means she's the top class. She comes from the very top class of East Asians. Brahmins are the top. They are the white people of Hindustan, East Asia. The part of her that is Jamaican, that is not Black American. Again, the reason why the fight is it can't be in her heart, because she's not attached to the lineage, darling. It can't be in her heart. So again, that's why going for reparations, and that's why everyone is not.
Your audio is breaking up real bad, IG.
That's what I was saying. The audio
So I'm just saying, don't focus on her for the eternal hope. She's just a placeholder. Get with ADOS. And that is where you're going to get the thought and the specificity of being Black American and also what's best for America. Because we was been calling out the T with the FCC and the reports of everything from this 8-9 years ago. So I'm just saying, let's not go so far as to giving her, oh, maybe she said this. No, I don't have to be in my feelings when I say that. She was this, as Angela said, she had more power to show what she did as district attorney and how she moved and how she tried to move out. So again, she is not that black hope because she's disassociated from you like Obama, because her ethnicity is anchored in Brahma, Southeast Asian Indian. That's not even fourth generation American. You have more in common with the white people who came here in the Homestead Acts than you would someone like Kamala Harris and Iran.
This is that infamous interview. I want to get this out the way since people keep bringing it up. Let's revisit her comments 5 years ago in this griot interview, courtesy of Fair Use. Let's listen to Ms. Kamala on her plan for Black America.
Be your agenda for the Black community.
Right.
We know that Black Americans are arrested at higher rates for marijuana. Right. We're denied mortgages when we loans for mortgages. Right. There's a wealth disparity. So how do you help the Black community from the White House?
That's right. Well, the first step is to understand that the needs of Black folks are the needs of everyone, and the needs of everyone are the needs of Black folks. It is also equally important to understand that this is a country that had over 200 years of slavery, had Jim Crow, had legalized segregation and discrimination, and now de facto segregation and discrimination. And so while our needs are like everyone else's in terms of we want our babies to be born healthy and live a happy and productive life, we care about issues of climate change, we care about issues of national security. We also know that when you look at disparities around wealth, around home ownership, around education, around who is stopped, arrested, and incarcerated in this country, there are huge disparities based on race, and that has to be dealt with. So part of my proposal, in terms of the agenda, specifically for Black folks, is about what we need to do, for example, around maternal mortality. I have actually sponsored a bill and intend, as President of the United States, to make sure it is passed around recognizing that Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. And when you study the issue, you know that it is not about the education level of somebody. It is not about their socioeconomic level. It is literally about their race. Remember what happened to Serena. It is literally about racial bias in the medical health professions. Mm-hmm. That cause people to not take Black women seriously when they walk into the door of that hospital or that emergency room in terms of how they talk about what they need. The agenda includes...
If y'all have something to say, y'all don't have to sit in the comment section and hold it. Hit the link and come and say it. This is why we're live. Hit the link, sound off, voice your perspective and your opinion. Rep your motherfucking set. Hit the goddamn StreamYard link. All are welcome. All are welcome. Hit the link. I keep dropping the link. Y'all don't have to be reduced to a few characters and all of that. Hit the link. Come up here, make the connect, join the conversation.
HBCUs, for example. I am a proud graduate of Howard University. I know that our HBCUs have raised and helped raise generations of leaders in this country, and do it in a very special way that is about nurturing and about creating high standards and challenging young people to be their best, not giving them any excuse, but giving them all kinds of support. So we need to do more. Yeah, I'm right now working on, and actually got it out of the Senate, and the House passed it around giving more money to HBCUs around their historic landmarks. But there's more to be done around creating incentives for more young people to go into the STEM professions through HBCUs. There is what we need to do around the point that you were raising about the economic disparities. I have a proposal that will be my first order of business when elected president, that is about lifting up middle-class working families. And what I'm proposing specifically is that families that are making $100,000 or less would get a tax credit that they would receive it up to $500 a month. This proposal, economists across the board have said, would be the most significant middle-class tax cut for American families and generations, and it would lift up 60% of Black families out of poverty.
Mm-hmm. So it does touch Black families.
Oh, absolutely. Directly. Mm-hmm. Because when you look at the proportionality of where Black families are, you see it in terms of housing and home ownership, where white families is something, I'm going to get this generally right, but something around 70% of white families own their homes versus somewhere around 40% for Black families. Yeah. So you don't have to look very hard to see that disparities exist. But you also don't have to look very hard to see this, that when we're talking about families, regardless of their color, they have an equal desire to work hard, to love their children, and allow them to have a pathway and an equal pathway to success. Black mothers, white mothers of whatever race, wake up in the middle of the night worrying about their children and their health and their well-being. And we need to address that. But I will say there's another issue that we need to address that's specific to Black families. And that is this. We cannot have a society where a father or a mother, by the time their son turns about 12 years old, has to sit down and have the talk with him about how he will be stopped or chased or arrested or even killed because of the color of his skin.
And so how do you intend to change that from the White House? How would you change policy around that?
Part of it is that the president makes a decision about who's going to run the United States Department of Justice. Currently, under this administration, they have shut down the pattern and practice investigations that involve investigating police departments that have a pattern and practice of discrimination. Those need to be reopened and revived with vigor, because no American should want that a police department that has a history and a pattern and practice of discrimination should be able to get away with that without consequence and accountability. Another issue is what happens through the Department of Justice around consent decrees, which are basically a requirement that police departments that have a history of that kind of behavior, they're under a court order for supervision. This Department of Justice has essentially shut those down.
Right.
First order of business with me would be to revive those.
Okay, so I want to get QI in here and then Sin. Welcome to the platform, QI. Thoughts?
In the building, and I came to be hey boo. I came to be my normal LGBTQIA because I'm so against Project 2024-2025, which is trying to criminalize us. So ain't no Republican going in office if it's my choice. Okay. But anyways, it's just like this, everything she just said, right? Y'all got to keep in mind that a lot of people, see, I'm not worried about the Black women.
Yeah.
I'm worried about the Black men because we know y'all are our leaders. We do need y'all, right? But at the same time, some people are better equipped to deal with family. And when you're talking about family, we're talking about this nation. We're talking about the United States. So who better to go, and they're going to represent women health care, which is a major issue. Right now we got the abortion stuff on the table. I don't want nobody telling me what I don't believe in abortion. I believe that you need to make great choices, yes. But if I do become pregnant or if it's a matter of health care, that should be my choice, not y'all. Once people start telling you what to do with your body, you're a slave again. And Project 2024-2025 is nothing but a repeat of Jim Crow. So y'all Black men better wake up and smell the coffee. Yes, Trump out here being the most misogynistic. He pushing, he aiming, he targeting Black men. But realize that Trump is not your friend either. And I'm going to digress from here.
Let me ask you this question, QI. Are you happy about the fact that 55,000 Black men in less than a few hours raised 1.3 million?
Absolutely.
Kamala?
Absolutely. Them are my brothers, and I love them. And I see that Black men can still consider us as family because we do fight for y'all. You know, we don't like a lot of times how we get treated, but we do fight for y'all. We've always y'all are our brothers, our cousins, our sons. That's why I said you got to look at the family dynamic. So we can't help. You know, I don't care who we are. I'm a stud. I'm a lesbian. But I still got to fight for my family, my brothers, my cousins. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it needs to be looked at. So yes, I'm absolutely happy that Black men are realizing that it's a family thing. It's a all together us thing, and not like a gender war.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Got it. Sin.
Hey, good morning.
Hey. Good morning.
Good morning. I've been sitting here with my eyes closed listening, and I
Mm-hmm.
thought somebody was going to say this one thing. I was looking for rumors and tea to
Mm-hmm.
somebody, because I've been feeling this way every time we've had this discussion since the decision was made on Sunday for her to run for the presidency. I know we are laser focused on what she's gonna do for the Black people. She claiming us and she repping us and she's doing all of this, that, and the other. As much as I like to hear that, and I like what you just played, so please make sure you include the link to that, what she was saying in your bio somewhere, so I can click on it for future reference. Okay. My problem is if we ever see these days again, and when I say that, I'm talking about megalomaniacs. If we don't learn the lessons of Trump in terms of how he got in and try to have laws or policies in place so it would never get as far as it did. My problem is they would take that one thing, even though with white supremacy and the fact that they have had 400 plus years head start, they would flip that on us if we ever had a megalomaniac in running again. And there are some of them that are just sitting around twiddling their thumbs and biding their time. Hopefully that the stuff that they do in the dark will soon enough come out to light and disqualify them for even having breath on this earth. But as much as I want her to do that for us, I'm just afraid that for every targeted thing she does for us, somebody that will come along down the road in a race and decide, well, I'm going to look out for my people. I'm only going to look out for the white folks and da-da-da-da-da. We got to understand we're not the only folks over here. I like the fact that she's trying to restore the middle class to where we should be, since hell, we pay the most taxes and keep the damn country running anyway. But we got to understand, for every time we make those demands, and we're going to hold her foot to the fire on it, trust and believe. You got to know that the stuff that we put out now, somebody can come and use that for a negative later down the road. And I don't ever want to see nothing that remotely smells, looks, tastes, feel, or whatever in terms of Trump. Not even his raggedy ass kids.
Okay. I want to play one more thing. It's a 1 minute soundbite as well. This is Kamala speaking on on the Black issues that she would explore, and reparations and all of that, courtesy of Global News, of course, covered by Fair Usage. Let's get into this.
We know that when they are using the Department of Justice in a way that is about politics and not about the pursuit of equality and application of the laws equally to all people, we know this is not justice, this is an injustice. When this country incarcerates more people than any other country, America must admit it has a problem of mass incarceration.
People.
But what has this administration done? They have increased the use of private prisons, which, as we all know, profit, now let's be clear about this, profit over the incarceration of other human beings. This is not justice, this is an injustice. Justice means recognizing domestic terrorism, including white nationalist extremism, from Pittsburgh to Charleston to Orlando, is a threat to the country we love and should be considered a national security priority.
If you elected president, would you sign that bill if it came across your desk?
When I am elected president, I will sign that bill.
call that turn the beat around.
And the bill that they're talking about is she would sign a bill backing a study of reparations for descendants of slaves at Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action
Oh my God,
Network
it's all
conference
terrible.
in
It's all
New
terrible.
York.
That's terrible. The people who well, Sharpner, they've already failed. No, and you don't need to do a study. Oh my God, that's so. No, a study's not necessary. You don't need a study. You have direct redress. That's all kept. And everything she's talking about as black is people of color. Okay, she's referring to people of color. She's using people of
Your audio is breaking
it
up.
is going to
You're
help.
breaking up.
You're breaking up.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think I'm gonna, yeah, because I'm gonna echo. I said she's going to do stuff for people of color because black and people of color, the way she's using it is interchangeable. And you don't need to do a bill to study reparations when you have a reparations movement that got the attention of MSNBC, that got the attention of Harvard University, so much that where they had to come out with a false paper that they had to retract. There's not a study. That's all lip service. Everything she's talking about, if you look at the breakdown data of the policy that she's saying that's going to restore, it's not going to affect the overwhelming majority collective of the black people. Will it affect the upper top class? Yes. So everything she is saying and doing is not disaggregated. It's all going to be towards a people of color thing. So no, you don't need to do a study for the bill of reparations. No, you're able to trace your lineage back from 1965. You don't have to go back to necessarily slavery because the issue of reparations is a specific group, a specific harm. You own we the people who are here before 1965. We have all of those records through your Jim Crow, through your redlining. So no, it's capped. She's just saying that it's called pandering, conscious, just like they do on the
Can I
panel. It's called
Yeah,
can
pandering.
I
because I want
rebuttal?
to. Because I did want to
As
go. I
a
want to let you rebuttal. Go ahead.
as a genealogist and as a Black American Choctaw documented Indian who has found and recognized my tribe, which is in Marksville, Louisiana. Black Choctaws all day long.
Seminole right here, baby.
We
Seminole right here.
we do there is a need for some studies. And I'm gonna tell you now, I rode with ADOS for a long time, so I do understand y'all. I do ride with y'all to a certain extent. But ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, not all Indians were affected by
Oh my God.
slavery.
Oh my
And then
God.
slavery was not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is Jim Crow. And Project 2024, Project 2025 is Jim Crow 2.0. The issue that affected Tulsa, Indian Territory, Oklahoma was Jim Crow. This was after slavery. This is when, because they did recognize free Black people of color.
Sorry. Okay, but then
They
what you're
did give
talking
some
about
of
then,
us our
ma'am, even though
land.
I know that,
They did give, and
yeah,
it's a
yeah, but no, ma'am,
difference.
no, no, no,
Listen,
no.
listen,
That's
listen.
not how
No,
we
no,
run.
no. Let me
No,
finish.
ma'am,
Let me
ma'am,
finish.
ma'am,
Let me
no,
land
that's
my
not how
plane.
we run
Let me
politics.
One at
land
a
my
time. Hold on. One
plane.
at a time.
I'm
One at a
by one
time,
more
y'all.
sentence. One more sentence, and I'm gonna land my plane. There's a difference between Indigenous Black Americans and people who were brought over here from Africa, and not all deserve the same thing. And I digress.
For the people who identify, who are not nationally, federally recognized. So you're Native American, right? Are you federally recognized?
No,
Right?
I am in.
Okay,
I'm
okay. So hold on,
indigenous.
wait.
No, no, no,
So
no, no,
no, no,
no.
no,
Let me
no. So hold on,
correct
hold on,
you.
hold on, hold
I'm
on.
not.
Can I ask you a
I'm not
question?
native.
Asians
I
are
ask you a
native.
question?
Those
Can I ask you
Mongoloids
just?
from
Can I
over
ask you?
there across the seas
Can
are
I ask
native.
you a
They
question?
were
Can
here
I ask you a
before
question?
Columbus.
Listen, y'all.
I'm
Can I ask you a
indigenous. I was
question?
here. My folks
Just
was here before
what
them.
state,
I'm Mayan
ma'am?
American
Ma'am,
descendant.
ma'am. What
No,
state
you're
and
not letting
government?
me talk. You're
Who?
trying to. You're trying to
No, I'm
force your
trying to.
point when I know
I'm
more
not
history
forcing
than
your
you.
point by
I'm
asking you a
Mayan.
question. I'm
I'm
asking you a question. What?
Masito. I'm an original
Okay, now
Mexican.
how is that represent? Hold on. So is that represented through sovereignty nations, or is that represented through the United States of Congress? Where is that nation recognized as it pertains to United Nations and the United States? Please answer the question.
My tribe is a recognized tribe, and we are Chata. We're
Okay.
documented coming from Mexico, so that is a
Okay.
sovereign.
That's
So, in other words, I have
recognized by the
dual.
United States.
I have
Recognized
wait.
by the United States.
Can I finish? I have dual citizenship. I have dual citizenship as an indigenous American as well as being a United States citizen. So, yes, I am sovereign.
So for you, ma'am, this doesn't what we're talking about in specificity. You would deal with your tribe and your nation. That would be what you would call then a different group. If you're not saying that you're Black American the way that the United States, not my feelings, how we are coded and how we are classified. We don't have a political party in those of us who actually do have indigenous blood. We do not have a stand. So, yes, you would stand with the Native Americans, the white Hispanic Native Americans who already have
I
their
would
money,
not.
who already get their things. Well, I'm saying, okay, well, then what does your American Indian, even though I know that, what does we as Black Americans, because you do know that American Indians also did enslave the West Africans that came here in slavery. You do know that, right?
Okay.
So
Can
I want
I?
to know.
I will answer all of your questions, but
So
you
I
have to
want to
give
know.
me.
So I want to know, what do you, as a Black American Indian, have to do with the Black Americans who came here from West African and even though might have American Indian blood due to us having slavery and those of us who are already here in that aspect. But that's not the argument that we are going to make in politics. That is not the argument that we can make as Black Americans. That's not the square. We're
You're
not a
moving the
nation. We're not
goalposts.
recognized
Can
by
I at
any
least answer
party
the
and
question? And
status.
can I answer the question uninterrupted? Yes, there was a form of what y'all might consider slavery coming from us Black indigenous American Indians and my specific tribe, Chata, which boils down to Creek, which boils down to Mayan American, right? Every time we move, we change our name. We're a clan, band, tribe, and a nation. We have our own government still to this day, right? So, yes, I would contact my tribe first if I got in trouble and needed some help. Yes, because they're going to get me out according to my indigenous laws and not the United States laws. Now, yes, there was a form of wait, I told you uninterrupted, right? There was a form of slavery, but it was not chattel slavery. It was because a lot of Africans and things, or even white people, or even Asians, that the Mongoloids, the ones you're referring to as natives, they couldn't eat because they didn't know the land. They didn't know how to grow different things of that nature. So they came to us. So what we did was we exchanged services, which is called indentured servitude. And it's nothing close to chattel slavery. So, yes, we did do indentured servitude, But in terms of chattel slavery, that the slavery that you know from roots and different things of that nature, it wasn't like that. We gave them an opportunity to eat, and in exchange, they helped work for us. It was an even exchange.
Again, how does the black overwhelming majority of black Americans who are not connected to a tribe connect and
You are breaking up once again. But at the same
I
time,
said,
you're
what do
breaking
you
up.
what do you I'm asking, what do you suggest for the black American who is not connected through any tribal affiliations? What do you suggest and how they should move for their reparations as a black American
Okay.
Indian that is connected? What do you suggest for us to do then?
The first thing you need to do is trace your own direct roots, your own
This is goofy.
genealogy. And
This
I
is
mean,
so goofy.
listen. Okay, well, listen to what the goofy shit that I'm about to say. Okay, I know my grandparents' name for decades, for century, back past the 1800s. Do you? If you don't know that and you don't know how you connect to this land, then that's your fault, buddy. And ain't shit we gonna be able to do for you, cause you gotta prove that you from here.
Oh,
And if
but
you
you
can't
don't
prove
have to
from
prove
that,
that you're
if you
American
can't,
descendant
if
of
you can't,
slaves. What's
if you
wrong with
can't,
you? This is silly, y'all. This is silly. This is really
American
stupid.
descendants of
This is
slaves mean
silly.
shit.
This is
It
silly.
don't mean
What
slave.
you
It don't
cannot
mean
go.
shit.
What she's
That don't
talking
mean
about.
shit. ADOS don't mean
What
shit.
she is
ADOS has no
talking
meaning.
about.
So
What
what
she
you're
is
saying is
talking
goofy and
about.
stupid.
What
ADOS,
she is talking
American
about
descendant of
is
slaves.
nowhere in
All black
policy. You
people wasn't
cannot move.
enslaved. You had white people in
She's so
slavery. You
crazy.
had Irish people. The
Oh
first
my
slaves were
God, here
white.
comes the All Lives
The
Matter.
first
Here comes
slaves were white.
everybody with slaves
That's what I
then.
said. That's
Yes,
why
yes,
there
I
has to
know
be
person of color.
research
I know
done.
person of
And
color.
that's why you
I know
ADOS
person of color. I
motherfuckers are
know.
dumb as fuck.
I
Y'all
know
dumb
person
as
of
fuck.
color. Thank you, person of color, for
Y'all
entering a
don't
black
even
space
know history.
into us.
Y'all don't
Thank you,
even
person
know
of color.
history. There has
Thank you,
to be
person of color.
research.
Y'all,
Y'all think that they
what she
about
is
to just
telling
pass
y'all,
out
what she's going to
the
please mute her.
reparations to
What
the
she is
Africans that
telling
came over
y'all,
here a
you
year
are going
ago?
to go
Y'all
up to
think
the
they about to
Supreme
pass
Court
out
and they're going to
reparations
tell
to
you
the
to prove
Africans who
your
really
tribal
put some of them
affiliations.
black
You
people in
cannot go.
slavery, who
Everything
really
she's
Hold on,
put their
doing is a
own
pipe
people in
dream.
slavery, who really did slavery. Y'all think they got about to get them a check too? Y'all are fucked up because they don't deserve it. Y'all think they about to get
See
some
what she
more,
really
some
think?
checks?
Right. That's exactly. We don't deserve
They
it.
put
You
you in
treacherous.
slavery,
You
nigga.
treacherous.
They put you in
You treacherous
slavery.
$5
They
Indian
enslaved
descent. You
your
trail of
African
tears
ass.
traitor.
Now I'm
Yes, you're
not
right.
African.
You're right.
I'm
Please show
not
who you
African.
are.
I'm American. I'm black, Mayan, indigenous American from
I know
this
you a
land
fake Indian because
before
the Indians don't say
Columbus,
they black. I know you fake.
before
I know you're
I'm
fake.
polio American. In fact, we were here first, motherfucker. Black people ruled the whole motherfucking planet, dumbass.
No, you're stupid because Negroid people never consider themselves black among Caucasoids. That's how I know you're a radical and you watch too many
I'm
YouTube
not
videos.
Negroid. I'm
And again,
Australoid
I'm
in terms of
saying the
my
way your
haplogroup. You're talking
genealogy is
about a
true,
haplogroup.
your
You're talking
personal
about a haplogroup.
genealogy is
There are
indeed your
5
thing.
original haplogroups,
God,
and
I'm
Africans
bye,
are
y'all.
Negroid. White people are Negroid. I am, my haplogroup is Australoid.
He dropped down. You guys.
He couldn't handle that smoke.
Look, and this is the thing. It's a very important discussion, and I would love for y'all to be able to have that exchange about the nuances of indigenous people in this system prior to
Right, we still
capitalism.
can. We still can.
I mean, because you know,
I don't.
because
I debate.
this is both of y'all lane, and that's why y'all both so hardcore. Because this is both of y'all
Yeah,
lane, you
yeah.
know, and so I would love for IG if you want to come back up, because this could be a very powerful educational conversation. And I don't even think it needs to be combative. Like, if y'all just listen to each other and breathe and exchange, it could really open up a vial of information and perspective. That
facts. Or even if it did get heated, I like heated debates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So heated debates give the people some of the drama that they want, and it creates the incitement, as long as me and him agree to disagree at the end of the day. So I don't mind. Just like I agree to disagree with him, I'm not mad at him. I don't even know who he is, and if I met him tomorrow, I'd be like, hey, yeah, bro, I gave you that smoke, peace, nothing to it. That's how I do debates. We can get, because I am passionate, he's passionate. What's wrong with being passionate? People love passion. Let's go. But yeah, like, we can do that.
Well, I just dropped the link for IG. You are clear, QI, that you are definitely voting for Kamala. You're not here for Project 2025, as none of us should be here for Project 2025.
Especially LGBTQIA, Black people, anybody. That is Jim Crow 2.0. When you hear Project 2025, think Jim Crow 2.0. That's why I'm saying it. And remember, QI brought it to you first.
Jim Crow 2.0 on period. So my question, I think we got IG back. Okay, so IG, I want you and QI to be able to have this conversation, because the both of you are incredibly skilled and knowledge in this particular area, and we have a viewing audience, and this content is going to be seen by the potential of thousands and trillions of people. So I would love for y'all to have a really compassionate, not passionate, but compassionate dialogue, and really give up both of y'all's side and let us explore all of the middle ground. Can you hear me, IG? Are you on mute?
I'm sorry, I'm here.
What you say, IG? I'm with it, IG.
And that's the thing. It's like, that's why it's like I said, it's a real frustrating thing. Again, sister, I maybe came off a little strong, but again, when it comes to dealing with the overwhelming majority of Black people who are not affiliated with a tribe, if you do what you're saying, you're just telling us to deal with the white people of color who are masquerading as American Indians. That's not anything we can do as a critical mass. There is no political movement.
I am not masquerading as who I am.
I didn't say you. Oh my God. I didn't say you. Am I talking too
okay,
fast?
I get it. We good. Keep going.
I said the
keep
people
going. Keep
that
going.
are there, that are, you're going to send Negroid genophenotype Black true Indigenous Indians. If you go with a reparations, what they're going to tell you is that you're going to have to deal with the sovereignty of the Native American government and proving your genealogy. What you do not have to prove, what you can prove very simply and easy, regardless of the I get you, sister, the misclassification from all those different colored Negroes. I'm with you with all that research. However, when it comes to a political national conversation and the sense of how we have to deal with commerce as in the government, we cannot have the Native American slot. They're already getting their reparations. They're already getting their sovereignty and their allotment. So the majority of us, even though we know we might have indigenous blood, will not qualify. But even if you're doing from blood quantum, because right, they tested it off of the Spaniard, Mongoloid, Siberian mutts from across Asia.
But they changed it.
However,
they changed it.
I'm with you. However, sister, the way that we have to move politically, okay, the reason.
You're breaking up, bro.
Funny thing, everybody is a victim. Everybody is a victim in this country. We never let the Jews forget their Holocaust. We never let people forget what Hiroshima done. So for us, yes, it's a very frustrating thing. I'm not saying for you to walk around victimized in your own reality, but no, it's a thing with Black people where we're the biggest victims, but we're trying to be the strongest. We let everybody else and feel sympathetic to them in this country, but for your own suffering. That's why for American descendant of slaves, baby, it's American first. I didn't say African American like the bastardized Jesse Jackson did. We put American on that motherfucker first, because that's regardless of how you cut the motherfucking cookie. Regardless if you was
born here, you're American,
or you came here, or you came here 1619 by via Mayflower. It don't the point blank still is, regardless if you are mixed with the Indians, this critical mass of people here are different from the mass immigration of people who did not come during Jim Crow, redlining, Reconstruction, civil rights. That is all, baby, a Black American ADOS specificity. And it's not the shit on nobody else's culture, but this is our culture. This is our specific space. So you cannot get political redress while saying that you're identifying as the people that the United States government has already found sovereignty in. I say yes, because they intentionally, you don't have to go through any records to see where they changed you from Negro to colored. You can easily statistically prove that. So yes, ma'am, if for you to say we don't deserve reparations, but you had an $8 slice, so were you
I
born on
never
a
said that. I never said that.
you
I
did say
never
we
said
don't.
that.
You did say in the previous
I
conversation
did not say.
we don't
Oh,
deserve
and you're
reparations.
African. You're African that came within the last year or so.
No,
That's what
honey.
I said.
No, you're okay. Then I stand corrected. If yes, but if you're the African that came as it was in chains and enslaved by the conquistador, enslaved by the civilized tribes, as to why some of us also have that blood. Yes, it also can be proven that we were over here mixing Africans and American Indians were mixing before the slave trade. I am fully competent of that. However, how we move nationally from this point, right? We're not in the position, there is no political or economic power of identifying as an American Indian. I do it spiritually. I'm from New Orleans, so I'm all into the shamanism. I'm
Okay, so
all into
you're a
the spirit
Choctaw.
jinking.
You're a
Yeah, well,
Choctaw
I'm
Indian as
Seminole,
well.
actually, baby. I'm Seminole. My folks, no, I'm Seminole.
So
You
yeah,
know, so
they came from
yeah,
Florida.
yeah. I'm Seminole. Yeah, my folks. Well, no, they were anchored in Louisiana, but you got to remember what happened with the West is that you had a great migration between your Seminoles and your Choctaws. So they were already kind of mixing in there, but neither here or there. I'm more
But
on the
do you know
Seminole.
what the
I'm
the
on the
the true
I'm on the Seminole
terminology
side. But neither here or
the
there.
of Seminole means, right?
Yes, I'm saying
But
to
I ain't
you.
gonna go there. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
go there.
yeah, no, we can talk about that later. But all I'm saying is that
Hmm.
yes, I understand. I honor my ancestors in that way. But that, however, you have to play when you're talking about dealing with things and focusing on that. What you're talking about sounds fantastical. And we say that as ADOS. We do say, look, we don't do the colorism thing, and we don't say based off of skin color because that's goofy because of slavery, where slave mothers did not have responsibility and entitlement to their bodies. So we run the gamut from dark to light with many mixtures. That has nothing. That doesn't make you not American descendant of slaves. So we also mentioned we do have American Indian blood, not Native in our blood, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm with you. That's why I understand native is not something that is really have to do with being Indian, because this is why we say if a person is born in the country, they're native of America or you're native to the state. It doesn't mean that that's being nationality and residency. That doesn't necessarily
Right.
mean indigenous
Okay.
or indigenous. So I'm
Okay.
with you again, but
But let me
according, but if you're
let
not,
me take
but
you
if you
let me
but
take
if
you a
you're
little
not
deeper,
federally
bruh.
recognized, but if you are not, here's the thing before we go there, just I want everybody else to understand that's listening. If you are not federally recognized and have the sovereignty status of dealing with your tribal leader that is also sovereignty recognized, you cannot go and move in any American Indian or Native American rights. You're going to have a harder time proving that to the white Spaniard, conquistador, Mongol, and mud imposter doppelgangers. You're going to be hard pressed. So, because that's what the government's going to tell you. Oh, you're a Native
If
American,
you do
American
not
Indian.
still live within the territory, if you do not still live within the your original tribal territory. I live within my original tribal territory. I live on Indian soil.
The majority of Black Americans do not. That's what I'm saying. You have your
Yeah, if you're from the South and you're in the same area
yes,
as
the
your
mounds that we
original
have in New Orleans
ancestors.
off of the Ninth Ward. I get that, but I'm talking about no.
Yes.
Are you talking about no? But that's not federally territorial sanctioned government
Okay,
protected
okay.
land.
Let okay, so let me break down Can I break down real quick? What is the importance of breaking down Indigenous Americans versus Americans like the Moors who came over here under the Sundry Act and all types of things, which are really our ops, the people that helped put us in trouble. But what I'm going to say is there was so much more. Wait, listen. I'm gonna land my plane real quick. I promise, bro. I promise I'm going to land. I just want to tell you the significance and why research is needed. We had treaties, tribal treaties, right? And those were Black treaties. All of those original treaties were from Black tribes before the 5 civilized so-called fake Indian, $5 Indian tribes, right? Okay, so those original tribes had specific technicalities in them, just like where I'm from and under my Chata Treaty, Africans could never own land here. So when we say Africans, we mean white Africans or Black Africans could never own land here under our treaties, right? So many Indians' land was taken, and we're not supposed to pay taxes.
Oh my God.
We're not supposed to. The taxes are for us.
Deborah Cox said nobody's supposed to be here, and the nigga was still here. Girl, what we not supposed to do and what it is.
No, we're talking about what people are owed.
No, but we're
talking about contracts.
That's why I dropped off, y'all. This is the Lulu.
So are you trying to say contracts are null and void under the United States corporation? You trying to say contracts are null and void under the United States corporation? Because reparations would be a contract.
Now we're gonna get into the Moorish law and all of this dumb shit.
No, that ain't Moorish law.
It's not a contract.
That's a contract.
Honey. No, it's not a contract. It's the redress. You remember when we had the bombing and we had
Which would be
Japanese
done
when we had
under
hold on.
a
Remember
contract.
we had the entrapment cap of the Japanese Hiroshimas that were here. We still pay reparations to them.
You're good at gaslighting.
Oh my God, y'all! I can't talk to. This is the problem with Pan-Africanism and all of these motherfucking religious groups. It keeps us delusional.
I ain't religious. I'm not
Until y'all ready
religious.
to have a conversation and get back to adult,
Mayan
I'm getting off of this fucking phone. I'm not playing with this fucking
Mayan
clown.
spirituality. I practice sacred sciences. So I'm not religious. So you got me wrong on that, bro.
And IG has descended again. Okay.
Couldn't handle that smoke.
That was really good though, and way better than the first round. So I got to give y'all both a round of applause.
He'll be back. Come on back, IG. Come on back.
Yeah, always come back. Okay, so everybody want to get back to Kamala. My question to you, QI, is it important to you about what Kamala plans on doing as it relates to reparations and those things, or is she only a means to an end as it relates to counteracting the Leadership for Mandate Project 2024 initiative?
All of it. Mm-hmm. All of it. My first and my immediate concern is, because, once Project 2024 goes into effect, we slaves again. Ain't no more coming out of this. Republicans don't plan for us to ever come out of this. That's why we hope that before Biden get out of office, that he reforms the Supreme Court. Because, Trump set up that Supreme Court too. And the Supreme Court basically is the law of all lands. So we need that to be reformed, as well as, the fact that I'm never going to be a slave.
I already know, shoot, I'm gonna be in one of them FEMA camps, if not deceased, if Project 2024 goes into effect, because I would never, ever submit. My family has never been slaves. I will never be a slave to no one.
Do you think a civil
So
war?
that's first.
Do you think that
Go
civil
ahead.
war? Or do you think that civil war would be a productive solution?
Well, they already got something already in effect for civil war, according to Project 2024, martial law. So that means like all these Negroes talk about rising up and raising your black fist. And they finna come get y'all off for some of the stuff y'all did 5 and 10 years ago. A lot of y'all gonna be immediately. Trump set a trap with PPP loans and you know those loans. So a lot of it's like a lot of y'all like and he has always said before he even got in office, women will lose their rights. If women lose their rights, so does their children. Which means that if women have no rights, every child that comes under them, whether male or female, will be a slave.
Of course.
Okay.
This is exactly why they want all kids attending public school to pass a military entrance exam, so that upon completion of that public school federally funded education, that they could be drafted into wars and participate in all the other fucking buffoonery that the administration is going to.
And they're going to criminalize us. They're going to criminalize the LGBTQIA community, which means that we're going to get locked up too, just for being us. They about to
lock up
reverse
the LGBT, but they want to lock
our
up
rights.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that like, and you can't say no better than slavery. So yes, that's my first concern. Of course, absolutely. But then still, yes, I want reparations. But before, like, we can't get no reparations if we're a slave again.
But Motor Culture had a question for the entirety of the panel.
Salute Motor Culture.
Which was,
I know her.
Do we believe that getting reparations is possible, and what led you to believe that our government will give us reparations? So everybody can answer that.
I'm gonna say reparations is possible, but like people like Bernie Ebert, what's his name, Bernie Sanders, like what was the president? It was a Bernie Sanders, yeah.
Bernie Sanders.
Like he say it again.
Bernie Sanders
said it. Yeah, like Bernie Sanders said, it has to be some research. Like Kamala is saying, it has to be some research because, like I said, some people lost land. Some people lost a whole lot more than some of these people who, of course, they were ADOS, American descendants of slavery, just based on the fact that they came over here later or whatever. But then they're like the indigenous people are owed more. And if we give back indigenous people their rights, like the Pope said, give these Indians back their land. If you give the indigenous people back our rights, our lands, our, freedom of our sovereign governments, because you can't be a sovereignty is a nation. Sovereignty is a government. No one person can be sovereign. You're only sovereign under your tribe or your government. So if you give these people back their original rights, then we rule, we dictate, and we run. And that's why putting Black people in that office like they used to be, because Black people before the United States of America government came into effect, hiring rebels. We were political forces. We were in power. We have not always been slaves. We were free people of color, and so on and so on. So once you give us back our rights, we can progress and proceed.
You know, I think where the disconnect is that, and what you and IG were discussing, is that you're speaking to reparations for those that the original indigenous people. And most Americans, Black Americans, you want to say African Americans, whatever, most, when they speak of reparations, they're speaking of reparations from the ancestries of slaves.
Right. And I'm for all
And
of it. I'm for all of it. I'm just saying that
But you can't.
some are owed more than others.
But that y'all don't hear how problematic. I just want you to listen. Please listen to what she's saying, y'all. Please listen to exactly what she's saying.
Some are owed more than others.
Yes, right.
If my family like I'm still on my tribal land. I'm still on my Indian land. I'm still in Indian territory. We still own our land that we paid nothing for.
Great. Are you feeling? Have you come? Have you done it? Do you feel good about yourself?
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it to make. I'm not saying that to make myself. I'm just saying I'm from here. That's just like somebody taking over your block, your hood, moving in your house, putting their feet up on your furniture, and that's your house that you bought and paid rent for, and somebody coming in there and just trying to take over. That's what that is. This was ours. So people, African Americans, which are white people as well, don't have a right. Have you looked at that queen and all her family is white now? One of them queens, I can't even remember her name, but one of them queens.
And when IG
one of them queens from,
and when IG respond, QI, I want you to let him to have a full response.
Yeah. One of them queens from Africa, I can't remember her name. Black queen from Africa. Her family, one of her sons, I think, came over here, and everybody since then are white because he mixed with non-black people. So her whole lineage has become white. So they are due reparations as well. A lot of these white people will be due reparations. Do you not get that?
Okay, girl.
Under your term, under Ado's term, a lot of these white people gonna get some reparations too.
You so crazy. It's not funny. You just crazy. You're talking about the people who came here. Yes, the Irish. Blackness does not mean ADOS. So yes, darling, the Irish, the Italian were classified. The white immigrants who came here during the 1860s and 1840 Homestead says, yes, girl, they were classified as fucking black, not because of their race. They wasn't institutionalized, terrorized through institutions of chattel slavery and Jim Crow redlining. So again, she's showing y'all what y'all should beware, people of color. This is what people of color are going to tell you. They're going to point out to you and tell
We're talking about breed mixing. We're not talking about what you're talking about. We're talking about the fact that black people had children with white people, and therefore there's breed mixing. So those mixed people, those biracial, triracial, quadruple racials are due reparations as well.
Oh my God, that's a moot point. I didn't say
they're not.
anything. It's a moot point. If you are, again, do I have to repeat myself? Despite slave women and men not having autonomy to their bodies, you are going to run the gamut of all type of mixtures and genophenotypes. The same thing with the pussy ass civilized tribe, American Indians.
According to ADOS, everybody in America gonna get reparations, gonna get the pot of reparations.
So here's the thing. So being mixed, I'm trying not to cuss you out. Being half white and
only cuss out the points, y'all. Only be mad at the points. Only be mad at the points.
Yeah,
Not
but
each other, but the
He
poor.
can. It's all
this is
right.
goofy. This y'all don't understand how fucking goofy
I
this
can get
is.
crunk too.
Explain it, IG.
In the middle
Explain
of
it,
a
IG.
political. This is so fucking goofy. This is
Ex-
what people of color always do to us, and we're so fucking ingratiating. We just let them step in our space and tell us what we should not deserve. Bitch, I would never step at another person. Okay, you American Indian, let me go to some Haitians. I'll never step to some Haitians and tell them what the fuck they don't deserve. But us
Haitians
black Americans, we let
are
these
American descendants of slavery. Jamaicans are American descendants of, and and they're black, and a lot of them are more indigenous. They're indigenous, okay.
bye, y'all. Bye.
No,
I don't
But
want to do
according
this.
to ADOS,
Oh my
everybody
God.
in America, they got a little the one drop rule. Everybody in America that's got one drop of black blood gonna get some reparations.
Y'all, the conversation, let me ask you this question. The information that she is talking about, how does that help you move in your actual political redress everyday life? It doesn't help you. And yes, that
What? That's why
bypassing,
they saying that they need to do research. They need to
no,
do genealogy
no,
research and
I'm a person of
categorize
color.
people
No, of course you
according
person
to
of
their
color, you're going to say
genealogy.
that. Of course you person of color, you're going to say that because you don't like the fact that okay, looks like this country can
There are
specifically.
a lot of white people of color.
Oh, yes, they're Hispanic. You're right, but they don't get reparations. You're absolutely right. You just want to be right
They're
about something.
white.
I
They're
don't get. Why are you
white.
fucking
Yeah,
here?
The
Why are
Hispanics,
you
yes.
here?
But then we're talking about pure white people. And then when you say people of color, who are you specifying? Are you specifying the Sicilians, which are the children of the Moors
This
from
is goofy.
North Africa? Are you specifying the Italians, which are children of the Black Nubia Moors, which are who are you specifying? The Irish?
Congress.
Who are you specifying when you say eight dose? And then some people got naturalized, right? They came over here way after all that stuff was done.
This
So
is
that
dumb.
means that if
Bye.
they're
This
over here and
is
they're naturalized, they're due for reparations as well. So it has to be specified. There has to be a science, a strategy, the mathematics, and getting down to the root of who really deserves it. Because according to ADOS, everybody gonna get a check.
Based upon what you're saying, I actually agree with you. Because that makes such more logical sense. When I thought of reparations, I never considered those. Well, first of all, I only identified it alone to slaves, descendants of slaves. I never, because I do know that when it comes to the indigenous people, I know a lot of them still don't own their own land, but there are a lot of tribes that do receive reparations because they have their own land, their own government, et cetera, et cetera. Um, but I think that makes sense what you're saying as far as doing a research. Because to be quite honest, I wouldn't even trust this system to go based alone from Jim Crow eras. I mean, let's be realistic. I know personally within my family, we've come to a dead end when it comes to some of our family research, trying to find records. We can't even find records, basic birth records. Then you have stuff where information is not the correct name, like maybe the birth mother or something of that magnitude. So I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable depending on the government's record from Jim Crow. Like I just would not. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. I was a little confused though with you and IG's argument in regards to what he was frustrated about in reference to the reparations. Because what it sounds like to me is that you're just saying, we want to make sure that the people that get it are actually entitled to it. Because if we make it just based upon the records, then everybody, people of color, not
Facts.
specific to one group. That's what I
Facts.
was hearing you saying. And I think that is
Mm-hmm.
important because there are, if we're dealing with, for me specifically, we're going to deal with slavery, right? You have a lot of people that
Mm-hmm.
came after slavery
And
that
white
came
people
and
were the first slaves. White people were the first slaves that hit America. They
All right, you
brought
about to
their
lose this
poor
shit.
criminals and different things over here. So, like, if we're basing it off of slavery, that's a wide
It's not just
margin.
slavery. It's not just slavery. And see, that's okay. Rumors to you. I'm talking to you. So I want to make sure you have the understanding.
I love you though, IG.
When you, girl, I love you too, but I don't like you. When it comes to
You love me.
when it comes to it doesn't go to everybody because when you're dealing with the reparations for ADOS, yes, the chattel slavery is not the part you have to prove. That's not hard. That's not the kerfuffling with the redlining, the Jim Crow, the segregation. We know that these people in particular, right? So it's not a everybody thing. If we were doing it off of melanin, if we were doing it, no, it's off of lineage. So most Black Americans, even like I said, it's not about you going so far back to slavery. You don't have to go back that far, darling. The records that prove that you are the descendants of the Negro uncolored, because the census records and everything shows that this country wasn't a mass immigrating country. It was American Indians, white settlers, and the African slaves. So it's not an everybody thing because the reason why in Cobra, give you a perfect example, the Caribbeans and Jamaican who are suing St. Croix and getting reparations, see how they're not saying gee whiz because of everybody who got dropped off of here of the fucking African slave ships or Caribbean that we're gonna fight. No, that's goofy. They're specifically
Taino
the,
Indians and
the
Seminole Indians, right? And
if you
they're
want to
more
say they claim
indigenous.
that, but that's not what they're claiming that as. But either neither here or there, neither here or there. Those people are having a specific reason.
Saladoids.
So for us as Black Americans, it's not that hard to kerfuffle if you're looking at it through the gauge of lineage. That's why in this country, you hear when we people immigrate here, my darling rumors and tea, you hear that term first, second, and third generation. You notice you don't hear anything past that, right? The reason why you don't hear people going up to fourth and fifth, sixth generation, because it's very verifiably proven that your ancestors, that your folks, or whatever your ethnic background or national origin you come from, it's been anchored in America. That's why the other borders in first world European countries don't play this game at all. Like with these Irish descent, German, Italian people that came here, right, during the 18th, they can't go over there just because they might actually have the blood of Germany and Irish. No, if the direct bloodline from your generation line has not been anchored through past three generations for you to now be considered a German citizen through the nationality. So for us as Black American, that's why we call ourselves ADOS. We put American descendant of slavery. We're not talking about African diaspora because once the
Where is
diaspora
America?
happened,
Where is America?
I don't want to talk
Where
to
so
you
is
now.
okay, so
America?
listen,
I
wait a
don't.
minute, listen. So listen.
Is
So
America
here's
not
where
north,
My God,
central,
I
and
don't.
hold on.
south?
Wait a
Oh my
minute, please
God.
Is it
Oh
listen.
my
not the
So
North
this is
America.
Amazons?
where
North American
Is it
slavery.
not
North
the
American slavery.
islands,
North
Caribbean
I
American
want to
slavery.
islands?
bring so I
Is
North
don't
it
want
American
not
people to get
slavery.
Alaska
confused.
North
and
American
Canada?
slavery. North
America
American
is a
slavery.
continent.
North American
America
slavery.
is a
North
continent. It's
and
an
it's also
entire
full of
land
countries.
mass,
You
a
you
continent.
you
So when you
idiot.
say
Like Africa
America,
is a continent.
that
You
is
idiot. With
considered
different.
the
This is why I
Caribbean
can't talk to
Hold
islands.
people
on,
like
y'all.
her.
Hold
That
on,
is
y'all.
This is
Hold
why
on,
I can't
y'all.
talk
considered
to
Hold on, y'all.
people
Hold
like
on,
South
her.
y'all.
This is why I can't
America
talk
Hello.
to people like
and
her.
It's the
North
moderator.
America,
It's the moderator in the house. Hold
This
on.
is fucking
Hold on,
stupid.
QI. Hold on, QI. It's the moderator. Okay, so hold on. Hold that QI. I want rumors to engage back to IG because that's who he was initially speaking directly to.
all right, my bad. But what is
So
Go
the
ahead, Rumor.
confusion. This is where the confusion comes in. When Kamala and Sharp, not Sharp, Al Sharpton, when they were speaking about reparations, who specifically are the reparations supposed to be for? Because the dialogue between the two of you does not address the who the reparations are supposed to be for. And again, as I say, most people feel like the reparations are for descendants of slaves.
American slavery. No, it doesn't work like that.
Which can include white people
no,
or Europeans as
no,
well.
no. That's
Hold
I'm about to
on.
rumors
Because
and
I want to
Tina.
ask, because I want to be sure. I don't want to speak for
No,
Sin. I can't see who else is up here. Is that not the because that's always been my assumption that when we speak about reparations, it's for the descendants of slavery.
And once again, to be clear, the first slaves were white, European.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
I'm saying I agree.
I can't
Is
believe you're
that
saying
has
that. I
not?
can't believe
Because
that.
I know you have more. I know you two have
Oh
more of
my
an
God.
intensive.
Oh my God.
I
What's
see
the
why
problem?
IG's getting angry now. I really see
Oh
why he's
my
getting
God.
mad.
It's like
Okay, it's called research.
Oh, I know it's
I am
called
more researched than ADOS. You know that Aboriginal
Oh
community over
God.
there? I
Yes, with all of the
co-founded that.
criminals. Yes, honey,
My
I know
name
about all of
was
the
Black
criminals and the
Conscious
fake
Fraud
tribes
Committee.
and
IG, don't
everything.
even waste your time. Don't even waste your time.
No,
This
no, no. No, I'm not
pointless.
trying to be combative or
this is
anything. I'm just
dumb.
trying to say
This
I
is
have
dumb.
I mean,
and
what she's
had a
saying,
whole
I'm going
I
to
research
can't
repeat
even
it.
team.
get rumors and tea.
Her speaking points in regards to identifying who the reparations are for, should go to me are valid, but it does not negate the fact that all I've ever been educated on when it came to us getting reparations or wanting reparations, it was again for descendants of slave. So
And
is
Adolf,
that not?
right? And that's
And I
why Adolf,
understand what you're saying. I be
because
saying that
if
the
you say
ADOS are specifying who should. Because this is what I'm
yes,
interpreting what you're saying. If they're
And
specific,
like
but is
I've been
that
telling
what?
ADOS,
we're
it goes
we're
deeper than
specifying. Oh
that.
my God, we're
Like I've been
specifying.
telling
We're
Yvette Carnell and what's his name? Oh boy, like I've been telling the leaders of ADOS for a long time that it goes deeper than that. I was in there woo banging, trying to
you're a
educate them. The
grifter.
reason y'all
You
even
want
talking
Can
about American
I think
Indians is
IG
because
should be
of
allowed to
people like
speak.
Oh
me.
no, it's
Because
not.
of
Let
people
It's
IG
like
not.
be
me
allowed to
who was
speak.
over
So
there
IG,
trying
you're
to
saying,
incite
IG,
them
are you
that it
saying?
goes
I
deeper
can't. I
than
can't.
Okay, hold
slavery.
I
on. Okay, can
can't.
we speak one at
I
a
don't
time?
blame him.
So
I
IG,
can't.
are you saying that?
I
Are you
can't.
saying that the reparations should be not for the descendants of slaves, but for Black Americans? Period. Is that's what
It
you're
should be for
combating?
it's certain.
But I
It
was
should be
asking. I was asking her.
categorized.
I specifically was asking
Oh,
IG.
okay. My bad.
IG.
What was the fucking question again?
I was
Are
saying,
you
is your
are you
talking
saying that the
points?
reparations are exclusively for those who fall under the Black American label?
Yes, for ADOS, because you can't do reparations if you just say African slavery, because African slavery is diasporic, meaning, see, the reason why the Haitians didn't give a fuck what was going on with the Dominican Republic and Cuba, even though they're on the same as islands, right? Because the specificity of their specific flight with their specific French, Mussolini and all them, right? That is specific. So ADOS is because we're not doing Pan-Africanism. We're not doing people of color. The way that this country, that's why we have failed at reparations, because you've had Pan-Africans who go up there and fumble the language, because if you can't expect America to pay for the North America to pay for the slavery of Cuba. You cannot expect America to pay for African slavery in Puerto Rico. You cannot expect America, but you can expect, and besides, they didn't enslave them. They enslaved us who come from primarily West Africa, right? They enslaved
No.
us. Okay, we're gonna just ignore history books and everything. I got you, sis.
Yeah, we are definitely
They're going to
in
enslave.
ignoring lies.
God, I don't even believe in you.
Can I
Please
say this?
give me.
Just keep
Hold
it
on, y'all.
order.
Hold
Just
on,
keep
hold
it
on, hold on, y'all.
order.
Hold on, y'all. Let IG come to completion and then I want to get Rose and Miss Legit in here and then circle back around to Rumors and QI.
I'm about to be getting off at 6. I just, this is the problem. Y'all just don't know how much this is such a fucking problem, because this is what we fall into the trap all the time. We let people of color who say they are not you, who look like you, speak and say that how you should be advocated for. No, American, the ADOS C4 organization that you can just join, like politics, like you do with grassroots politics, that the Americans of this country shook and made things possible for people who want to be here, shit like that, right? What you can do is join that C4 and that organization. That is toward the change. The bill they're talking about, the HR 40 bill and stuff like that, that we've been covered up and cracked up. See, saying that you need to study something, that's something that you already have a specific group. That's the thing. No, you don't need to study that, because everyone knows when you say slavery in America, you are not talking about Hispanics. You are not talking about Haitians who got here. You're not talking about the mass immigrations of Nigerians. You are not talking about all of these people who came to the right of the decimal after 1965. So that's why the language is American descendant of slavery, where, because it's understood that we are descended from West Africa. So you can't sue or have a case against the government speaking as a continent, but you can, like you did what they did with Hiroshima, like they do with the Jews and other people they've done wrong. They pay reparations to lineage and specificity, not fucking Crayola. I land.
Rose and then Miss Legit.
Okay. All right. The reason I came on was I think IG presented a question for me in the chat. He had said, why would I say that? No, okay, it was something I said I don't think I'm not saying that you shouldn't get reparations. I absolutely do believe that descendants of Black American slaves should get it. I just thought it was, my response was, I think it's going to be difficult because these racist people really don't want to give it to us. So I was curious as to why he was asking me that question. But as I listened to him as he's talking, I really do understand his frustration, and he is correct. It is very simple.
Thank you, my sister.
You cannot, there's slavery all over. But when this movement was started, we're fighting for. I'm Nigerian American, okay?
I
was
love you,
born
baby.
here, but guess what? I don't even believe. I told my friend, I said that's not for me. I might be born here, but that's not for me because
Ooh,
my parents are
God
immigrants.
bless you.
They did not fight for this war. It is
God bless you.
Black American descendants who fought for this, who deserve it,
Girl,
not
you about
me.
to break me down in tears.
Would I love the money? Absolutely. But in all honesty, I don't.
We got a Black agenda for you, girl. But thank you. You about to move me.
I don't. We didn't suffer. We didn't suffer for it. We didn't suffer for it. In fact, like
Thank you,
my
God.
parents, because my parents didn't understand. There was something that Claude Anderson said. He said, "Don't get into discussion with immigrants." And he said it very respectfully. He said, "They don't understand." And he's right. Let me tell you why he's right. My parents who are from Nigeria, they talked a lot of mess, but they talked a lot of mess because they didn't understand. And then I had to break it down to my mother, like, Conscious and the panel, please forgive me. I'm gonna deviate a little bit and I'm gonna come back.
Please.
When my parents came here, they were talking about Harlem. Oh, Harlem Bliss, nya, 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 nya. And then I had to explain to my mother about the Harlem Renaissance. And I told her about the type of people. And my mother was shocked. Her mouth was agape. She said, Black people were like that? I said, yes, Mommy, there's a lot that you don't understand. But when they come here, and I hate to admit it, even I had that thinking until as I stayed here and I said, oh, wow, I get it. So I see why, with due respect, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody on the panel, but I see why IG is very angry. This was a movement started by Black Americans. They're fighting for their own rights.
Hallelujah.
You don't go and when the Spanish come to fight, they fight for them, just them. They only come around us and pretend they're with us when they want to get what they want. The moment they get what they want, oh, you niggas again. And you know what Spanish people will tell you to your face? They will tell you, oh, my mother told me that when we're going to get married, we should marry up, not down. And when marrying up, it's marrying white. They will tell you this to your face. That is disrespectful. No matter how nice you say, it is disrespectful.
That's a motherfucking ally. Thanks, girl. I love you. I give you my number. That's Black Americans.
Yes.
This is an ally.
Mm-hmm.
This is an ally.
So what
this is an ally.
He's saying specifically.
Who's next? Who's next? Because I have a rebuttal.
This who you stand next to. This who you do politics with.
Specifically, does everybody deserve reparations? But they gotta fight for their own battle. The ADOS, the little bit that I know, this is our issue. Look at what our ancestors
Look at him over there twerking.
They took away our land. So we're fighting for us. It's not the slavery. If those people want reparations, let them fight their own battle. For the descendants of Black Americans, he's saying, don't put other people. No, let me finish. I'm about to land.
And we West African, we connected to Nigeria and Benin. That's our motherfucking people too.
You are. You are.
So what he's saying.
You are.
Because if you mix it all in, then you lose. Then nobody's gonna get anything. Then they're gonna justify it. So for the specificity, he's saying specific for descendants of Black American slaves, not mixing any other person, not even mixing.
Next
African
up.
people. No, you
next up, so I can get my rebuttal.
No, it's conscious show. Don't push me up like that.
I know. I'm just saying.
I respected all of you. I didn't disrespect.
I respect you too. My bad, sister. My bad.
Peace, y'all.
Hey, Miss Legit. And thank you for that, Rose. Hey, boo.
Hey, and thank you for having me up. Okay. I just wanted to say the last two people that spoke, the man and the woman that just spoke, I totally agree with them. They were spot on. They were straight on point. One of the things that made me come up was this whole thing about white people were slaves. White people were not slaves in the United States of America or what became the United States of America. That is absolutely false. When people say stuff like that, that takes away from Black people's, what actually happened to us. And that tries to give some equality there. Oh, well, white people were slaves too. No, they were not. What they were indentured. They were in indentured servitude. They were indentured servants, and many of those white people had committed crimes or they had debts or what have you. So they worked for a period of time and then were set free. What we endured was chattel slavery. That means from dust to dust. When you're born to when you die, you are born into slavery. People were not born into indentured servitude. And in chattel slavery, you are owned as property, as if you're livestock. Okay, so trying to say white people were slaves, they were the first slaves here. They were not slaves here, not on this land. That is absolutely false.
Exactly. They were settlers. They came here as settlers.
And this is what happened. I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry.
Shout out. It's my turn. Shout out to Renee. It's legit.
My numbers for anybody, even you two sis who I disagree with. Don't spam a bitch. But my numbers.
No. I'm good, y'all. I'm good. I'm finna give some shout outs and then I'm finna bring some stuff home for y'all, right? I'm gonna try to remember it. Shout out Renee. Shout out Renee. Renee, you know I love.
Hold on, Akiwa.
Renee is one of.
Hold on, Akiwa. Miss Legit wasn't finished.
Yeah. Okay. My bad, Renee.
I appreciate that.
I apologize.
And as far as Ados, you know, that's the whole thing. It's about slavery. It was about the enslavement of Black people here. And the thing about it to me is we're not trying to disregard, you know, the Caribbean brothers and sisters or people, you know, or what have you. It's just acknowledging here on this land, our ancestors shed their blood, sweat, and tears to build this country here. They gave their free, forced labor. Okay. And so we are speaking in terms of that. That's not trying to exclude anyone. And just like Jamaica, they had the rights to come to Britain, go against Britain for the money that's due to them. The Haitians go against the French. So we're not trying to limit anybody or say we don't include them. And it has to be about slavery, not about Jim Crow. And the reason being is because slavery has already been acknowledged by the United States of America as a crime against humanity. That's already documented. It's already documented that they abolished that from the Constitution and all of those sorts of things. So when you talk about the institution of slavery and what it means and what it meant, you have to deal with that directly. So to me, anyone who can trace their lineage back to slavery, then they are eligible for reparations. To me, though, it should be a percentage threshold. So meaning that if you have a white person, let's say they come out having 9% sub-Saharan African, they are not due reparations for that. I think it should go upon what the average DNA percentage of sub-Saharan African descent is for Black people here. And it's around it's in the 70 percentile. So to me, if you're like 70% or better, you then should receive reparations. Let's say you're over half, you might receive some reparations to a lesser degree. But to me, it should be a threshold as well. So, and I just want to ask QI, I'm just the last thing, I'm so sorry. I want to ask QI to break down this whole thing about white slaves. What white slaves are you talking about?
Hold on. And before we do that, dare I show this? Is it going to gaslight the panel? When Europeans were slaves, research suggests white slavery was much more common than previously believed, and it goes into all type of ish, including white slaves in America. I assume that this is what QI is trying to get into the proximity of. But go ahead, Q. Go ahead, QI.
All right. Yeah, because I am well researched. In fact, I am so researched. Did y'all not know that there are Black families who have already received their reparations? Because in order to receive your reparations, you have to know who your colonizers were. I know who my colonizers are. And it's going to surprise a lot of people that some of their colonizers are their blood DNA family. Did I add some extra sauce to the jouse? I added some extra sauce. Some of y'all colonizers, some of y'all slave masters were your grandpappies and grandmammies. Okay, next. All right, now the whole thing with ADOS is you're talking about American. Let's break down the definition, the terminology, and what is considered America.
The descendant of the 18th Webster's definition.
No, I didn't ask you for an answer. I'm about to answer. Because your answer and ADOS answer is so wrong.
I didn't say that, man.
America is considered Alaska, Canada, North America. We are in North America. Then we got Central America, which are the islands. And then we have South America, which are the Amazons. America is an entire continent. Now, the name of our government is the United States of America. But this ain't the only part of America. So first of all, the name, the definition, the description, American descendants of slaves. So that means anybody in this continent.
Yeah.
So
No,
y'all
it
are not
doesn't.
even specific. No. Let me finish. Let me finish. Y'all are not even specific to your claims
So we're
because y'all
arguing
don't consider.
semantics.
Wait, hold up.
Semantics.
Let me finish and then y'all can rebuttal.
We won't be having conversations with
But
people.
Ados, let me finish. I gave y'all time. I said on mute. Every time I get to talking, someone wants to interrupt me.
Yes, please allow
But
QI to keep
what Ados considers America is just the United States. So they go wrong right there. And then when you look at history, just like he just pull up documentation, there's plenty of documentations, manumisms and everything that documents that white people were the first slaves. White people were also slaves. And then what are we categorizing as slavery? Are we
Okay,
saying
hold on,
indentured
right there.
servitude?
Hold on. Put a pin in it right there, QI, because I want to read this and insert this to see just what I'm curious to know, like, what you think about this since you are making this argument. So, according to research and scholar historian Robert Davis, says that it is useful to compare this Mediterranean slavery to the Atlantic slave trade.
Yeah, because there were many forms of.
Hold on. I ain't finished yet.
Okay.
Hold your
Okay.
view, because see, I'm just here to moderate and to throw things to both sides. So
I got you. Go ahead.
David said it is useful. Let me view IGA.
He laughing and gonna look so stupid.
Okay, so listen. David said it is useful to compare this Mediterranean slavery to the Atlantic slave trade that brought Black Africans to the Americas. Over the course of 4 centuries, the Atlantic slave trade was much larger. About 10 to 12 million Black Africans were brought to the Americas, but from 1500 to 1650, when transatlantic slaving was still in its infancy, more white Christian slaves were probably taken to Barbary than Black African slaves to the Americas, according to Davis. Quote, one of the things that both the public and many scholars have tended to take as given is that slavery was always racial in nature, that only Blacks have been slaves, but this is not true, Davis said. We cannot think of slavery as something that only white people did to Black people. During the time period Davis studied, it was religion and ethnicity as much as race that also determined who was slaves. And I just want to throw that the QI side.
Yes, exactly. Because people don't even know. Because you said transatlantic slavery. That's just one. Am I talking? Am I like? See, why do I always have to be interrupted?
Go ahead.
Why do I always have to be interrupted?
Go ahead.
I'm about to go ahead, but I just want to bring it to IG's attention because he don't want me to make him look stupid. All right. So there were many forms of slavery. Transatlantic slavery is just amongst one form of slavery. Okay. Then you had the Spanish slavery. Like I said, and that goes back to you have to know who your colonizers were. Because just because we think that they're all white, they not all white and of the same ethnicity or group. They don't all consider themselves just white. You get the people who colonized me or colonized my family or had some effects on my family were the French and the British. But you got the Dutch, you got the Spanish, and you got the Africans, the Moors. So then you got the Indians. I can't leave out them Indians, right? You got the Cherokee, you got the Choctaw. You know what I'm saying? So who were your colonizers? Who enslaved you? And what ethnicity were they? And there are many forms of slavery. We got indentured servitude. We got the cattle system.
Yeah.
So who enslaved you and what specific type of slavery were you under? All of this stuff is important. And this is why research is necessary because it goes deeper. It goes, IG, I have not landed my goddamn plane yet.
Please do.
And y'all talked and talked and talked and talked. Is that Miss Nigeria?
Yeah, it is Miss
Who
Nigeria.
ain't even, according to
Please,
you ain't even
can
supposed
you
to be.
please?
According to you,
I'm so
according to
sorry.
you ain't even supposed to be in the conversation. But you said that.
Oh, that's
Okay, but
I'm so
anyway,
sorry. I'm so sorry. But
why IG
She's
over
not
there
an ally.
praising you, talking about you an ally and
She's an ally.
everything?
She's
But
more of an
anyways,
ally
back
than
to
you
my
would ever
let
be.
me land the
She's more of
plane.
an
Let me
ally
land
than
the
you would
plane.
ever
I
be.
just thought I'd throw some shade.
She's
But
the
I want to push
anyways,
back.
cookout.
I want to push back on what the
they're a
whole
tag team over there. They're a
article.
tag team over there. But you know, y'all see them withstanding the tag teams. And shout out to Renee.
Let her come
She's
in
a
and
good
derail
debater.
this
I
conversation like
respect her. I respect her.
this.
But anyways, let me go and land this plane right quick. That's why research is needed. Because like Renee was saying, like Ms. Legit was saying, it should go by percentage. And yes, everybody should be included, but by a percentage. Because some people lost and sacrificed more than others under this system of disparities. So you have to know who your colonizers were, and then you have to know what you're owed. Because some people need their land back. Some people lost businesses, money, or economics. Some people lost a lot of different things. Different things under this system of what we want to call slavery. And what kind of slavery was it? And what do we consider slavery? And what is America? An entire continent. So we
Yo,
have to be specific, and that's why research is necessary to make sure people, can you not let me land this goddamn
let
plane,
them
IG?
fucking
You
crash,
talk and
girl.
talk and talk. With your non-emotional control having ass. But anyways, like I said, there is research necessary because they don't want to have to pay out and then pay out again. And then specific colonizers, specific people owe you reparations. Not everybody owes you reparations. Everybody didn't enslave you. Specific colonizers enslaved you. Just like for me, it was the French and the British. But can you tell me who your specific, if you up in the East Coast, your colonizers were probably Dutch.
Can we let her go, y'all? I'm
And then
tired.
if
This
you're
not
over
funny
there
no
on the
more.
West Coast, it
This
might be
is not
Spanish.
funny no
So
more.
can you tell me who your colonizers are? And I digress from there.
Could I please
I'm gonna
respond really,
tell
really
Yeah,
quick? Because
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
jump off. I'm so
yeah.
sorry. Because thank you so much. Because I'm gonna make it quick. But I just want to push back some on what she was saying in the article that you put up. That article is talking about white slavery in terms of what happened. The Muslims enslaving white people in North Africa between 1530 and 1780. So that's why when I was speaking, I said on this land. I was talking about here in the what became the United States of America, Black people being enslaved here.
It happened here too.
I'm not done because we are pursuant to the United States government for reparations. So I never said white people were not enslaved in the history of the world, but no, they were not enslaved here in the United States of America. They enslaved people here. And like I said, our people built this country. Our people built this on their back. So because of that, we are due reparations. So no, there were not white slaves in America. There were never white slaves in what became the United
I
States.
just want to add. No,
That's false. But then
I digress. I mean, I don't
Legit,
agree, but go
hold on,
ahead.
y'all, hold on. Miss Legit, the article, was talking about the Americas, or it states that about 10 to 12 million Black Africans were brought to the Americas, but from 1500 to 1650, when transatlantic slaving was still in its infancy, more white Christian slaves were probably taken to Barbary than Black Africans. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. That's talking about going back and stuff that happened between the Christians and the Muslims that were white. I'm talking
But
about.
it did happen here.
Wait, I'm gonna
It
wrap it
did
up.
happen here as well.
No, it did not. No, it did not.
It
There
did.
is no. Hold on one second. There is no.
A lot of the research
There is no.
it does establish that white indentured servants
Oh my God.
were brought to the Americas, but
Yes.
they're talking specifically a QI about chattel slavery.
And that's the type of slavery.
Thank you.
It's chattel
Exactly.
slavery.
So it's not no. There was
But
one
see, they
book.
bring up Indians.
Hold
They
on,
bring up
QI. Hold on,
Indians.
QI.
And the situation where Indians were
QI.
in was an indentured
Wait, can you let me
servitude
finish real
situation.
quick? Can you let me finish,
Yeah.
please? So
like we have to,
can
I'm
you
just
let me
saying we have
finish?
to classify what we consider as slavery, because the
I'm telling
situation
you
where
what it was.
Indians was
Can you
all indentured.
no,
But go ahead,
I'll tell you
Renee.
what yes, I don't know why you keep saying like we need to define. I'm defining it for the United States of America. White people were never ever slaves here. That is false. If anyone says they were, in fact, it was one man who wrote a book that tried to say Irish people were enslaved here. That has been categorically denied, even by Irish scholars, by the country of Ireland. There was never, now there were Irish people brought here who were indentured servants, but they were not slaves. He even used a false picture and all kinds of things. That was the only this one book this guy wrote, and it was a lie. There is no historical accuracy. There's nothing supporting that. So again, there were no white slaves in America. But I do want to say,
I agree with you.
Hold on a second.
I agree with you.
You said
okay.
The other thing you said is, what is America? America's a continent. It includes this. Come on, please stop. We are talking about.
Am I lying, Renee? I'm not lying, am I, Renee?
Hold on.
Oh my God,
She not finished.
Hold on.
She not finished.
We are talking about. You said we got to define what America's. We're talking about the country of United States of America. That's what we're talking about.
It should be
hold on.
UNA though.
I'm sorry, I'm Isaac. I'm
because
usually
we
more
are
personal.
pursuing.
Y'all,
but I
hold
have
on.
to
It's too many voices, y'all, and everybody's
course.
trying to get through. Hold on, y'all.
Isaac, nice to meet you, baby. But they got me drove. I got to get up out of here.
Go ahead, Renee. Go ahead, Renee.
We are pursuant to the United States government. So when you say we need to define where that's what we're talking about.
Exactly.
The United States of America. North America is a continent. South America is a continent. But the United States of America is a country. That is who we are pursuing reparations from. So we have defined that. You said ADOS
is a government. Yes, United States is a government.
Yeah, we're pursuant to the government of this country.
Government.
Yes. Okay. Y'all, she is a troll, y'all. She's a troll. She's a troll.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Renee knows me. Renee knows me, and we've had this debate. Me and Renee always had this debate.
Oh my God,
hold on, y'all. We don't need argument. Hold on. We need argument.
But I'm gonna jump off, guys.
She has.
Okay, thank you, Miss.
She has derailed.
She has. You the top female debater next to me.
I have a question for you, QI. A lot of people are asking basically like, what are you trying to get at? So are you basically trying to say that in the conversation about who should get reparations, that basically it should be a chronological order, that white slaves who you are saying was here first, and indigenous Black Americans and Native Americans, and then ADOS individuals, is that what you're trying to say? Is that there are some other people in line first? And that's your argument?
What I'm saying is, when it comes to law and politics, in law and politics, term analogy matters, right? Mm-hmm. When you read a contract, when you read any binding legal document like the treaties and etc., words matter. You have to be specific. If you're not specific, that's that loophole. A lot of people find loopholes in the law based on the lack of terminology. So terminology has to be specific. Now we know these people ain't gonna want to keep paying people over and over and over again. So we ain't talking about just a group of Irish, just a group of Jewish. We're talking about an entire span of people. We're talking about as Renee was saying, and what I was saying to Renee, when you say America, she was like, oh, come on, QI. I'm saying that it needs to be specific. If you're only talking about the United States, then it needs to be UNADOS, United States of America, ADOS, which is a government compared to a continent. It has to be legally specific.
What?
No, let me land my planes. It has to be specific. Now y'all know ain't nobody about to do nothing that ain't legally binding. Come on now. Y'all ain't business people, and that's what black people go wrong if y'all think that they just about to randomly just give a bunch of people some money and think they ain't gonna come back for some more, and think that they ain't gonna come back for some more if they fall under another category. But this is what I'm saying too. Things have to be specified, and the document, whether it be Cobra, whether it be ADOS, whether it be, I done read a lot of those. If you don't shut your ignorant ass up.
Could you
But
drop
anyways,
this
like I'm
stupid?
saying,
Could you drop this simple bitch?
you're
She is the
stupid.
problem. She is the problem.
No, I'm not
She
the
is
problem. You're the problem because
Could you
I was
please
asked
drop
a
this simple
question
bitch?
and I'm
Could you
trying to
please
answer
drop
it. And every time I get to talking, your ignorant ass get to talking because everything you say is stupid.
Can
And
I
you
speak,
know it.
please?
Let me finish. Like I'm saying, it has to be specific. Legally specific. That's why research has to be done. And when these politicians say research has to be done, ain't nothing wrong with that. And for y'all, those people who don't want to consider people from the Caribbean islands or people from Alaska or people from Canada as being ADOS, then y'all ought to appreciate that. Because that's all they're saying is we're going to categorize this shit the right way, and we're going to make sure that the right people get their just due. But y'all, they not just...
Your Wi-Fi is
When
messing
there's
up.
so many people that fall under people of color. That like, we've been renamed so many times. Most of us are not even African Americans, but we have checkmarked African American on so many documents before. But we're not African Americans. That's what I mean. Stuff has to be broken down to the root and specified. Because people are not just about to pass out no goddamn dollars. And then it's a lot of people that are responsible. It's more people, more corporations, more old money, more old families that have always had money. More of them slave masters who got corporations now that are the colonizers that owe you money, and all of them got to put into the pot. So in order for them to decide who got to put into this pot, they got to find out who are the colonizers and who are they responsible for, and where is this money truly supposed to be allocated to.
Ma'am,
And that's all I'm saying. And it's on degree and it's on percentage, because people who are from here, when they came over here and they used trickery and went against treaties and different things, they owe people money for that, for the trickery. They owe people because, like, they are the guests over here. They don't belong over here. They from across the waters. So they owe the black people and some of the natives that were here before they brought their ass over here money.
Ma'am, by virtue of everything I have sat here and listened to you say, this will be the very reason why the government never will ever give us reparations, based on the fact that you want to put everybody in the pot.
Exactly.
The government is never going to give you reparations. Your colonizer is going to give you your reparations. Like I said, look it up, research it, Google it. There's a family in California that got their reparations. There's a lady, her reparations came from Bank of America. There are black people who have already gotten their reparations because they boiled it down to who was the colonizers, who was the slave master, who disfranchised them.
And that's what I'm talking about.
All I want to
Okay, can you allow the rest of us to
But I'm
chime
gonna
in real quick?
digress from there. I ain't gonna tell y'all no more. I'm gonna let y'all keep sitting here talking while I get my reparations, and the rest of the black people that listen to me and realize it's not a group effort. Reparations ain't really a group thing. Reparations has to be broken down. It is categorized. I'm going to let us go and get our reparations while y'all sit there and think that the government owes you some reparations.
Good for you.
Okay, can
Okay.
you please
Thank you.
mute, please, so we can.
Okay, so hold
Go
on, you
ahead,
guys.
King.
Hold on, you guys. Oh, we got a new panelist, and I want to let him at this time to chime in. Hey, Tay, what's going on? Oh, you're on mute, Tay. Okay, there you go. Oh, we still can't hear you for some reason. No, we can't hear you. You might
tell him to go back out and come back in.
You might have to go out and come back in, possibly. Okay, he gonna go out and come back in.
Okay.
Okay,
I
y'all.
mean, my grandmother was 100% Cherokee, and I've been told about the DOS rolls and the state rolls that have, that go back to the very first census.
Do you know that Cherokee is not a real tribe?
Ma'am, I didn't ask you all that.
I'm just telling you.
I didn't ask you all that. I'm just making
Okay.
a point of.
My bad.
Thank you. Because I've been sitting here listening to you go back and forth. We're trying to defend for what has happened to us on this soil from those that were brought over here in slavery. Yes, there could very well have been 50,000 million, billion other slaves. We ain't talking about them. As far as the colonizers are concerned, those names and families have been turned over at least 11 daggone times, and not one time, because I consider myself a scholar. I'm a displaced doctorate of nursing student, and what I have not heard from you, you have thrown out a lot of rhetoric, talk, speak, propaganda, whatever, however you want to call it. You ain't cited one source for me to go look up. That's why I can't take you seriously. And
I was about to, when I wasn't trying to shade you with the Cherokee thing. The original name of the Cherokees, which are from parts of Memphis. I mean, no. I'm trying to tell her something,
It's
right?
giving
She
Pan
said,
African
give her some.
2.0.
Okay, I'm trying to help the sister, right? And then you want to interrupt with your ignorant ass, but you can't do it because you think you a Seminole, which ain't a tribe either, ignorant motherfucker. But anyways, like Cherokee, the original name for Cherokee is Tuscaroran Indians, and they're from like South Carolina, the Carolinas, and Memphis. So basically, to find your clan or your band, your specific, you go to the town, go back to like the 1800s, whatever your family was, then pull up and look up the Indian tribes in that specific town, and that's gonna tell you your band. But basically, you're Tuscaroran, and I think that
Your audio going out, QI.
Thank God.
You know what? If you can hear us, QI, or we can't hear you, boo.
Strength be unto you.
Okay, so QI, I'm gonna drop the link for QI. I want Tay to get up in here. Tay, you are on mute. Good morning and welcome to the panel.
Good morning.
All right, we can hear you now. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Because I have been in my bed just listening. Just listening. Okay. So she just been. I was gonna try, but I'll just say this and hop off here. I won't be all long. All of us know and are aware that this was about the descendants of the slaves, the chattel slaves that were brought over here to the United States of America.
Exactly.
As cattle. Not even, we can go into history, we can go and we can see that within the United States government and their history. We can look at the 3/5 compromise where they didn't even consider us human. I mean, these were laws. These were federal. The 3/5 compromise was in the Constitution.
Yikes.
You better teach on today.
So,
Yeah, I
We are
contacted
talking.
the Black
Hold on,
Caucus
QI.
about making
Hold on,
sure that
QI.
law
Hold on,
gets
boo. Hold on, boo.
removed.
Hold on, boo.
QI. QI. Can you hear me, QI?
Yes, she
Okay,
can hear
wonderful.
you.
Go ahead, I muted.
Okay, wonderful. I appreciate that. These are things that we're talking about that are historically accurate. We're not talking about in reference to white indentured servitude. We're not talking about the Irish, which as one of the panel did mention that was debunked. That was debunked not only by the country of Ireland, but and things of that nature. So whenever I hear concerning that, because I've heard that from a lot of white people. And then when I explain to them, I'm like, well, please cite me where. And they can't. Or they'll say, well, my grandfather. And I said, well, when was he free? And I said, oh, so he was an indentured servant. Well, yeah, but that's slavery too. I'm like, different. Highly different. Light years away. Whenever I was hearing, and I got on the part of reparations, that is something that even the late Sheila Jackson Lee was involved in the conversation in Congress. There's historical documents that show what we are owed, what they promised what they promised our ancestors, the ones that were freed. I'm about third generation freed slave. My great grandparents were freed slaves. So trust me, I'm waiting on my 40 acres.
Come on, 40
They
acres.
gotta do. They don't have to give me the mule. Give me the monetary equivalent.
That part.
And if we really want to talk about it, the people in Greenwood and Tulsa, the children, the survivors are still owed.
Hello. The
For the
Jews.
land that was their
And reparation means that the reparations mean that the descendants stand in the shoes of, in the language for the Jews and the Japanese. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cross you. So you're absolutely correct.
You're correct. They gave the Japanese theirs. And they were in camps.
Didn't they just rule against the ones that were fighting for Tulsa? For the Tulsa?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Greenwood was a black community. Greenwood was a black community in Tulsa, which the interstate runs through Greenwood right now.
Right.
It's documented, and they're products of the Indian migration.
Right, but you didn't. Okay, yeah. Strength be unto you. But even then, the reason why they were able to do that with Tulsa, because everybody who has spoke about reparations for us has had this language that is intentional. Trust me, it's done intentionally by the left to kerfuffle the waters, as the sisters on here doing. Because if you just say African slavery, the United States can't be like, well, we can't pay slavery to those we didn't enslave. And who are you talking about? So yes, language is extremely important. That's why for ADOS, which you haven't had since 60 years, we're the only group that have caused a national conversation, that has done the political work with the redress. And we do have a progressive black agenda, because just like our ancestors, the Caribbeans in particular, were that point of the right of the decimal, fighting with us.
And that's why I say salute to ADOS. I'm not against ADOS. Don't think that I'm against ADOS. I just say that there's more work to be done, brother. That's
But
all.
here's the thing. It's kind of offensive for you to say that when your organization, ma'am, you don't have any organization. You don't have a C4. You don't have
I'm a part of a tribe. I'm a part of my tribe.
That is very specific to your lineage, and it is based off of blood quantum. That is not something
And we all
that
need to be specific to our
no,
lineage.
girl. So anyway, again, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna have to drop down because I got to get ready to go back to work anyway about
And
4
I
hours.
can help people find their lineage. Like the
I'm sure for a
Cherokee lady, it's
for a phenomenal
Tuscarora,
fee,
South.
for a phenomenal fee, I'm sure.
Find your
For a phenomenal
county
fee,
or the
I know you
city
can.
or the town,
I know you
and then
can for a
trace the
phenomenal
Indians
fee.
in that town.
I know you can for a
I want to
phenomenal fee.
present something to the panel and to you, IG, before you go. It's an article by the this is the N. Oh shit. Oh, it's an article by the nysbar.org, and it's about why the conversations or the issue of reparations is difficult. And I found an excerpt about a panel that had to speak to this and deal with this because America has issued a whole host of reparations for other things, but not the particular issues that we're talking about here today. I'm gonna let me find the yes, for the family and slaves. Okay, I think is this it? If I miss a defamation comes in the form of how the government. Okay. Damn, I kind of lost my spot, but I'm just gonna pull it in. Somebody got some background noise. It's real loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's me. I'm sorry.
Okay, boots. Okay. 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 So author A. Kirsten Mullen pointed out that the United States government has paid reparations to Japanese families who were interned during World War II, families who lost loved ones during the September 11th attacks, and to Americans held hostage in Iran. The federal government even paid reparations to slave owners for the emancipation of their slaves in the midst of the Civil War. Hamis Kramer, associate professor at the School of Public Policy at the University of Connecticut, detailed how Germany reimbursed victims of the Holocaust and how Haiti was forced to pay reparation to slave owners. Yet reparations paid to the families of the enslaved remains extremely controversial. Albany Law School professor Anthony Paul Farley, a former federal prosecutor, said that may be due to the fact that the systems of oppression that shackle and demean Black Americans remain in place. Quote, even if checks were cut tomorrow for the highest amount you can imagine, there are procedures in place for white power to recoup it all the day after tomorrow, said Farley. Farley described how Black Americans face higher arrest rates, lower wages, and more fragile economic existence than their white counterparts. He attributed that to systemic deformation by the United States government of Black Americans. Quote, our government has a way of teaching everyone Black people's place in society. He said, we as lawyers are all familiar with reputational harm. We know what defamation is. We know what it costs if you have had a bad name, but we don't think of the ways our government has for all these years been busy producing a bad name for Black people. Black people have such a bad name that before a Black person even gets to a job interview or walks into a dealership to buy a car or walks down the street way before they ever arrived, there are myths and stories that have formed around them, and people have natural reactions to that. Farley said that the defamation comes in the form of how the government sanctioned slavery and then segregation, and how the legal, education, financial, and medical systems in the country treat Blacks. William A. Daugherty Jr., a professor of the public policy at Duke University, said that many Americans have come to see Black suffering as morally correct. Quote, if we introduce a wealth program, we have to repair for a violent response, said Daugherty. 30% of the population will resist any positive social change on behalf of Black people. Daugherty and Mullen are both pro bono counsel to efforts in California to study reparations. Their conclusion from their involvement is that reparations must be made on a national level. They say the scope of payments needed to address the wealth gap between white and Black Americans eclipses even the largest state budgets. Daugherty said that using the formula of 4 acres and a mule, which was promised freed slaves by General William T. Sherman during the Civil War, but later reversed by President Andrew Johnson, would necessitate a reparations fund of between $1 to $3 trillion. However, Daugherty noted that 4 acres and a mule was only one way to measure reparations, as it fails to take into account centuries of negative actions taken by the U.S. government and against Blacks. This is only one component shaping the wealth gap. there are still the consequences of discriminatory home ownership programs, the destructive effort on Black businesses of the federal highway program, and much more. Aside from the sheer size of payments, Darity and Moulin said that tracing the descendants of slaves and singling out those responsible in one state is difficult. California, for example, has a short history of slavery due to it being founded later in the life of the nation. As Farley posits, Black Americans as a whole, regardless of whether they are descendants of slaves, have borne the brunt of racist policies and the government's defamation. Acts where he would begin to implement reparations. Farley noted his credentials as former federal prosecutor before advocating for the abolishing of prison and the police. We know our prison doesn't make people better. We essentially abolish prison for white people, and yet we incarcerate a higher portion pro capita than the Soviet Union. Than apartheid South Africa, we incarcerate more per capita. That People's Republic of China chains look good on Black people to most Americans. Okay, so I know that Rumors and Tea earlier stated that one of the issues, I believe, would be the tracing of records. That is going to be like a real issue. I also know there was some conversations and rebuttal, I think, from IG about that. Then it's the sheer volume of the cost back to Americans. It's kind of being argued that the economy couldn't even fucking handle a reparational payment back to the descendants of slaves.
Facts. That was facts. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Who's responsible of the records that are lost in translation? Then we do have a semantic issue, as QI is saying. We do know that the country is all business and everything does come down to semantics and language, etc. This is how they manipulate us with the system, by a language and semantics, etc. And then it's the fact that we are trillions of dollars in debt, and then there will have to be trillions of money paid in order to suffice reparations, and then reparations wouldn't even need to stop there, because that's only one bit of the solution when it comes to reparations. But what do y'all think of that?
I actually
Hold on. And since IG,
y'all can go, because I'm at McDonald's right now, so I'll be able to talk when I'm on my way to work. So y'all can go while I'm getting my food.
Okay, I want to jump in. Mm-hmm.
I was saying, I agree. This is what I was saying earlier, and I understand everything. What's her name? Unapologetically. That's her name. Sis has been talking.
Let's say QI. QI.
Okay, QI, your delivery may be a little brash for people, but a lot of your talking points made sense to me. In regards to language, as Conscious was saying, is very important. That's what I was basically comprehending that you were saying. Certain things have to be implemented. I definitely agree with the fact of knowing who basically were your slave masters, because I do agree that a lot of them are owners of Fortune 500 companies, millionaires and billionaires, and knowing that our government cannot handle the paying for the reparations in itself. You need to go after those that actually enslaved you. That is very important.
Facts. You would get it quicker, and like I said, there are already people that have gotten there.
Hold on. And I honestly understand, because it kind of goes back to what IG was saying about, because I really feel like to a large degree that you guys are saying the same thing.
We're not.
IG, let me finish. IG, please, y'all stop cutting me off. Because this is what I'm interpreting. I feel like there's a slight difference because of when it I think it's a slight difference because y'all are talking more deep when it comes to your genealogy and all of that. I think that's where it's getting kind of lost in the translation for someone like myself, because I personally am discerning. You guys are saying a lot of the same thing, even though your point, the only difference I see in your talking point is that you're saying that it shouldn't be, because that's why I specifically was asking you. You said that it should not be about slavery, descendants of the slaveries. It should be about
Only,
Black
only.
Americans.
Yeah,
Black
it's not. That's what I'm
Americans.
saying. Yeah, because see, that's
Right,
why
hold
I
on,
went.
because I don't heard y'all. I don't heard both of y'all talking points. I promise you, I have. I understand exactly what both of y'all are saying. It's almost like and I love you, IG. It's almost like y'all both fighting to be right, but in reality, underlying like both what's being said. Because I agree with both of y'all to a large degree. It's just like I maybe my mind just meshed it all together, to be honest with you, because I understand what you're saying and I agree to what you're saying, but I also understand what she's saying and agree to what she said. The best person, honestly, it's not about being right or wrong, but the person that made more sense to me was Renee, because it kind of matched both of what you guys were saying. That just like I don't think that when she was speaking about the language, saying when she brought up the fact that there were white slaves, whether it's true or not, I don't really give a damn about debating nothing about nobody else race and all of that but my own people. But whether it's true or not, when she was saying that, to me it was just like she was saying you have to be careful, you have to be specific to who you're speaking to and who this is for, because if it's not specified, IG, which is one of the things that you are very passionate about, when they use people of color, and what she's saying, when it's not specified, then that makes it a people of color, that makes it all slaves. I understand her talking points, and I understand, I have to agree with that. For me personally, that makes more sense, but I also agree with what you're saying as well, and to me that's the commonality.
Because I just want to add, and then you continue on with see, is that because both IG and QI agree that the people of color label also includes white people of color too. So that's why QI is arguing the nuance of language is important.
But
That's what I saw. That's what I saw the commonality. So maybe that's
Exactly.
because
All
I
I'm
saw
saying is
all of that
specifics, and I
commonality that
do
I'm
agree
not
with
really
IG.
seeing. Yeah, I'm not. Maybe because I'm seeing all of that commonality, I'm not seeing the real disagreement to what is being said as far as on her behalf, because I'm not hearing her say that it should not be specified to Black Americans. I'm hearing her say that it should go back deep further, and that people should know the reason why she's saying it should go back further. If I'm wrong, correct me. The reason why it should go back further is because we can't go after the government and think that we're going to get it from the government. But we can successfully go if we do our research and we find out who our slave masters were, then we can pursue them to get what is owed to us.
good luck with that. That's going to be a
No,
simple
no,
But
truth.
we
no.
haven't
People
had
have
to read
already
it.
won.
I was
People
about
have
to say, hold
already
on, because I already
won.
got, wait a minute, I got you. Because I have too. I have a cousin that I damn sure didn't believe until I did the research. I really didn't believe this heifer. She lived in California and she got her little 48. She said, girl, this ain't shit. Just telling
Okay,
y'all the truth what she said.
and can we put a pause? And can we put a pause in the
But
writing?
that's
Because
not
ironically, I had pulled up the reparations
reparations.
system thing and recommendation to study and all that. You got a lot of air in the background, IG. But I just want to read y'all this excerpt super quick so y'all can chime in on this too, all y'all. It's from the California situation. I just want to read this excerpt super quick. After 2 years of often intense public hearings, the California Reparations Task Force voted in May of last year to approve a more than 1,000-page document, including more than 200 recommendations of how to undo centuries of unfair treatment for Black Californians, especially descendants of enslaved people. It recommended California formally apologize for its role in enabling slavery and for the many tentacles of white supremacy in its history. It also recommended the state make cash payments to those whose ancestors were enslaved. Cal Matters reparations calculator based on economic modeling in the task of force report estimates an eligible Black resident who lived 7 decades in California could be owed up to $1.2 million. But while a majority of California voters survey supports an official apology, there were weary of cash reparation payments. A September 23 poll by the UC Berkeley's Institute of Governmental Studies showed them opposing payments by a 2-to-1 margin. Advocates supporting a pending package of 14 reparation bills say reparations are not only a matter of justice, but a necessary step toward healing deep-seated wounds. Critics counter that reparations are an impractical and divisive concept, questioning the cost amid a huge state deficit, the fairness of determining eligibility, and the potential it would open the floodgates to other aggrieved groups to seek repayment for government-sanctioned harms. I just wanted to just chime in on what California over there trying to do and get situated.
Mm-hmm. That's why the research is necessary. That's why the research is necessary, but you have to do your own research as well, because you have to prove. Like, you can't let them tell you that you're not eligible for reparations. You have to be able to prove that you're eligible. And that, look, go back to the courthouse, go back into your family cemeteries, them church cemeteries, read them tombstones. Because that's your genealogy too. That's documented history too. I'm a genealogist, and I've traced my history way back, 7 generations. That's why I said my family has never been enslaved, but we are owed reparations. All right. So and I can help anybody. I'm not gonna do everything for y'all, but I can answer some simple questions that can get y'all in the right arena or whatever to find your information, because it just like with genealogy is based on terminology as well.
Go. I would suggest everyone, if you're interested in doing it her way, go right on ahead. By all means, do it that way. That's very specific to someone who is tied to a Native American tribe, and you don't understand why those things are completely different, how they're able to tie their land, especially if she's connected to a tribe. When the government did what they did, it wasn't based off of families.
A black tribe.
It was
an all black tribe.
I know, and I know it's something. And how old is your tribe again? For federally recognized, when was the date built of your tribe?
We're Paleo American Indians. We're original Mexicans. We migrated in the 1200s when the Spanish came and colonized. They colonized Mexico. Listen.
I didn't ask you that.
No. You did ask me how old was our tribe, and I said Paleo Americans. We were here way before anybody else was. Way before. I can't even give you a date.
I
the first people. We're the first people.
Now where your frustrations are coming from, because you are considering her a person of color.
I understand. I am a person. I'm a person of color.
Oh my God!
I am.
Y'all are listening to her. And y'all are listening to her in the space. Yes.
The first people of America were people of color.
Oh my God! Yes.
I understand your frustration.
You can have it. That's what, and the fact that we have spent all this time being kerfuffled, and that's exactly what people like her do. You're confused because how you already been institutionalized to taught African American black. Oh my God, she's pandering now. Oh my God, and she's just gonna sell y'all because I'm asking her about her tribe.
No, you're trying to make me seem like I'm trying to do something wrong, like I'm a sellout or something, and I'm not.
Okay,
I'm just trying to give y'all more information. More information.
So the name of your tribe, I can look and see on the Federal Registry of the American Indian Affairs. I'm going to be able to find your tribe in that Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Yes,
correct?
It's called the Avawel Kainza tribe. We're people of the rocks.
Spell it for me, and could you tell me? Okay, so
Avoyel, and then Kainza. I'm
gonna Google this. AVYOE. AVYOE.
And we're Choctaw. And we're Mayan descendants.
AVYOE. Oh, so you're saying that there's a coalition of American Indian so y'all are in a coalition. So wait a minute, hold on, I'm sorry.
We're also Creek.
Yeah, but
we're also Creek.
We're
I
also
can't get it
Creek
in. I can't
Indians.
get it out. I can't get it out.
No, because that's what I'm saying. I know more than you, and so
I
we're
know you. I know
okay.
that's fine.
If you're
I
from
don't care.
Georgia, you're
Oh
from
my God,
parts
y'all!
of
Can I
Tennessee.
talk? Can I
You're Creek
talk?
Indian, and
Oh my
all we are.
God,
When I'm saying,
she wants to be.
I'm
She
just
just wants
naming
to.
my
I
band and
can't
my
even
clan
ask the
and my kin,
questions. I
but
can't
we're
even.
Creek, Mayan
Hold on, y'all,
descendants.
because we can't. Hold
I
on,
can't
hold on,
even
y'all.
ask the
Hey,
fucking
hold on, hold on,
question.
hold on, y'all, because we can't be here all day. So, but what I would like to happen is,
I'm about to
IG,
go. If
hold
we
on,
didn't.
hold on. IG, if you are trying to formulate a response, QI, since he got questions, could you just answer those questions so he can put it together and form his thought, and then you can say whatever you want to say to whatever he comes up with. So you're trying to ask her a direct question
The
about what now?
affiliation, yes. So if, when we look up the affiliation of her tribe, because see, for me, what I know about American Indian law for federal, there is no banding of a multiple. See, just like Africa, right, has all of these different countries and tribes within Africa. So all of the tribes that are federally recognized and recognized by the United States, right, to where you get the benefits and everything, there's not a banding of Creek, Seminole, Cherokee. That does not exist in any type of federal recognition. There are plenty of Negro tribes that a bunch of Black Americans has been scamming people, calling themselves indigenous, saying they'll do your genealogy, and they'll sit up here and say have you pay a fee and make you think that it's an actual tribe. Again, that's why I'm leading to the questions, but neither here or there. Even from what she is talking about, we have sit here and derailed this whole
Cannot we get to the
conversation.
question? Because you're trying to say what I'm talking about. You're trying to say what I'm
You
saying. Just
can't.
answer the damn question.
What is the what is so when we look up the spelling? Let me just finish what I was asking you. I'm
Oh
gonna
my
ask you to
God.
spell your tribe one more time for me, so everyone else can Google what is the name of your tribe.
Sure, I will spell my tribe, but before I spell my tribe, I'm going to say we're
Oh my
not a
God.
part of the fake. We're not a part of
Oh,
the.
oh,
Okay.
the fake Indians.
Can
So the
I
fake in. Okay.
can I answer the damn question without interruption? We're not a part of the five civilized tribes because if you know anything about real indigenous American history, you know it was over 3,000 tribes in America. So many, and all of them, the majority of them are documented according to treaty and according to history. And a lot of them, y'all don't even know the names of them. Just like the tribes y'all know, a lot of them tribes ain't even real tribes. Like Cherokee is not a real tribe. Seminole is not a real tribe. But Avowel, my tribe, Avoyel, Taenza, Taensa, which is a part of the Chata, Chatha tribe, who migrated in the 1200s from Mexico. We are the original Black Mexicans. The first people of America were Black. The natives came later. We were here first. We are Paleo Americans, documented as Paleo Americans. And if you go back into and research your history, you're going to find us there. And we're documented.
So according to the federal government, so you have access. So the access that you have from this tribe allows you to access the sovereignty of what the Native Americans in the civilized tribe. So are you a tribe practicing among each other? Are you a federally recognized
Facts.
or tribe? Oh, so you're not okay. So you're a tribe that's locally practicing, not necessarily a tribe that's
Okay, now
represented
listen
with.
to me. I'm going to
You not
answer
hold on.
this specifically. Let me
Can I
answer
finish?
you.
Hold
I
on,
get
hold
your
on. Let me finish
question.
this. Hold on, hold
I
on.
already.
So you did say that. Okay, you're a practicing tribe
No,
of
I didn't
people,
say
but
anything. I didn't
okay.
say
Well, no.
anything. I'm
So
going
hold
to
on, no,
wait
no, no.
and answer the
No, hold
question.
on. Let me answer.
I'm
So
going to
so
answer the question. You're not going to give me leading questions and try to make
it's
me
not
say
a
something that I'm
leading
not saying.
question. It's not a leading question.
Okay, so
So
ask your
the
question. I will
so
give you an
the
appropriate answer.
so the tribe that you represent has it doesn't have any federal protection or representation within the United Nations.
Okay, yes, the tribe that I am a part of, we had to fight to gain not only we have to fight to gain our landmarks, we have our own archaeologists, we have our own scientists and groups of people that are historically regaining us back to what it was righteously ours, our historic landmarks. Okay, and yes, we have become, but we had to fight for that. So we're not a part of the 5 civilized tribes, but we are recognized and documented and a part of the United Nations. Yes.
Okay, so as part of the United Nations, how do you then move within sovereignty with the United States? What is the negotiation between the United Nations and United States on behalf of your tribe?
Okay, because according to ADRIP and UNDRIP, ADRIP, American Indigenous rights for people, and then UNDRIP, the United Nations Indigenous rights for people. Then like they just look it up, pull up ADRIP and UNDRIP, and it will spell
I'm
out our rights.
familiar.
Listen to me. Listen. It spells out our rights. It spells out our rights and what we are due. And a lot of the stuff we are due, like we are our own nation, we are our own government, and we regulate ourselves, and we are due like the same thing that any other government do. It's just like any other country, any other government, they have to negotiate with us as well. And we're still in the process of regaining a lot of our rights and a lot of our stuff. But that's a process, and that's a process that each and everybody out here should do, because the majority of Black people are not African. The majority of Black people
Okay.
are Indigenous Americans.
Y'all, I have no further comments. Strength be unto all of you.
Now
Um,
I see why she
I,
has
I,
the
I don't,
narrative she been having.
I, I don't, I don't have, I don't have nothing else to say. Thank y'all, conscious. Please, Black people, if you take anything, please do not let people of color and people derail you from a specific agenda that you can deduce, not just an outliner, because I'm just very disappointed how this whole conversation for
But
the last two and a half
we're
hours.
getting more than ADOS. We've gotten more than ADOS.
That's I'm sure. We'll see it. Here you go, y'all. Y'all could y'all. Bye. I'm over it. I'm just fucking over it.
Look it up. There's a bunch of Creek Indians who are majority Black that are getting their rights and getting their due and getting their money and getting their rights to casinos and getting their rights to everything else. There's a bunch of people that are getting their rights. You're the one that's in doubt. You're the ones that's turning people against, looking for who their grandparents and who their bloodline, who their ancestors. They are in Africa. Them tribes say you need to honor your ancestors. I honor my ancestors, but I honor my direct ancestors. I'm talking about my grandparents. I honor my grandparents, not somebody else, folks.
Molding our culture. Welcome to the platform. I know you are in California and you were speaking about the conversations and provisions being made in your state as it relates to getting those checks and those initiatives in order.
Yes, I just was saying, go on there and look and just, it's just like a little reference. It's not nothing official. It's just a rough draft. You can go on that website and then type in your date of birth, and it'll give you a rough estimate about how much money you should get in reparations.
Oh, let me drop this in the chat for everybody.
And yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you now, people that's born like 1955, you gonna be in about what, over a million mark. But if you
Uh-huh.
1970 something and 80 and up, yeah, you gonna get about 800,000.
That's what I was saying. 'Cause
500,000.
no, that's what I was
So
saying. That's what
yeah,
my cousin told me. Yep. She said
Mhm.
it's a smack in the face, but she said, you know what? I never thought.
Yeah.
I thought she was lying, so I Googled it. And I was really shocked. And then she sent me a
Salute
screenshot.
mode.
Oh, salute. Hey.
Yeah, she sent me a
This
screenshot of it. Like,
QI.
I ain't
This
no reason
QI.
to lie. That's good.
Yeah. Well, my thing is, I'm shocked. 'Cause I didn't think they was gonna give up a grunion, mate.
Because it's a state by state basis, because some states are sovereign states and some states, every state don't work the same. So it's a state by state basis. So you'll get your reparations quicker if you unite by state and by, by your local area, just like local government matters more. So like we were talking about originally, politics. Politics matter more on a local level than it does on a presidential level. But then presidential does count as well. So that's all we're saying. You got to get down to the grassroots of things. Like the thing that Black people always want to say is unify, right? But you if your family ain't unified, to unify, you got to unify your family. Then you got to unify your community, your direct community. I mean, the neighbors and stuff that's living around. So unity works in certain ways too. And see, a lot of times Black people look at things on such a grand or a massive or a collective outlook that we don't realize that you got to go back to the grassroots of things in order to make things work.
Well, they'll unite over this money. They'll make some things come together. They're trying to get the reparations. Now if they trying to do reparations, what about the 40 acres and the mule? Because
Like,
We don't even want 40 acres in a
what do
mule
you
no
mean? No, no, no,
more.
no,
We
no,
want
no,
them
no. What you
dollars.
mean? I know that on
Nah,
top
but
of
you'll
that.
get that. You'll get that. You'll get your acres. I don't care about the mule
Think
though.
for yourself.
But you'll get
What
your
you?
acres.
The
You'll get
mule
your
can.
acres based on
I don't
going
want no
chasing your
mule.
family tree.
Replace the mule with a vehicle. A mule was something of
Yeah,
transportation back in the day. So
right.
today that'll be equivalent
And
to a
then
luxury vehicle.
if you trace your family tree back to the origins, then you might already be the heir of some land. A lot of people are heir of land or property in the South in different places, California, different places that they don't even know that they're entitled to just by the fact that they're bloodline. They're heirs of a certain person.
Well, shoot. Well, we get the air
Yeah.
and the mule
No,
on top of that.
no shade. A lot of people do know that they are heirs to property in the South, and they've completely fucking abandoned it. Okay, so like people don't have the same mindset of ownership, that they once have. Knowing how to go back and build your own, grow your own. Like it's a lot. But do I think, because we were talking
Mm-hmm.
about Kamala, right? So for all the people, Consciouztv, I said for all the people that's up here that did not partake in that conversation, do you guys feel like Kamala's going to put the effort into making sure that whomever this reparations is for, that they get their reparations?
I don't think the reparations is enough from them little estimate we got.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Yeah, according
I'm
to the
gonna add.
dollar amount that you said.
I
I'm gonna
think it
add.
should automatically
But
include some land,
Oh yeah, I've
a
already.
home,
Mm-hmm.
some type of. It should be
give
more
me
than just
some
that little
precious
measly
I've
1 million.
already.
resources.
Yes,
Give me
like
Mm-hmm.
some
I've already.
resources
It
and
should
some
be a
It,
full
precious
package,
look,
minerals.
like a Happy
look.
Meal.
See, I need the monetary equivalent
I want my
to
my
all of
main
it.
dish, my side dishes. I want the soda with extra
because
ice. I want all of it.
here's the
Go ahead, Conscious.
thing.
They just
Reparations.
giving us some little snacks.
Yeah, it needs to be like a multi-package. I've always argued that reparations need to be a monetary, like there needs to be a check cut, but on top of that, like you have the issue of a slave mentality that led to generations of the intergenerational transference of trauma. So I think that healthcare needs to be completely free for all those who fall under the reparations thing to deal with the scathing effects
Education.
of the scathing effects of anti-blackness, of colorism. Like there's a whole lot of shit to clean up that white supremacy and slavery gave birth to, as QI just said, education. Yeah, so like it would have to be a full package. It's definitely not just money. Like there's emotional, spiritual, and material realities that reparations need to contribute and target for sure.
I agree.
You know
That's
what?
what
On top of
research needs to
reparations,
be done.
yeah, it
Go
does.
ahead,
But what I
Mo.
really believe is black folks should, on top of the reparations, why do they get to decide what we get and we not say nothing? I think that we should speak up and say, on top of the reparations, it's only fair that anything that's made from cotton or that is cotton that we don't have to pay for. On top of the reparations,
Hmm
if you think about it, think about how much is made from cotton.
I was
If
just about
you
to
A
say
lot,
that's where
a
the
lot.
reparation money comes from. That's
Or
where the
sugar
reparation money comes
cane,
from.
or sugar cane, or
No,
tobacco,
ma'am.
or tobacco.
Reparations is separate. That's a separate check on top of the
Um,
cotton.
Right.
Anything cotton or made from cotton, we don't have to
Tobacco,
pay.
sugar cane.
Mm-hmm.
But we
Yeah.
talk about free education, free health care, a yearly, annual, monthly stipend that accounts for the monetary. We're talking about also a check that includes profit from tobacco and cotton, which we were essential in and amassing by the bundle for the country. Yes. I love all of that.
That's why
Anything our
research needs to
ancestors
be done,
picked, right. We don't need to just
and we
accept the
got to sit at the
reparations. They got
table,
to add
and
to
we got
that.
to sit at the table. We got to sit
If
at the
they,
table, and we got to make sure we get our best deal.
now, if it ain't now, maybe for completely free, maybe pushing it, but at least 50% off or something. Our ancestors, what they pick? Cotton, they tobacco, sugar cane. What else?
All
And there,
kinds of stuff.
and there
All
definitely
kinds
is
of
going
stuff.
to have to
Anything
be,
that's American.
yeah, anything that's American. I agree with that, including yes, the dissemination of
Dirt,
land
rocks,
because we yes, land
trees,
because we know that because
pecans.
we know that
Now we don't
because we
want to
know
get
that
thrown out now.
Black Americans who were illiterate and could not read were also had their land stolen and ripped from them based upon signing bad paperwork, etc., not knowing what was really going on in the conversation. So reparations would be a huge, but I feel like on top of that, reparations would really come full circle. It would really take undoing the entire country, honestly, to make it up to Black people. The entire country.
And that's what they know. And that's what they
That's
know.
what they know.
Like you said, like what you read when you read that article, it said that giving Black people reparations would put America in a probably about a 10 or 20 times deficit.
Hey, that ain't
That,
hey,
but if
oh
you,
well.
but okay, but
Because
if you read,
first of all, we're the number one consumers. First of all, y'all got to keep in mind that although we're not the most economic, we are the number one consumers. We do keep economics
Globally.
Circulating.
but that would boost the economy because we're only 14% of the people. It's not that the country does not have money. I wouldn't, it's no, they do have the money, and if you would probably it wouldn't just be dreaming stuff up. It would be something that you do generationally. Of course, cash payments, but it would be the protection. Everybody else who also got reparations, like the Jews and Japanese, there's protections in policy for their money, for their assets. So there are things that you're going to specifically ask for in the sense of America, not just. You would want the same sovereignty protection as the Amish, etc., to protect against the white capital. So it's not just Adolf's how we're looking at that. It's not just a cash payment thing, and it's something that is generationally done. You're not gonna just get reparations. Most of us might not see it in our lifetime, and that's the part I'm saying too. I'm not fighting for this to get this. I'm doing what the boomers failed to do, like how they failed us in politics and left us with this mess. This is what the fight for reparation is. It's for ADOS. It's not a fantastical thing. How we're moving. We're moving very political and not just like aspirational. So it's not the same thing of just saying that you're old in that sense. I do agree with some of the stuff y'all are saying, that it is in the political and policy with cash payments. But don't ever listen to the government tell you that it would put us in a deficit when they put trillions and billions towards illegal immigrants. So that's why that's a cap. I
I'm
would
gonna
be concerned about
tell
what.
y'all.
Okay, but look,
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on, hold
drop
on.
down.
Mhm.
I'm gonna
Hold on,
drop
y'all. I just
down.
want to
I would
hold on.
like to say,
Hold on. I just want to say this part. You know, a real ideal reparations at this point would be actually to give the entire continent back to those indigenous and those who were brought over here as Congo, and actually white people have to legally banana boat their ass back to Spain and Britain and England, where the fuck they came
facts,
from. That would actually be
facts,
reparations. It's get the fuck
facts.
out. Get the fuck out. It's reparations.
Leave us the fuck
Leave.
alone.
Get out. That's reparations. Truly. Give it back
But
to the
I have
people.
enjoyed it. I've
Yes.
enjoyed it, Conscious.
Thank you
I've
for
enjoyed
thank
you,
you for girl. You
IG.
came and stirred it
Although,
up, child. Thank you for being here.
yeah, I do. But then I've enjoyed it, IG, and to everyone else on the panel. Salute Mode and Culture. I know you, sister, and sister Renee. If you're still listening, if you catch the replay, I consider you one of the best female debaters next to me. And I like to say thank you for allowing me up,
Thank you so much,
Conscious,
bro.
and I'll be back.
Okay,
All
boo.
right, peace.
Thank you for being here. That was our QI, you guys. So yes.
Good luck.
Reparations.
I mean but that's the thing. It's just frustrating to me because it's like, okay, she was able to come in and derail the conversation from something very individualistic. You do not see what happened to us was not individualistic. That's a civil suit. What she's talking about is I'm telling you, it's a bunch of more science type of stuff. It's not something you're going to be able to do like on a systematic level. It will be on something that's very smaller, case by case. But we're not in this position from individual just slave masters. No, your enslavers would be the United States. It would be the immigrants who came in. It would be those people. It's not like, I don't know why people do this thing like we don't have a specific people who to call out. So that's a derailment, and that's why I just got so frustrated, because it's like, okay, here comes people of color once again, putting themselves in spaces to get us to see things in a way that is not for us. What she's talking about is very risky, because her tribe, and I was trying to get her the answer, she does not have any federal recognition tribe. This is a tribe of a group of niggas who probably got a C3. There is no federal recognition. There is no benefits. There is any of the things what she's talking about. All of the tribes that are get there are the civilized. That's why she said she's not part of the civilized tribes. The civilized tribes are the ones that get the free schooling. The civilized tribes are the ones who are recognized within the United Nations. And that's what's like, we wasted this whole time listening to her talk about something that is it's not systematic. It's very anecdotal. But that's something people with color will do with us as you're facing off with having this type of conversation. Because there's plenty of times her true face came out and she was saying she don't agree, or which why you don't deserve it, because you're not including people of color, or you're not considering. You can't. It's enough for us to stop thinking about what concerns other people specifically. If you can't when you're talking about reparations for yourself, you can't be looking at it from the gaze of other people who identify as outside of the Black American paradigm. And that's the reason why it was just so frustrating to me, because I know how people are not, they're going to kerfuffle that. That's why Rumors and T can kind of get confused, because she's talking about genealogy linking to your American Indian. I'm talking about lineage. She's using genealogy language. Two different things. Genealogy is subjective. Lineage is not as subjective, because that's why every single first world country have those records. And for ADOS, which I put the chat in there, what we're saying is too that not just from slavery, American descendant of slavery, You're going against the United States government that allowed your Rosewood massacre, that allowed your Tulsa on a federal level and state. So it's the United States government of America that's who you're going up against. It's not hard. You can't say that. What are you going to do? You cannot genealogy go dig up the descendants of the people. That's more civil unrest. That's not really. That's not reparations. And if you really look at what happened with that California reparations bill, it fell through because you have to do it on a federal level and then state. What she's talking about is not reparations. And it's just frustrating to hear people who come into the space when there's a movement nationally that's Black American that the majority of us can get into, and not a fantastical ideal of being connected by this invisible tribe, which again is cap, because you don't have a tribe of any American Indians where it's Cree, Cherokee. No, ma'am. That's Pan-Africanism with American Indianism. That's all she did. That's something that does not exist. So that's why I was just so disheartened. I was trying to stay calm, but it's like, this is the thing we fall for all the time. So, that's why I got so passionate and I lost my cool, because it's like, here it is in front of my face. Person of color enters to confer for the water of something very specific. So that's why I got so passionate and upset, y'all. But I appreciate you, Conscious. I didn't care about being right. Her information will end your ass up in jail. If you fuck around with her, what she's telling you to do is you're going to end up in jail. You're going to end up in jail because it's not backed by anything.
In jail.
You end up in jail fucking with
My
her.
God, today.
You're gonna end up in jail. What she's talking about, there is no such thing as that. That's such a whole scam. Like with that whole, again, Black people, just like Tariq Nasheed and Pan Africans, they know that they can sell Black Americans on aspirationalism. Check this out. Just like the family of the descents of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, you notice that niggas who was into Tariq Nasheed and what's his name? That fat fuck who stole all of the rights. Well, anyway, what's his name? Jay Morrison. All of them. It's another dude. But anyway, we were able to give Jay Morrison, a criminal, $2 million for the aspiration of the look of the Black House. But how come we didn't fund that money toward the actual descendants of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund? Where was your NAACP for the actual descendants? See, that's what I'm saying. It's this thing where we have to be careful. We cannot keep letting people of color. We saw the difference of the Nigerian sister. That's an ally. You see, with her not even being connected, she never once said, "Oh, it does. You don't deserve to get it," or trying to confer the issue. If a person who's only first, second, third generation can give you that specificity, why would you trust a bitch who say that they're American Indian and trying to confer for the art? It makes no sense. True American Indians don't consider themselves Black anyway. That's what I'm saying. She's one of them people that watch a bunch of fucking YouTube videos and conspiracy theories, and she looks some of this shit has some truth. But that's what it is, y'all. I'm serious. That's the thing, and we fall for that. We fall for that type. I'm not saying everybody on the panel, but the people that's listen who don't know better outside, who might they fall for that shit. So, that's why I was just getting so frustrated. It's like I kept repeating myself. So you see how a person of color who has your interest, I hope y'all took for this, that you pay
Oh,
attention
I
to
was
someone who's
listening.
really your ally.
I knew she was talking some old Oswald
Well,
Bates lip color shit.
personally, I heard nothing. The pendulum gonna always swing both ways with me, but personally, I really didn't hear not a damn thing that lady said that
No,
would
I
make
was
me
listening.
feel.
It just was weird
I'm not
because
saying you wasn't. I'm talking about what my ears heard, what my spirit discerned, what I interpreted. I heard nothing that she said that will make me turn my eye up at her, look at her sideways, because I agreed with what she was saying in regards to doing your research. There has never been anything wrong. In facts about it, we need to do more of our research because most of us don't know. And I just generalized that, but most people don't know who the hell they are, where they came from, don't know shit about their lineage, don't know shit about their genealogy. You should know. You should know. You absolutely should
yeah,
know. It
yeah,
is
you
important.
should. But see, the thing, the way she came with it, I didn't like her narrative. It
No,
was
her
like
delivery, that's what I
slamming
said.
us.
Her
Right.
delivery was
I didn't
definitely
like
like,
that part. And
I
then when
think her
she said,
delivery took away what she was
I
saying.
didn't like
Yes.
that. And then she was
The
saying,
delivery was
I will
trash.
never be a slave, and my ancestors were never enslaved, and I
Yeah,
will
like
never be a slave. I didn't like that at all. That's
yeah,
where she lost.
Right.
but that's what I'm saying. People who talk like that, right, are
It
already
was like
it's
she was
But I'm not
it's
going to be mad at
disingenuous.
anyone
that
either.
person.
Me personally, I'm not going to be mad at anyone because they take pride in saying I've never been a slave and my people have never been a slave.
No,
That's
no,
not,
no,
I'm
no.
not gonna, I know. Listen to me. What I'm saying. I'm saying
Mm,
I wouldn't take offense. I understand. For me, I just felt a bunch of passion. I felt like I never felt like she was trolling initially. Towards the end, it did. I felt like she was trolling because she knew that she, you know what I'm saying, was upset in IG or whatever the case may be. But not just IG, the pit. It was like it became trolling when she knew everybody was getting worked up behind it. But I never discerned even past, because I understand the difference in a person's passion and when people are just being downright assholes. I
mm-hmm.
understood what she was initially saying, and when her and IG were conflicting with one another, this is where the confusion came from, because that's when the conversation took a turn. It went away from what we were originally speaking about and went more in depth to why we should do the research and etc. and why it's not important, all of that. But when the original context of what she was saying, it made a lot of sense to me, and I
Yeah.
don't see anything wrong with doing the research. Now I also understand IG's perspective, because for him he feels like it shouldn't, you shouldn't have to go back to slavery.
I'm gonna tell you what I agree with. This is what I took away, and this is like the simplistic, condensed version for me. IG made a great and fair argument for Adolf folk to be recipients of of reparations, and I absolutely and I also completely and utterly believe that the indigenous people who were here before are equal heirs to reparations as well, because their home was invaded upon, along with the people who were forced into slave labor to build upon the white man's vision for this country. Both of those groups are equally entitled to reparations. Both of those groups. The people whose land this already was, the folk who already were here, the folk who already belonged to this land, and the folk who were forced to be here are equal heirs to this property, to this space. I agree.
Right.
But how many? But the only pushback I gotta give is, okay, how many Native Americans and American Indians you see in coalition having the same language? They don't, because if you say that, because Native Americans are already getting their negotiations, the government is still they're dealing with them already. They're not dealing with you. The Native Americans are what you're saying, Conscious. That's how you feel, and we feel at the kindness of our heart. So, what sense does it make for us as Black Americans outside of the American Indian paradigm to then go ahead and advocate for the people that the United States government already makes provision and does specific policy for? Does that make sense to you, darling?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me because I actually have
Well, you have that in your blood.
American Indian folk in my family, and we've had a lot of American Indian folk here also on the panel, and they've talked about, like reparations for them don't look as poetic and romantic as Black Americans think that it does. These
What? Right.
reservations are busted as fuck. They living in poverty on these reservations. They barely have internet. The water is polluted. Like, they're not living in paradise. So like, they're in war still with the American government because they've gotten a very cheaply baseline Dollar General version of whatever is being considered to be reparations. All I'm just saying in principle. All I'm saying in
Just like when they
principle,
gave them old
I understand.
infected
Like, I
blankets.
understand the a difference in the groups. I'm just saying, like, I agree in principle that you cannot run up in somebody's shit and then think that they're not entitled to their shit. But then you also cannot deny that the people who were brought here by the thieves and also forced to be in your shit are also not entitled and equal as well. And however, then we need to balance ourselves and like all groups just focusing on their shit. Like if you were a homeowner, you know, you fight from that perspective. Like if this was already your shit, and then if I was a captive of war, you know, that's my perspective. But I'm just saying, in general, I just support both groups because both groups were equally victims. Like both groups were equally victimized. So like imperialism, colonialism came and railroaded and bulldozed over people's shit who this already was, and then brought other people whose shit this wasn't, who already had a home, and forced them to shovel it out, to procreate it out, to architect it out, to build in America's infrastructure as it relates to agriculture, as it relates to the culture of America, as it relates to the economy of America. Like both of those fucking groups are one and the same, like the two sides of the same coin. The two sides of the same coin. And both of those groups deserve the reparations. That, like, the conversation should be about what reparations look like for the both of those in principle. Like, I don't believe that ADOS Americans are the only, like, that we're the only group that that conversation is about. But I also think that the Native Americans can do their thing. The indigenous Native folk who are already here can do their thizzle and fight for their fight, and we can fight for our fight. I mean, it ain't really got to be no blending. If you ain't got to be no blending, I don't know how that goes. I'm just saying that both people arguments are completely legit. Both parties' arguments. This was our shit. We deserve reparations because indigenous Black Americans were also indoctrinated. I've been watching like a lot of scholars talk about how Black indigenous Americans who were already here were also like inducted into the chattel slavery as well. There was a lot of mixing, all of that mixiness took place. So it's just been a lot of shit. But you just can't come into somebody's home, fuck up their shit, steal their shit, and then you tell them what piece of their shit they gonna give back. No, bitch, you ain't had no business being here to begin with, girl. Like, the fuck? Like, out of order. Like, so that's why I was saying real reparations really needs to involve the white man getting the fuck out of this bitch altogether. Like, you just need, like that's the only way that reparations gonna really, that's the way that reparations gonna really make wholehearted six, bitch, is that the only people who should have never been here and none of this shit would have happened if it wasn't for their asses being here took their ass back home.
Well,
which is Mr. Columbus and his Mayflower and all his pirates. Take y'all ass back to Brazil and back to Bangladesh and back to the caves of Europe.
Yeah.
And then leave the continent to the people who had this forced reality enforced upon them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I believe in principle for sure.
Yeah, they'll never.
Ooh, I thought you were gonna
never
start preaching now.
They ain't gonna never go back to their
Give you the
mountains and
club
caves.
stuff. I want you to get.
And that's why. And you know what? That's probably going to be the end result of a civil war. It's going to look. I think the Civil War. I think the whole prophecy theory concept of the Civil War. I think it might. I don't know. I think now that I'm looking at it kind of from the wide lens perspective, I'm thinking that it was never supposed to be that Dr. King's way worked. Like, this should not even be, like, these people should not be here, period. They shouldn't be here, period. So it was never supposed to be a power that we could reason with. It was never supposed to be a power that we could coalesce with. It was never supposed to be a power that we could collaborate with. Like, it was supposed, this pale power was supposed to be narcissistic and selfish and unreasonable and resistant because The people, the parties were always supposed to push the group the fuck out. It was never supposed to be that we could all rest here. Hi, because trying to rest here with pale power is equivalent to us willfully sleeping with the enemy. We were never supposed to be in bed with the enemy. We ain't supposed to be comfortable. It ain't never gonna be comfortable because there's one of the three people in the bed that ain't supposed to be in the motherfucking bed.
Okay.
One of the three groups in bed together. It ain't supposed to be no orgy. It was never supposed to be a threesome. It ain't supposed to be no threesome.
Ain't no slumber party.
Yeah, like there's somebody here that ain't supposed to motherfucking be here. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's historical. You know that, Conscious? That's historical. Anytime another country came and invaded another country or land, they had to get the invaders out in order for for their country to thrive again. Literally had to get the invaders out, just like with the Romans and etc. It's just been something that's been seen throughout history. Never has the country ever been able to regroup and survive, reform itself as long as invaders were there.
Have you guys noticed everything as a whole? It just seems funny to me. I just want to say this, see if you guys notice this too. If they're talking about reparations, right? And how could they be talking about that, but then at the same time, they got this possible Project 2025 thing going on. On top of that, it's like this the police just unallowed. It's like if they were on the vibe of giving reparations, that would reflect being more mindful towards blacks, right? Why is it like the reparations, the energy of the reparations should represent the energy of change and them making the right wrong, but the actions are not representing that. And why are they messing with the 14th Amendment, the Supreme Court? But at the same time, they doing negotiations or discussing reparations. It is weird to me. It don't make sense.
No, I think the reason why Kamala is discussing is
too much
clearly
going
they
on
brought
that's
it up
different.
to her. I think that it was clearly brought up to her, but I think that these are issues, some of the issues that has been anonymous in the Black community, and I just think that we already know that the Black community is definitely going to be the target audience for this election. So as it is with every other election. So it's not weird to me that this is the focal point, but I am interested in seeing and hearing Kamala address Project 25 as well. Like, I know there's nothing that the Democratic Party is pushing, but I'm just interested in, what we're going to see all here. We got a lot in such a little time to hear from her. And I don't know when the next, when her and Trump's first debate is coming up, but I think a lot of this stuff is going to be addressed.
I just don't want to
thing.
accept no darn reparations. I just really just need a full-fledged package, dude. They need to change some laws about these police. I mean, the way they're treating blacks. It needs to be some type of law, something. You can't just throw money at me and just say, okay, get out of here. No,
Well, no, but that's not what but that's not what reparations is.
I know it's not what no, I'm not saying that. No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in addition, they're gonna give us reparations. In addition, hey, how about this? How about making some changes with the police department across America? They can't do that. I think that it needs to be a new law with the police academy that they need to take psychiatric evaluations.
I agree.
Because this is getting crazy. It's like genocide.
But no, that's the thing. We have so many critical issues that is destroying us that we can't, that's why I really want Project 25, because Project 25 covers everything that has plagued our community, that has been destroying us individually and collectively. It needs to be addressed. I think that would be wise on her. I don't know what strategies they're coming up with, but I definitely think that is the selling point, because every issue we have is all surmised in that proposal for Project 25.
I'm gonna make it feel real good. Then let's take a look at this brief short on Kamala addressing Project 2025.
A 900-page blueprint they're calling Project 2025, detailing everything else they plan to do in a second term, including a plan to cut Social Security, to repeal our $35 cap on insulin, to eliminate the Department of Education, and end programs like Head Start. And Project 2025 outlines a plan to limit access to contraception and for a nationwide abortion ban, with or without an act of Congress.
So that was just a little bit of Kamala getting into her Project 2025 bag.
Basically trying to turn it into a dictatorship.
Yeah, because they're also trying to make him a dictator. Yeah, they're trying to eliminate the presidency in that way so that he can be in term until death.
Yeah, and like I said, this would, even if these
they're bringing back the fucking draft and all that.
Yeah, and I mean, it would be a thing, like I said, if all those seats were blue and disproportionate like that, I still would be concerned because you got a gridlock in a way, but
my question is, why are they trying to, like, okay, if Trump gets in office, what is the play for them to turn it into a dictatorship? Who is going to gain the most? Why are they switching gears right here?
The rich.
The rich.
But they already rich. It's something else that's brewing.
No, it's greed. It's egotistic. He's diabolical. This man just wants power.
They've been getting that. It's some type of deal.
No. See, because I think that we put a lot of power in the hands of presidents as if that's the truth, when it's really not the truth. It is really not the truth.
I'm not saying the presidents. No.
As a dictator, you have complete control. He idolizes all of those dictators throughout history because why? They had complete control. Do you understand the power? That man is diabolical. Like, even though we know our system is corrupt, and this is what's sad about it. We know our system is effed up and corrupt, but we are at better odds at keeping this system than to have this man be in office and do away with this system, because we know he's not going to reform it. We know that he's not going to build up anything that's going to be for the people at large. It is only for his pockets and the good boys club.
And this is why they want to eliminate the elections altogether and replace it with a dictatorship, is so that they can protect the 2025 infrastructure, that they can pass it down through a lineage and personally appointing those who are in agreement and in alignment with this reality. It's their way to control it and to maintain it.
It goes back to
what
the
they did with
y'all
COVID?
remember the monopoly? Do y'all remember the monopoly of when they had where the government had to take on all of the business owners of the land, the JP Morgans and all of them, because they were monopoly. They were the ones really running our country. They were monopolizing every industry. And if we go back to that, like she was saying, it really is back to a form of slavery. Like, it's really no way to around it, but that's the only thing I can think of when he keeps saying make America great again. He's literally talking about not just the Jim Crow era, he's going back further than that. That's the whole point and purpose of it. And I think that the ones in the Republican Party, although a lot of them, in hindsight, you would think, oh, well, they're gonna be able to still benefit from it or whatever. They understand that all power is in this man's hands, so they are even limited if they put him in office.
And this is the thing, like, y'all got to listen to what he said in the presidency. In the president debate, when he said to Joe Biden, it's like, y'all as an administration just came in and just practically undid everything that I put into place. That's why they want to eliminate elections altogether, make it a dictatorship, so that they don't have to keep going through this back and forth per election, where just an administration can come in, stack the house, do all this unstacking, do all this shit, redo it, because it's just a backwards and forwards and an instability. They're trying to maintain total, cohesive, consistent control.
Right.
Just like a darn big Ponzi scheme.
Exactly.
Yep.
And do y'all remember? Because this actually ties in with that with Project 2025.
It's damn near almost a dictatorship. Y'all remember what they did with COVID?
Hold on, y'all.
How they made everybody stay in.
They trying to get in here. Hold on. Go ahead, Tay.
Yeah, because this ties in. They have been preparing for this for years before Trump got in. I remember that and this is something you'd have to find this because they buried it before Obama got into office. Because under Bush, and I'm a veteran, so y'all already know I got issues with that man. But anyway, under Bush Jr., there was a federal report that came out concerning what we now look at as MAGA, their white supremacist roots. So white supremacists and neo-Nazis were getting into by the droves into the police force. When was the last time you heard anything about that? And then all of a sudden we saw a massive up spike in the Obama administration forward of Black people getting killed by law enforcement.
Right.
Y'all think it's a game.
And it wasn't people of color. Notice it was mostly like Black Americans they were killing. They were killing.
Correct.
They weren't killing people that's what I'm saying. It's the game. They know the difference. But yeah, they were killing Black Americans, not people of color or people immigrated here after 1965. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So they have been working on preparing for this for some decades. Through 2 administrations, one covertly, one overtly. So we're wondering why. Everybody's talking about that this election here. It's about saving democracy, baby. It is about saving us, because there has to be some things that have to be fixed, and if they get in, it ain't gonna be. Because think about it, if they had went through that way, okay, now you see all of these things starting to happen. When they found out, that'll work, well, maybe let's try this. So all of these little Moms for America and all these other people, and then you see all of these other people like, oh Lord, like Byron, I could name them, Byron, Candace, you name it. You see all of them with the grift. Y'all think this ain't a whole plan? It is.
Oh, I know it's a whole play.
I mean, quiet as kept. Why do you? This one thing I said. There's a reason why the DNC did not move against those moving those seats. Like between now and when President Trump, that's why that judicial government is important. And because, if you follow the money like you do with the Republicans, you're going to see a lot of faces, darling, that are linked to lineage wealth that are very old white people that are obviously have what they have because the laws and stuff like that made it to where they can inherit their wealth. So, like, what's her name? Who was on the channel? Who came in Conscious? We live for her. Something in culture. She was speaking to.
Culture here.
Yes, culture. She was speaking, and that's what I want to remind. She was speaking to that, like, okay, even with those signatures, she was giving us the hint from the inside. You know, I haven't done voter registration for the DNC in a long time, but how the money is going to the corporations and they're not paying the people who are doing the grassroots or the campaigning. They're going more to the corporation constituents. And that is a telltale sign that the left white liberals are with the shits. Because here's the thing, if they weren't, they would have fought more in the judicial court. They would have fought more in the branch. They would have fought more. That's why for me it's kind of like, okay, we really didn't have to campaign for you guys in the DNC because we know that the option is so bad, you're going to either vote DNC inadvertently. But the people from the left, if you watch their donors like we do for the right, you're going to see a similar behavior. I'm just saying that keep this in mind. This is the left is the lesser evil, definitely in this case. But just I'm stressing the foot on the neck because I would hate for us to make it through this and just for us only to keep complaining about the things that ail us as Black Americans. You know, this moment gives us a chance to really have true political redress.
And I want to address Amisha, who says that January 6, 2021, remember he has a cult following. Even our own kind will follow him blindly. Remember he said, I can have a GUN and walk up Wall Street and nobody will stop me. And yet he was unelected. And yet we chose Biden. And it looked like we're going to be choosing Kamala because our own people are now with Project 2025. A lot of our people are having the actual conversations, and this is why you see Black women and Black men for once coming out in the droves and taking a united motherfucking front to trampoline Kamala fucking forward. So I got some hope in our people right now. It seems like everybody is slowly getting on code, everybody's slowly getting into formation, and then hopefully we can continue to do the work that IG is talking about in terms of focusing on a lot of other aspects of government and policies and a lot of other parties, and we don't have to stay incubated within this two-party system and always feel like our back is up against the wall and all of that. Right now, yes, we need to do what we have to do to so-called choose between the lesser of the two evils for sure, but we need to continue all of the other forward nuance work. Yes.
Yeah. Because you best believe that the misinformation is coming.
Right. And that's why I felt so.
Right now, we got registered Republicans trying to pop Trump ass, trying to take his ass out, baby. Out. Like, people not playing with Trump ass. People not playing with Trump.
They didn't play with, and they didn't try to take Obama out. That's why I keep stressing. I'm sorry.
Well, wait a minute. I got something for y'all. Now, you notice that when did the assassination attempt happen? Everybody was on, all the Republicans, all the white people was on code with Trump until all of a sudden he decided to deny Project 2025.
Ooh, now that's one good angle. I get what you're saying. Did the assassination attempt happen after he denied 2025?
Yes.
Oh, wait a second. Well, I mean, here's the thing.
Now you cooking with grease.
I kind of see that because here's the thing. It's like, was it that he tried to take him out? It can go both ways, but I like this brother's perspective and the way how he's thinking.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was saying earlier. It's a plan.
It could also be
that both sidesism that Trump likes to do. They were like, no, you're not both sides in this.
Yeah, it could be that because when I'm looking at that, it's more of an extremity because to say that the same right wing Obama ass was in office twice and he was a man of color, and they were able to have the bandwidth to try to unalive him, but when it came to Trump, it was like, you either going to do what you say you're going to do, or we're going to take you out of here. Or it can also, and it can also be that. But I would say the only reason why I'm saying that it could be them being concerned because
But
the
his
way
own
that
base knows that that's a lie, IG, because everybody who is because everybody
yeah,
that is backing him right now is completely vocal about the fact that they are
exactly.
pressuring in Project 2025. So people know that when Trump get out there and try to distance himself, that he's lying to combat the concerns of the left. Everybody knows what the fuck this is. Everybody else around Trump is saying, "Yes, honey, we ready. We are bringing in Project 2025." There's a compilation right now
But wait a second.
online of all of his administration folks
Mm.
all in unison, sounding off about Project 2025 and how excited they are for it.
Yep.
But
So we know
do
he's
you
lying.
do you do you think it was staged? And let me tell you why. Because I got that feeling it was staged. And
If it
just
was saying,
today,
then it means that the people who died
but
there, like,
just
are
today,
crisis
right?
actors. Mm-hmm.
Just today, right? Because they can do anything. Do you look at what they do on TV? They can do anything for optics. But let me tell you what even gave me more confirmation. I was looking at somebody's page today, and they showed his ear, and someone said, "Look at where is the wounds?" He would think he was golfing or something, and the ear was completely healed, just like nothing ever happened. So it's like, do you ever get the feeling that, because it just seemed kind of weird.
It could be makeup. I mean, like they do get a makeup done and shit, like for this, like the presidents get dusted off and get painted up. So I mean, they might have, kind of made his ear look good through some makeup effects,
Yeah,
etc.
some cosmetic work.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I will say it's the latter though with conscious, because based off of, especially, but here's the thing, like having those articles on Kamala, I'm telling you, they do not fuck with the DNC in Fox. So there are some Republicans that are not hard centered right that are not, they are making a stand against this. I would just be more concerned, like, okay, how many of those on the red are not centered right? You could be to the right, but if you're not hard right and conservative, then you have a chance. So I kind of believe too that that is, a sign of the white, because that's one thing we're gonna see how many good white folk is out here. Because let me tell you, baby, if you infringe on white folks because they don't have the stimulation violence, they don't believe Jesus is the answer. Okay, they believe that the kingdom suffered violence and the violent take it by force.
Absolutely. And even with his ear and even his ear situation, like what y'all gotta remember is that they are trying to make, especially after this whole assassination attempt, they're trying to make Trump look supernatural, essentially. So his healing factor is all about the publicity of appearing competent and appealing well. Like they're playing into all of that, all the things that Joe got dragged about. They're trying to make sure is a strength in Trump. So of course, him healing fast. Oh my God, his ear looks completely healed. All of that is about competency and energy and wellness and vitality and this kind of supernatural component. He survived the bullet to his ass. I mean, it's all bullshit. It's all publicity. It's all to play into that narrative. But that bitch got shot.
I mean, healing factor is like he's the fucking Wolverine. Like,
listen, Melania said, she said, don't make me write my motherfucking book to let y'all know that I got this nigga on bibs and motherfucking applesauce and motherfucking at the
Melania
house.
is gonna be voting for Kamala, baby. She gonna be voting blue too.
Baby.
I wanted to piggyback on something IG said about the something about taken by force. That, and I know, as unrealistic or realistic as this may sound, I think that's the way we need to be. Because this whole waiting for Jesus, not to take away from the topic, somebody rebuked someone in the name of Jesus and got shot in the face. And just constantly being peaceful, and this thing, again, it may seem unrealistic, but for decades, of peace, protest, this. If that woman, conscious, forgive me, I know I'm getting off topic a little bit, but if that woman was Italian, you know what the Italian mafia would do? They would, and he wouldn't dare. And people talking about mental checkup. How come there's no mental? How come they don't make these mistakes when it comes to anyone Chinese or anyone of color, or even an Indian? Somehow they got mental problems when it comes to us. And I
because
think
of
it's.
the spirit realm.
I'm sorry.
Because of our position in the spirit realm.
It's so interesting you said that. Can you expatiate on that? Because I, for a long time, have been saying I've been wanting to bring this topic up, but it gets people so angry. But when you look at what keeps on happening to us, people of color, I start to wonder, is this more than cause and effect? Is it something more cosmic, something more in the spirit? Because
just me personally, I believe it is.
I think
It's
so
to make you
too.
not evolve, and it's to damn your soul. It's to sell your soul. It's to make you not complete your life path and what you have to do to where when you pass away, your ranking in the spirit realm will not be of that such. And so, if they get more blacks do that, then they over there they can take over, and then we won't be in the position that we're in the spirit realm because of what we doing here in the 3D.
But you know what though, on a deeper, I'm gonna say this on a deeper, not even a deeper level, but just to expound a little bit. This is what happens when you've been indoctrinated with whitewashed European Christianity and other religious doctrines, where you've been taught peace, peace, peace. Um, and again, it goes back to learning your heritage, your real ancestry, um, because spirituality is damn sure important. But even with spirituality, you have to be willing to fight. You have to be willing to basically transition, give up the flesh. Like, you have to be able to be ready to ultimately, I don't want to, die. You know what I mean? Like, this is what historically we see this all the time with other groups of people. They will get out here and sacrifice themselves, strap on, tick, 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 boom, like to get what is needed for the overall majority. You understand
But
what I'm
they
saying?
made it
No,
to where we're
I
afraid to do
hear
that.
I hear
They
what you're
have
saying.
programmed us.
I hear what you're saying. I get that, and you're not wrong. But at a certain point, how long do you go on for this? And then why is it that we seem to have so much power when it comes to us? Oh, we are locked and loaded. We got all the smoke. But then when it comes to everyone else, no more power. So I
That's
get what you're
Because we're
saying.
traumatized.
That's why we
We
were
got
so
whipped.
excited
We
about
got
the Montgomery Ball as we're
Huh?
coming up. Oh, that's why we were all so excited about the Montgomery Ball brawl.
Yes,
Excuse me.
yes.
I forgot they have a day. We have coined this our own little holiday, August the 5th. I forgot the name of
I
it,
will never
but
forget it. The Montgomery
everybody,
Brawl.
make sure you have, a folding chair or something, nobody sits in it, you know what I'm saying? You honor that chair that day or whatever. But realistically, this is because we have gotten so submissive to being nonviolent, and we don't have no more cheeks to turn, so I don't even like to even say that anymore. But we just want to be peaceful and this, that, and the third. But
But
we can't we can't continue to be back on like that. I
I don't
agree
mean
with
to
what you.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Please forgive me. I get what you're saying, but how come we so peaceful when it comes to we're not so peaceful when it comes to each other? Okay, because
Because we've been taught
look at that boy. What's the guy the boy in Florida who got killed?
you talk
By
about
the
Trayvon Martin.
Trayvon Martin. Now, if that was a black person, trust me, he wouldn't be around. But Trayvon Martin's unalive is still walking around happy. Where's all these gangsters and all these people who are so tough? Okay, let me give you an example. In California, I heard that there's certain neighborhoods in California that were predominantly black. I heard they were pushed out by the Mexicans, by the Mexican mafia or cartel. So where is all these powerful gangster black people? You so powerful, you so tough. I'm. How come they were able to push you? So I don't know this.
Well, it's a lot. I mean, it's kind of to be understood. Like whiteness.
I was about to say something, but you go ahead, Conscious.
People have, like, whiteness has black people in a chokehold. I mean, like, whiteness is our Jesus. So you're not about to see black people persecuting Jesus. You're not about to see them hanging Jesus. Like, whiteness has kind of taken that on psychologically and unconsciously. And another thing is black people are not really going to be largely penalized for what they do to one another. They will be for what they do to the opposite party.
Right. I was just getting ready to say that.
Yeah. I mean, but it's mostly just psychological conditioning, like black people
conditioning.
Yeah. Black people do not.
But like I was gonna to piggyback off what Conscious said, the gangs and all of that, like that you're referring to, let's be clear. The original intent of the Bloods and the Crips and all of that stuff began in California when the blacks were moving into certain neighborhoods and white vigilantes were like, you know, trying to terrorize them. So they formed the Bloods and the Crips. They were originally designed to keep away white terror. But what happened was, you know, subsequently money and drugs came into the community on purpose, planted, and that is how, you know, it went that way. But the original intent was for them to fight white terror. That's how the Bloods and the Crips were created. They were originally created to keep, you know, white terrorists away from terrorizing the black people moving into them communities in California. But then drugs came and money, and that's how it started war. And my personal opinion, my personal opinion on that is when all of that started amongst one another, I don't even believe it was black people shooting. I believe it was the white people, and they were pinning us against each other, just like they did in slavery. But that's my opinion.
No, you're not. You're more than likely you're not wrong. I guess what I'm essentially saying.
I know I'm not wrong, but I mean.
I guess what I'm essentially saying is that it's kind of like we have to get back to that, because Conscious is right. There's no penalization for us harming each other, kill each other all you want. But the thing is that either way, we're still losing. Either way, we're still losing, because the most painful thing, I've been trying to keep it off my mind, but it bothers me so much, is what happened to this woman, an innocent woman. She didn't do nothing. And I saw the video. And she's shot in the face. So how much more people, and it's over and over and over. So it's like, if we stay quiet, we die. We do nothing, we die. It's almost like it's a losing.
Like I said, a part of the reparations, because like y'all gotta realize like the trickle down effect, because it's not the loss of land, it's not just the loss of goods, it's not just the loss of power. What all of that loss also eventually destroys is the love that black people have for black people, and that's what has also gone down the tube. So we have an issue of black people in all of our economic and political confusion and disruption are also have fallen out of love. We've fallen out of love, and we've seen what the alternative of that has been. It's all the transphobia, it's all of the queerphobia, it's all of the warring, it's all of this tension between black men and black women. It's all of that inside of us. Now it gets more complicated, because we have the brutal, profound task, as impossible as it may seem, is going to have to happen nonetheless, of trying to heal in the same environment that keeps making us sick. That's the type of spiritual, mental, and emotional fortitude that's going to require in a system that constantly is trying to enforce you into illusion and into self-sabotage and all this negative stimuli. The disease, the actual cold, the actual flu is constantly being thrown at you, but this is the task that we have. But we've been failing at it, and the end result of that has been us turning on one another and destroying our own communities, and the in-house fighting, the black on black, all of that stuff is just the symptom of having internal generational issues as a result of what's been done to us collectively at the hands of white supremacy, and then also still having to externally combat white supremacy in its all-out destructiveness, which is through the criminal justice system, the over-policing of black people, the unaliving of black people, the intentional pillaging and an intrusion of drugs into the community, keeping the black community in an addicted state, all of that psychological warfare. So we are so essentially it is going to take massive allyship to help us to get out of the shit that we're in, because the shit that we're in, like the house has so been on fire that most of us are burned up at this point. So it's going to take also a lot of outward superheroism to help black people out of the circumstances that white supremacists has put us in. But we also have to do everything that we can.
Ain't you going to the eye doctor soon? Okay.
Huh?
What are you saying? I'm sorry.
We also have to we also have to commit and just find the strength to, nonetheless, under these incredibly demonic circumstances, stay lucid, find a way to stay in love, find a way to band together, find a way to stay clear-minded, because we also don't know if we have anybody really outside of ourselves. So we are going to have to immensely rely on what we got left to head toward the light. But I think we have largely really underestimated what has happened to us and what's being compounded, like all of the undealt with trauma that hasn't been dealt with, and then all of the external psychological warring, all of the chemical warfare, and like that's what the food deserts are about. That's what the ABC stores in our communities are all about. That's what all of the sick ass gangster music is all about. All of that shit is psychological conditioning. All of that shit is chemical warfare. All of that is. And once again, these are all the big bullies of the black and brown community. So, we should not really be surprised at black on black. Nothing. We shouldn't be surprised at domestic violence. We shouldn't be surprised at black criminality.
That's true.
Being perpetual to the community, because what else was supposed to be the fucking result? What else was it supposed to look like? Of course, it's going to look like. Of course, the black community is going to look like a war-torn Middle Eastern country. Of course.
Right, and you did not make good what you did. Like, you've allowed other people to come here, and basically people of color have been able to be made white. I'm not talking about their skin color. I mean in the sense of how they're able to have the American dream. Like everyone else who comes here, they didn't pay the cost. So that's why it's always frustrating when I hear Black Americans say, "Oh yeah, look at all these other people of color. They come here and do well." Well, because they didn't pay the cost to be here, and it's very different. And when the government undergirds you, and again, it's no shade, no tea, but all of the people that integrate here, we do not immigrate to their countries. We vacation there and we come our black asses home, because there isn't any redress or anything that's in the infrastructure for you to get a benefit based off of a melanin solidarity or anything like that. That's only Black American. We're very embracive of each other. And my only thing is that's why, even when dealing with the whole American Indian advocacy, it's like Jane Elliott. I have to save my tears and my advocacy for people who advocate for me. I can't always say Black and Brown coalition. Well, because when you have brown people who have proximity to whiteness, and they use their proximity to whiteness to hurt Black people. So, that's why I'm really on the square, like, do not advocate and be in coalitions for people who do not advocate for you, because we got a good 60 years since MLK's assassination to see that who've all integrated here, how many of them have advocated for the betterment of them in this of us in this country as we have for others in this country? And you're not going to find reciprocation. You're going to find exceptions to the rule, but to how we advocate for people, on the left as Black Americans, that is not reciprocated by the people of color that we advocate for. So, y'all, I love y'all. I'm about to lay it down. I gotta sleep for 2 hours and go back to the plantation.
I
All right.
really enjoyed you, brother. Thanks for coming
I
up on the.
enjoyed all y'all, and I usually don't be screaming. Like I said, I'm just kind of this. It
Oh,
just
thank you for standing up for
it
what's
triggered me.
right and what
It
was
just
true.
I really got triggered because I normally don't act like that, but I get tired of, like, even though she might not have had all the information, I see how that type of rhetoric and what it has done to us and got us off our square. So, excuse me, everybody. Yes, I apologize to her. I know I probably cussed her out, but I'm just it was coming from a place of passion.
But I understand where you were coming from. You were not wrong because it's like I know what you were saying about everybody who is owed reparations. No doubt, everyone is, but Black Americans are fighting for their specific reparations. So we need to focus on that. And I
Amen.
get what he was saying. It was a whole argument on semantics. That's all it was.
That's what she was doing. Hmm.
And if you want to say, okay, change the wording, understandable. And we understand in law that you have to have specific wording, but it didn't take a whole 2, 3, 4, 5 hours
Yes.
focusing on that. So I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm not mad. At first I was like, why is he getting mad? But then as I started listening, I said, oh, I see why. But
Yeah.
it was great hearing you. It was great,
I
great
appreciate
hearing
you.
you.
Thank you, my sister, for
Mhm.
standing in solidarity with us. If anything, I'm so glad that you showed, Black Americans that yes, we don't need to be xenophobic to everyone who's not ADOS because it takes allies. We need white allies. We need our brothers and sisters that are kind of being from the continent of Africa. I'm saying in the sense to be in solidarity with us, like
Oh,
we are with them. And I
absolutely,
love
because if
you,
it
and I love
wasn't,
you, and I
Mhm.
love you to appreciate that. And thank you
Mhm.
for being honest with, because see, your parents aren't doing that just because they hate us because they're African. No, the American government sold them the propaganda about us. They didn't, like you admitted, they didn't teach you about
And
red
they don't,
flagging.
and they don't understand. And also too, like I had to say, if it wasn't for you guys' fight, if the way I had to tell someone, listen, what they said, they made a comment about Black Americans. I said, hold up. If it wasn't for their fight, we wouldn't even be here. We
I
wouldn't
love
even
you.
be on this continent. So check
Thank you.
yourself. I don't like that.
I,
Respect
mm,
everybody. Because
I
let me
love you,
even tell you
sister.
something. In Nigeria, when people keep on talking about Africa, all you got are these bastard billionaires, Africans. Guess what? They don't give us welfare. We don't get loans. At least the white man, as evil as he is, at least you get something here. Black men, African men, are giving people nothing. Go find out what's going on in Nigeria. So if it wasn't for people fighting here, we wouldn't be enjoying these things. And that's why I'm passionate about this, because I
Mm,
told someone fought for me. Now,
mm.
granted, I'm enjoying this, but what about the people coming behind us? That's why this 2025 thing, I don't like it. It
And
scares the
can
hell
you
out of me.
answer? And can you answer one thing, just so for people to be clear, right?
Hmm.
Could you make sure that? Could you tell them that people from the continent of Africa don't call themselves African? That you identify by what nation and tribe, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Do,
but by
do,
the
do
the
people on the
specific.
continent of Africa call themselves black, or is that something that you didn't inherit until you got to the States?
Yes, it's till you come to the States, because you don't even really have a constant of it. Like we would say, here's
Amen.
the funny thing: when we're in Nigeria, we don't even say we're Nigerian. We say we're that particular tribe. Like
Amen.
if we're Igbo, I would say I'm Igbo. If I'm Yoruba, you
Ebo,
say you're
yeah.
Yoruba. So it's
Yoruba.
very, very specific.
I thank you so much, and
Mhm.
because I love that you are from the continent, that mother continent, and you're speaking on the truth of the differences between us. That don't mean that we are not connected in spirit. Because see, people hear me talk about this and they think that no, that doesn't mean because I'm having a specific fight that we cannot be inspired and come together with the understanding of each other's difference. So once again, you have renewed. I really appreciate you, and I'm so glad that everyone was able to see. My people was able to see who are our friends, and you are the epitome of an ally, and I much appreciate y'all. Thank y'all, everyone. I love y'all.
Thank
I gotta
you.
lay my ass down for the
Oh,
Bye.
that was
pancakes.
so.
Sleep well. Thank you.
And y'all, and we finna all wrap it up because I got to get up out of her. So any lasting thoughts before we knock it down?
I'm done. I just can't wait for when you cover the hopefully the Sonia thing. I want to jump on that.
Oh
That's it.
yes. Please make sure I get the link for that because I got a lot to say about that.
Me too.
Woo.
Yeah, we could probably do that today. So I'm probably gonna listen to some stuff and get informed about what's going on after we conclude here, and then we'll probably be back later on today to get into coverage about Miss Sonia. I want to thank y'all for the panel.
If you check your DMs, I had already sent you info. I sent you hella links
Okay,
about that.
thank you so much.
That'll
Okay,
be a
thank you
start.
so much. Okay, I want to thank y'all for being here. This was amazing.
Yes, yes.
This was awesome. I will see y'all all later today. Please share, subscribe.
Thank you.
Of course, I think about and Coach Sin. Thank y'all. Y'all enjoy y'all Wednesday. I'll see y'all later. Peace.